materiel. So they outranked the regular Russian army when it came to ammunition, weapons, materiel. They have a very weapons-heavy doctrine. So the Wagnerites at the small unit level, they will often have between 2 and 3 heavy, medium to heavy systems per section of men. So you think about a Western section or squad in American is 8 guys. Maybe you'll have one underslung grenade launcher, so you'll have one grenadier, maybe 2 grenadiers, and you'll have a light machine gun, something like a mini-me per 8 men. The way Wagner fight is they will often have 2 medium machine guns, so a GPMG equivalent, and an automatic grenade launcher in their section, so at the section level. So they're very, very heavy on firepower. And this is to compensate for the relatively low quality of the infantry and the relatively low quality of their leadership. So the way they practice small unit tactics is overwhelming suppression of enemy defensive positions, and then a kind of mop up afterwards. So they're not relying on the individual quality of their riflemen or the initiative of their leadership. They just destroy what's in front of them. Now, if Wagner Group are said to have lost their privileged access to weapons and ammunition. There's said to be drastic shortages of ammunition among Wagnerite troops. So this tactic is going to stop working. There is a So casualties so far, they have been very heavy on the Russian side. We can probably expect them to rise simply because the Wagner Group no longer has that access to that privileged access to equipment and ammunition. So that's what Wagner are doing. If anybody's got a more detailed update than that, I would be glad to hear it. Failing that, Yusuf, you're up. Yusuf, welcome.
Thank you so much, team. Thank you for the information. There's a great question I want. It's like in the mind of lots of people regarding the new weaponry that have arrived in the hands of the Ukrainian forces. I want to know about the M4 carbines that arrived for the Ukrainians from the United States. How they are in the field right now, due to the condition of the topography of Ukraine, in compare with the AK platforms. Are they really satisfied among the troops or not? This is a question I have regarding the M4 or M4A1.
Sure. Well, the M4 carbine is a carbine version of the M16 platform, the AR-15 platform, if you will. It's the mainstay of a heck of a lot of Western weapons systems. It's very reliable, fairly easy to maintain weapons platform. The M4 carbine is a compact version that is used. It's used very extensively by the US Armed Forces. It's also used abroad by special forces units. In the UK, the Royal Marines use it as their issue weapon. They've abandoned SA-80A3 in favor of M4. It's also used by special forces communities. It's a very nice rifle to fire. It's very light. It's very accurate. As I said, it's very easy to maintain. The doesn't quite have the accuracy at range of longer rifles. So M16A2, SA-80 would tend to be more accurate at range, but nevertheless, the M4 is a highly respected weapons platform. I've seen it in the hands of Ukrainian special forces units. But as Yusuf pointed out, the AK-74 platform is the mainstay of the Ukrainian Armed Forces individual weaponry. In terms of how they compare, I mean they are broadly similar. So the sorry, excuse me, I'm losing my train of thought. The AK platform has a slightly slower rate of fire, and it has a longer maximum effective firing. It has a longer maximum range. So you think about you're not really going to get much done with an AR-15 beyond about 300 meters. An AK platform, you can probably give reasonably accurate fire out to 800. But again, it's a heavier platform. It's a heavier rifle. The longer barrel, it's physically larger. I see we've got Angry Ants coming up, who is a mechanized infantry guy. So maybe he can talk about this in more detail.
Yeah, actually, I add something very quickly. I also have seen lots of pictures of upgraded versions as well. Recently, I saw some footages that they are using upper receivers from the Geissele automatics, URGI, the same thing that it's currently issued to the SOCOM units in the United States. It's really amazing that you see lots of different rifles, same platform. I mean, the AR-15 platform from different manufacturers, lots of different accessories. Like, it's really like messing my mind up because like I'm obsessed with AR-15 platform. Actually, that's why I asked this question. Thanks a lot, team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I'd like to go to Angry Ants because he's forgotten more about small arms than I will ever know. Angry Ants.
Hey, how are y'all doing this morning from a lovely hillside in County Cork, Ireland? It's good to see everybody. And I popped on and heard this interesting conversation. I think I might have a little insight for everybody. I think that what we're seeing with the big increase in AR-15s and the idea of pushing them into Ukraine is not simply about that's individual platform, but the diversity of the round. So the 5.56 NATO can be used in a multitude of platforms. Almost every country has some sort of a version of that in the NATO military, whether it's from fully automatic versions to special forces versions that have been adapted just to simply to a basic carbine. The advantages to them, and I will say that there's a lot of negative talk about that round and the platform, but I will say from personal use, it's a very good weapon. There's a few things that makes the AR-15 a little bit different. The ability to carry more of an ammunition load than the AK platform. It's a lighter round, so you are able to carry a larger combat loadout for basic bullets. It's very light and maneuverable. It's something that you can do, but it's very simple to learn because of the lack of recoil, the ability for the muzzle not to move that much when you shoot. It's very easy to learn how to shoot and to put into someone's hand who may never have shot a gun before while you're in basic training and become much more adept at learning how to shoot quicker. It's a very kind of like nuts and bolts kind of gun where once you learn how to shoot it, anybody can pick one up, and it doesn't take much to adjust your fire to even the zeroing of another shooter once you understand that round. It does. A lot of people talk about the accuracy and the range. It's very good at close quarters, but it's also, if you have anybody that's competent, it can reach out to around 500 meters, which I think a lot of engagements you'll be seeing, trench line to trench line. 500 meters is a significant range when it comes to small arms, and really, you're not going to be needing to go much more over that when it comes to pinpoint fire for your average infantry soldier. But what makes me a little excited is the what's on the left and right. The ability to the other platforms, the light machine gun platforms like the M249 SAW and some other similar European variants of light machine guns. But when you put a unit together with based around that round, the 5.56 NATO, you can really be able to put more, equip more units uniformly with the different platforms. And I think that that's what we're going to see, is that instead of seeing, you know, a unit with some AK variants, some M4s, as this kind of comes to fruition, is that you'll see, you know, these new units being deployed with, you know, full squad build outs between, you know, your designated marksmen, your light machine gun, your grenadiers, all of them having that, you know, NATO based platform. It's just what I think that might be happening, but it's a great question, and love to have this conversation continue. I hope that helped.
Absolutely, thank you, Angry Ants. I mean, it's interesting you brought up the designated marksman concept. This was, I believe, this was, at least in the British military tradition, this was an Afghanistan thing. So the UK operates a individual weapons platform called SA-80, which had two variants. It had the individual weapon, which was the bog standard rifle. Also had the light support weapon, which was a kind of light machine gun, not unlike a Bren gun. It basically had a longer barrel, and it had a slightly different stock to enable accurate sustained fire. The LSW, the light support weapon variant, didn't really work as a section level, you know, light machine gun, simply because it was magazine fed, so it couldn't, it wasn't capable of the sustained fire. But what it did work quite well as is it could be fired with reasonable accuracy up to 1,200 meters. So it had a very long barrel, and it had it was quite a heavy weapon, and despite being 5.56 caliber, it could be fired at extraordinarily long ranges very accurately. So it became the kind of de facto designated marksman weapon system of the British Army section. There were usually two of them per section. Until Afghanistan, this kind of worked. Something that the British Army encountered in Afghanistan was the old bolt action rifle from World War I and II, the short magazine Lee Enfield, the SMLE, firing .303 ammunition, was absolutely outclassing British small arms and American small arms when it came to range. So the SMLE fires a great big round. It can be fired accurately at extraordinarily long ranges. And this was giving the Taliban a range advantage that Western troops could do very little about. And so the British Army's reaction to that was to introduce the American Stoner rifle, which is a 7.62 caliber 7.62 caliber AR variant, which could compete on range with the Taliban firing their World War II era British rifles, which interested me at least. So it was, I guess, something. Effectiveness at range of small arms, I guess, is something that we should dismiss at our peril, even if we are currently talking about very close range encounters in Ukraine. Wouldn't you say, Andreas?
Yeah, and I will say this is the thing is we've seen back when I was in Iraq, that was when we really started to implement the designated marksman, and we knew we needed an ability to get a bit of a bigger round, a little more accuracy at distance, and what we did was we took a bunch of M14s, older M14s, and updated them with what we called Sage stocks, which kind of gave them an updated platform. The issue was the two platforms were very, very different. The difference between, you know, the big 7.62, like the old school M14 versus an AR platform. Now what we're seeing is designated marksmen are, and I'm not the biggest gun nerd in the world. I just know how to use them pretty well. More of an AR style variant with that 7.62 round. So that once you learn how to shoot one of those platforms, whether you interchange it with a different round, it's much easier to adapt to. Exactly, but the reality of it is, I've always, a lot of people, you've got people who need to be able to shoot out really long distances and range, but just like the maximum distances on everything, most of these encounters, when you're really engaging, when you're going through those trench lines, when you're going through those wood lines, it's going to be at a much closer distance, and the ability to put quick and accurate rounds on target very quickly is important. When you think about the M249 platform, which is being shipped to Ukraine in high numbers, especially if you've got the barreled collapsible buttstock. The ability to put a 5-round burst of 5.56 into center mass, if you're good at 800 yards, is pretty impressive. And also being able to clear a trench line with the maneuverability and the portability, because it is that lighter round, is something that cannot be overlooked. I think there's some video games that give 249s, M249 saws, squad automatic weapons is what we call it in the United States, a bit of a bad name. But in reality, when you shoot them and you just don't hold the trigger down and go cyclic, they're a very accurate, maneuverable weapon. And it's one of those things that I would almost have more than sometimes I would actually like that weapon on certain missions more than just a regular M4.
Do we know, just circling back to the designated marksman concept, do we know if that's something that Ukraine has adopted? And do we know which platforms they're using for it?
I can talk about it if
Sure.
there's a yep. As like Ukrainians, they're producing their own AR-15s, AR-15 platform rifle. They have developed something similar to AR-10, and there's plenty of pictures of them. They're using them like with the like optics and suppressors, but not mostly as a role of the marksman. It looks like semi-automatic sniper rifle for mid ranges, like 700, 800 meters, and they know it like by, and they call it like AR-10, UAR-10, something like that. I have seen
No,
it.
AR-10. Sorry to interrupt.
It,
That's what I was calling a stoner rifle, right? That's
yeah,
the same thing.
exactly. It plays the same role as the L29A1 sharpshooter rifle. Like it's currently issued with the British Army, and I have talked to a couple of guys who are issued with this rifle, and they're really satisfied with it. And they engage targets like between like 700, 800 meters. It's super accurate and very reliable weapon. And I do completely agree with you as well with M249 saw. It's a very amazing weapon, especially like in the squad. If you're gonna like have an M240 next to it, the enemy doesn't have a chance to approach to your position at all. Because like both of them, they cover like between a range of like 400 500 meters, even to 1,000 meters. It depends on the capability of the machine gunner. And they have become very common in Ukraine actually. And I have heard lots of positive backgrounds regarding these weapon systems in compare with the old Soviet equipment, such as like a PKM, RPK, and AK-74. And another thing I wanted to add are the thing that is really interesting that we need to talk about actually later on are the anti-material rifles as well. I think we need to discuss that as well.
Thank you very much, Yusuf, for that color. Let's go to Jörn. Jörn, good morning. Jörn Hendrickson.
Very interesting discussion. I've used both. Can you hear me? Do you hear me now? Brilliant.
Yeah. Go ahead, Gordon.
Thanks. Yeah, I've used both, but I'm a range guy, and 7.62 was my first love. So no one will ever convince me otherwise. So even though I see all the good things about having the units have the same round, but my question was about the loss numbers from Bakhmut. I think 1 to 7, that doesn't sound that good for the Ukrainians. If 700 dead Russians means 100 dead Ukrainians, that's a pretty high attrition for the Ukrainians. And considering that the Russians just mobilize these guys and send them directly to the front, while the Ukrainians are using people that are well trained and experienced and are top-notch fighters. I think that doesn't sound too sustainable for the Ukrainians. What do you guys think about that?
No, totally agree. I was talking about this earlier today with some people about how John Spencer said earlier today, that you can never separate the political from the battlefield in war, and some of that's true. Well, I mean, it's all true. That essentially the political leaders always find some way to get involve themselves in what's going on in the battlefield where they have to for political needs, and clearly the politics, if you will, in Russia has said that they're definitely going to fight in Bakhmut, and the politics, if you will, in Ukraine is we're going to Bakhmut to fight because that's where the Russians are. But as John and Chuck covered yesterday and today, it's a very dangerous game fighting in close quarters in a city, and there's no guarantee that the kill ratio to loss ratio will stay anywhere near what it is. You can obviously expect better trained troops, better morale troops to perform much better, but it is just much more risky in close quarters in a city, and so I mean I think you are right to state a concern that even though the numbers might be 1 to 7, that number 1 is a big one, because you're talking about somebody who's a lot of training, experience, and value versus the 7 that would be lost on the other side. So it's something they always have to take into account, but. Clearly, the Zelensky and Zelensky and the leaders of Ukraine are making the calculation, and I think we can only trust them based on their performance so far that they're making the right decision for their country to decide to stay in Bakhmut and fight it out, because they feel that they have a chance of success, probably attriting the Russian forces enough that they will not be effective in any near term later this year for an offensive, or to defend well when the offensive from Ukraine's side comes to pass.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me as well, and I'm sure that they have 1,000 times more information to make their decisions on than we do from afar. But so they're probably planning something. It's not something that's going to go on forever, but in and of itself, losing 100+ soldiers a day and high value soldiers, as you say, that's not great. It could be sustainable if you were taking background, or if you were doing an operation that was like liberating an area or winning the war. But right now, it seems that the only thing that's going on is that they're mass killing Russians. That doesn't even have a high value for the Russians, because these Mobics that are just fast mobilized, they can probably turn them out forever, and they're not spending that much gear as well, from what I understand.
Are you talking about the Bakhmut AO, Jürgen?
Yeah, the 1 to 7 kill ratio, and I'm a bit concerned that even though the Russians are losing 700, if the Ukrainians are losing as much as 100, for those 700, that's a lot, because they're well-trained troops, and the Russians are just turning in Mobics.
Yeah, but the issue is that the Russian supply of manpower is not unlimited, right? It's one thing to say, well, they're losing all these Wagnerites and they're losing all these mobilized troops, and it doesn't really matter. Every casualty is a toll, right? Every casualty is a reduction in capability. Every casualty is a loss of a certain amount of experience, even where that experience is limited. And I think we have to look at this in the round as well. So we have to look at the other areas of operation where Russia is mounting very, very catastrophically unsuccessful assaults, looking particularly at Vuhledar. which has been an ongoing battle over the last 3 weeks, or 4 weeks now actually, where it has featured the largest tank battle of the war so far, with the near destruction of an entire brigade of the Russian army and counting, with commensurately huge losses of equipment as well. I think they lost, what was it, 31 vehicles in a single day in Vuhledar, and this was the closest thing they've come so far to a combined arms assault, and it was led by a competent and experienced officer, and it still completely failed. So I think when we talk about the casualty ratios in Bakhmut, they're expending Wagnerites, they're expending Mobex. They're also drastically attriting their higher quality formations elsewhere along the line. So the story is one of holistic failure and holistic attrition. Even if the Bakhmut AO is considered a bit of a sideshow. What do you think, Will? Sorry, Joran. Yeah, please do go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're absolutely right. And I have total confidence that the Ukrainians will win. But if you look at it from the viewpoint of a psychotic Russian commander, then it actually makes more sense to do this human wave attacks in Bakhmut than what they did in Vuhledar, because isolated the math of spending 700 people that you don't care about at all, and that you have given no training and very little equipment, if that could take out 100 Ukrainians that are well trained and well equipped, from that isolated Russian perspective, that would make sense. But as you said, it's probably part of a bigger plan, and the Ukrainians will deal with this. I was just hoping that the rate in Bakhmut would be bigger than 1-7.
And well, it remains to be seen, Jorn. Let's go to Angry Ants, because I think he wants to add something on this, and then I'll chip in with my 2 bits at the end.
Yeah, and I this is a good thing. It's something I've been thinking about a lot lately and looking at it, and I think from the get-go, from the onset of the real kind of reconstruction of the Ukrainian military, when we really started to focus on combined arms, one of the things I've continuously tried to bring up is, and we've seen this with some of the senior enlisted folks, senior officer folks who have kind of contributed once in a while, early on in the space, and talking about tactics and kill ratios, etc., is that we have come very accustomed in the NATO fighting force to these very low casualty wars, wars that we don't lose a lot of equipment, we don't lose a lot of manpower, and for the first time in a long time, we're seeing this full scale kind of modernized war, where just simply we can't just have a few really precision pieces or super trained folks to be able to control a bunch of insurgents. That Ukrainians are having to take casualties, actually in a ratio of a larger conflict. So sometimes when we see ratios, it really freaks us out. But the reality of this is a full-scale major war. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of soldiers die from Ukraine by the end of the war, probably. We have to be realistic about that. There's going to be thousands of vehicles, hundreds of tanks, even of the new quick kit, even of the most trained folks. But we do have to take that into regards, is that we have kind of created our fighting forces and doctrines into that very limited casualty rate, which is always good. But I think that sometimes when you're in a situation where you're grinding it out, that there's going to be high casualty rates. But to put that in the context, right? If there's 7,000 Ukrainians die or Russians die, you're looking at a large number of Ukrainians. But I think the 7-to-1 ratio is extremely high still. The one thing that I've seen that's been a little interesting, and I did want to I was really getting interested about like the squad tactics and soldiers, and I'd love to go back to that at one point in time after this conversation is done, when it comes to weapons, about especially what the training's going on NATO bases. But I think what I've seen lately is a lot of folks volunteering. It seems like there's a lot of folks that are going to Ukraine that are volunteering. taking that duty on to defend Ukraine, to go into that gauntlet and fight. There's nothing more brave and more in terms of valor, knowing that you're going to go to the hardest spot in the field. There's been reports of folks kind of just volunteering and going that they don't have the highest amount of training, etc. And that could be possible in a place like that. That there is some sort of a plan. I always believe that Ukraine has made very good good choices when it comes to their manpower. They care about it, but there's times that you have to take casualties, to inflict casualties, and to maybe set the battlefield up for a larger, fuller scale and action here pretty soon. But 7-1 is still a very dramatically high kill rate, in my opinion. But it is never good to lose a single soldier, ever.
Very good points you made. Really, really, really good points. And actually, I wanted to add something regarding the situation in Bakhmut. Is that from the news that I have covered, from the social media in Russia, from what I see, there is an interior conflict between the Russian officials as well, especially between the Wagner and the Russian army itself. That the Russian army, they are not giving proper equipment, and they're not preparing enough logistics for Wagner to conduct combat operations in the area.
This is kind of yes and no. Sorry to interrupt you. This is kind of yes and no. There has been, shall we say, a political decline in the position of Mr. Prigozhin, who is the boss of Wagner Group. But it's not a case of the Russian army discriminating against Wagner so much as Wagner losing its privileged position in the military supply chain. So Wagner used to have access to better weaponry, more ammunition, more materiel. Due to the political disfavor of Prigozhin, they used to outrank the Russian army. So it used to be the case of. Sorry, please don't interrupt me. It used to be the case that the Wagnerites, they were kind of politically quite powerful, so their officers would simply stroll into Russian command posts and talk down to the Russian army. Thanks to the political disfavor of Prigozhin, this is no rather than a privileged one. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I wanted to add regarding this thing. The other thing that we are witnessing, that there's no change of tactics, as I see also in the Russian army and how they fight, is that like the human waves that they're sending through the line of the fire, they don't care about the human loss. They don't care like how many vehicles they're using at all. Like they think they have plenty of men, plenty of equipment, and that's why every one of you have witnessed that. Like for example, they started the conflict with their most modern tanks, and now they ended up bringing the tanks from the storage, T-62 tanks. You see like this such equipment on the field, and I don't know till what point they want to continue on fighting in this way. And the soldiers of the Russian army, the current ones, I mean, they are not well trained. They don't have the moral to fight, because in the early days of the war, you saw that like they sent their elite troops literally into the ambush that the Ukrainian forces were prepared for them. And now also it has become a really big issue, especially in terms of special operations, because like elite units like the paratroopers of the Russian army, the VDV, suffered heavily casualties. And uh, like as a military person, it takes lots of time that you have to train someone to prepare that specific individual for combat, right? And they are in shortage of time, shortage of equipment, that like they started importing weapons. I mean, like artillery, mortar, even bulletproof vests, helmets from countries like Iran. And like I have pictures, and like I have the proof. I can like show it to you that they have done that, and they're still looking for sources out of Russia to uh, you know uh, to change the situation for themselves. And I don't think in the long term Russia could continue on fighting in a large scale, and that's why they try to focus on one specific zone so they could conquer the Ukrainian forces. And I don't think Russia would have the capability to continue on the war in the current year that we are in. I mean, in 2023, and in the end, it's the Russia that loses the ground, not Ukraine for sure, because Ukraine is fighting for the Ukrainians are fighting for their land. They have enough moral, they have the enough training, good training, which is given by the NATO members, especially United States, and things are gonna change. It's gonna change really for good. This is what I think, from like what I have witnessed since the beginning of the war till now.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Let's go to Joanna. Joanna.
Yes, so I thought about this. I thought about the Ukrainian losses all the time. I'm not a military, I'm a woman. Every loss of life saddens me immensely, and I'm very sad for all those reports of brave, beautiful Ukrainian soldiers that are dying on the front. And it's sad. But if we have to accept that this is a war and there are losses of both sides, it may be cold and almost cynical, but there will be losses. And 7-1 is a great ratio, a big ratio, um, in not in favor of Russians, of course. 7-1 is a lot of loss for the Russians. Actually, they are killing their own soldiers at a rate, unimaginable rate. But what I wanted to say is when I don't understand the things or when I seem to disagree with something, I try to look at what if scenarios. What what if they are doing this differently? What will happen if they will do this differently? So they may fall down, leave the city of Bakhmut to the Russians and retreat and go to another line of fortifications. But they are just postponing some losses because they will have to take that land back. They are determined to take every piece of land, every inch of land, of Ukrainian land back. So they will have to fight again for the same city. And when you attack, the losses, the chances of losses are bigger than when you are in defense. And they have prepared defenses there in Bakhmut, and I think they are judging it very tactically every time, and they are thinking what to do very cautiously, with much caution. And when they decide to fall back a little, it's an accepted decision for all the parties, because, as I said, they will have to take it back. And postponing losses, for now we will say, okay, we lost less men today, but we will lose more tomorrow, and it's important. And also we have to look at the other side. Let's say they gave in Bakhmut, so the line will move and maybe arrive to another village, and there will be civilian losses, there will be destruction. We have seen Marinka, we have seen Vuledar, we have seen Soledar, we have seen what happened to Bakhmut. So there will be another city destroyed in such a horrific way by the Russians, because they are using artillery and so on. So they are sticking to Bakhmut as long as they can, because they know that this fight matters. This fight for every meter of land matters. And I really trust the armed forces of Ukraine. I think they are taking the best decision with what they have right now. And yeah, I only hope that this fight will end sooner.
Hey, if you don't mind me jumping, I think that that's very well for a non-military person. That was a very, very well thought out full statement, and I just kind of go back to some of the other earlier fights where I saw these large scale city fights. That we've all came to this point before, I think, and it's everyone's been. There was a lot of second guessing of the Ukrainian armed forces and the decisions being made, whether it's political or not. I can think back to, I can't think of some of the, I'm sorry, I've drawn a blank when it comes to some of the cities, but then there was always a moment when the real plan kind of popped out and we saw it happen. So until I'm seeing, we, even if Russia can continue to inflict these damages, if you're looking at, for every, 700 Ukrainians that may die, 7,000 Russians, that's unsustainable numbers, whether they're trained or not. That's material that's being lost. That's equipment that's being lost. And I think the most overwhelming thing is that's morale that's being lost for the Russian forces. And I think that's kind of what I think Bakhmut is turning into, is something that is going to grind down Russian morale to a very bad point. And again, we do see the problems with supply chains and what a big giant fight like this is doing to it. But great points.
Yeah, those were excellent points made by Anna, especially since when we're talking about whether it's something strategically or tactically important, the thing that Zelensky brought into it in saying that it's strategically important is like what Ayana said, that the fact is Russia only knows one way to advance, and that's to demolish everything in front of it and then take over whatever scorched earth they've managed to take. So it is important that for Ukraine to minimize the surface area that is ever occupied by Russia, because every bit of space that's ever been occupied by Russia has been completely destroyed, and also the scene of genocide. So those are incredibly important points. And I'll note just way back when when you were bringing this up, and I hate to be the calculus of it is incredibly cruel on Ukraine's side, in that they may be losing one soldier for every 7 the Russians lose, and those 7 could become very dear. But remember, Ukraine has been at war for 8 years, 9 years now, since the Donbass and Luhansk had been occupied, and they've been fighting there, and they've been rotating troops through there, and they fully mobilized on the 24th of February. So the truth of the matter is, in raw numbers, Ukraine can field about 1.2 million soldiers. So the total number of soldiers that Russia has ever had in the battle space have, they started out at 190,000. They may have added 300,000, but they've lost about 200,000. So the calculation of the numbers that Ukraine will lose is still going to allow them to succeed long term, albeit it's a calculated loss. And I would just join Angry and Anson and Ayana to say that they've never let us down before. So I'm prepared to trust that the Ukrainian political leaders and military leaders have made a calculated decision that they decide that Bakhmut is the place to stand, because they can attrit the Russian forces successfully enough and pin them in place so that they can carry out other actions that will allow them to win this war quickly when they have an opportunity to do so. Paula, you've been waiting a while. Why don't we get your input?
Yeah, good morning from Rome. I just finished my morning run here. I usually reside in Helsinki, Finland, but I'm now here. So it's a good discussion. I think I agree mainly on all points, but a few comments and maybe open questions. I have actually 3 words: leaders, equipment, and then the landscape. I think, in my opinion, the Ukrainians are using the landscape really, really well. And if you just look at the map on the Bakhmut area and also in Vuhledar, they're using it brilliantly. Whereas the Ruskies don't really have the same kind of abilities. Then the leadership with the Ruskies lacking it, and using the Mobics, they are losing more and more. I think the ratio is only getting bigger and bigger. And then last, the equipment. In my opinion, they are not using as many equipment in their attacks as they were using a year ago. And I think that this will also worsen the ratio in their attacks. I wouldn't surprise if the real ratio will go 1-10 or 1-15 sooner rather than later. And I think during springtime, when Ukraine is getting a lot more equipment, the ratio will go even further. And then last remark is within these Mobic forces, they will usually always have some kind of leaders among the troops, and they are, well, also losing a lot of leaders. And in my opinion, it is not easy to, although it might seem like this, it's not easy to just like gather new troops every day. It takes time. So I will not see this lasting forever. It will be a long battle, but it will not be forever. And I will listen. Thank you.
You sparked a thought process for mine. You know, there's a lot of places. The Bakhmut area seems like it's, you know, it's been a controlled battle space for 7 months, controlled in the idea that, you know, there's a lot of focus on it. People know where they're fighting. The ability to create combat veterans right now and combat leaders in the Ukrainian armed forces for upcoming offensive, upcoming, the expansion of the Ukrainian armed forces, to be able to create, you know, people who understand what it feels and sounds like to lose a soldier next to you, to hear incoming artillery and engage the enemy, you know, with ruthless abandon. That's invaluable. And if there is the ability to create those hardened combat veterans through this fight, that's something that's not to be overlooked also. I know that's a kind of a bad way of looking at things sometimes, but the reality of it, you need people who know how to fight. And, you know, if with Ukraine rotating soldiers, like we know they are, these folks are rotating in and out. We see it from our friends that come to the space. We know that there's a lot of combat experience being gained in Bakhmut, and that's something to not be overlooked also.
Thank you very much, Andy Ants. Angry Ants, sorry, not Andy Ants. Andy Ants. Angry Ants. I see my second favorite Egyptian, M, is up. A very good morning to you, M. How's the weather?
Good morning from Cairo, everyone. Thank you, Tim, for the intro. 6 a.m. in Cairo, and the weather forecast says that today will be sunny with highs of 29 degrees Celsius and lows of 14 degrees Celsius. Currently, it's 26 degrees and sunny. How's everything going?
It's about -5. It's quite sunny, but it's very, very cold. So I'm quite jealous of your weather, honestly.
And Salahuddin is not Egyptian, he's Kurdish.
I'm glad we have an in-joke. We have two in-jokes, actually. We have Hani Pasha and we have Saladin, who was Egyptian. That's interesting. I like that we have in-jokes.
Well, Hani Pasha is Jordanian, but that's a different story. I see Yusuf is here. What's up, Yusuf?
I'm doing fine. How about you? How's everything? You're doing okay?
Sure, everything is fantastic here. So what are we talking about today?
Well, we're talking about the relative losses on both sides of the line for Russian and Ukrainian troops in Bakhmut, and whether or not the calculation of lives lost on the Ukrainian side is seems appropriate given the fact that they're very highly experienced and trained. And even if only one dies for every 7 Russians, isn't that possibly too many to be trying to hold Bakhmut?
Thank you, Will.
We've also touched on a number of topics, including small arms, section and platoon level weaponry and the relative uses. Yusuf seemed to have a great deal of interest in this area. What is your background, Yusuf?
Well, first of all, I'm from Iran, and for the past 12 years, I spent my life on, documenting and writing, experiencing about various types of firearms, from pistols to, cruiser weapons. I served 2 years with the Iranian military on the 35 millimeter Orlikan anti-aircraft system. It was a very amazing experience I had back in the days, and yeah, still till today I'm writing articles, doing experiences and all these kind of things on small arms. And actually, there's something I need to add on regarding the weaponry in the Russian army, which is provided by Iran. Uh, so far, like majority of us have heard of the Iranian drones that are delivered to the Russian army from the loitering ammunition like the Shahed series, as well as other types of drones. But it's good to know that also Iran has provided Russia with artillery shells, mortars, bulletproof vests, helmets, radios, and other kind of equipment. And through the comments, I have uploaded some pictures, the footages of those Iranian weapons, which are in the hands of the Russians. And during some of those battles that have happened between the Russian army and the Ukrainian army, a large cache of those weapons have been captured by the Ukrainians, and Ukrainians are using those weapons against Russians, especially mortars. That we have documented them, and some a friend of a Ukrainian friend of mine asked about like the quality of those weapons. I would just tell you, if you're gonna get your hands on an Iranian weapon, just throw it in the trash, because the quality of these weapons are not good at all. Because in the factory that they produce these kind of things, there's no such thing as a quality control. So, for example, they produce 10 mortars. Out of those 10 mortars, maybe 7 of them they're going to work properly. 3 of them, when you're going to start using them, at like third, fourth, 5 round you're gonna fire, definitely the next one will definitely have a discharge, and you need to throw it away. This is the fact about the Iranian weaponry, which is in the hands of the Russian army, and mostly they have delivered them to the Wagners, and they're not really satisfied with it. That's why they're trying to get some stuff from China, North Korea, and black market. But it has become a really big issue for them, because Russian army itself, they're in shortage of acquiring weaponry and equipment, proper equipment for the troops. That's why like a part of this argument between Wagner and Russian army comes from that era. This is what I wanted to add. And weekly there's like 3 4 flights, IL-76 transport aircraft, direct flights. They come from Tehran. Mostly there's a airport which is owned by IRGC. It's in the city of Karaj. They get the shipments from there, and they fly straight to Moscow or other places in Russia to deliver those weapon systems. And this thing, like the U.S. State Department, also the European allies, they need to take this thing very seriously, because if they're not going to stop them, these things will continue on, not only on in the on the battlefields in Ukraine, also you're going to witness this issue in other parts of the world. This is a thing. There's a really good thing that needs to take care of, and they're going to make measurements regarding this.
Thank you. M.
Right. So, car analogies aside, Yusuf, you're claiming that Russian munitions are not up to standard or up to specs. Can you give me an idea about which types of munitions you think have the worst specifications or the worst performance, and whether or not Iran has exported any of those munitions to other countries, and other countries complaining to Iran about the quality of the munitions they received?
Actually, we had a couple of samples. I think they have delivered them to Ethiopia, which currently they are having issues like some sort of civil war going on there, and Iran has supplied them covertly with locally made AK-103 clones, which are not literally AK-103. They are Type 56 that are coming with the furniture of AK-103, like the muzzle brake, the polymer furniture, these kind of things. They have provided them with mortars, drones, Shahed 6 drone, and these kind of things. From what I heard, from what
Which party did they supply? The government or the rebels in Tigray? And who was the conduit, if you
they,
are?
yeah, they're supplying they're supplying this weaponry to the government, not the rebels, and they are not really good at battle. That's why, for example, in Ukraine, Russians, they're using them against civilian targets because it's much more easier for them to target civilians rather than targeting the Ukrainian armed forces. Why? Because they have the proper equipment mostly to deal with them. That's why, for example, you have witness videos that they're using loitering ammunition, Iranian made loitering ammunition against civilian buildings. Like literally, they're killing civilians, which is like literally a war crime, and it's a very serious thing that needs to take care of because they are easy to produce. They are very cheap, like 20, $30,000. They can assemble each of those drones because they are built from the parts that are provided from the market, especially dual purpose stuff, and uh, you can mass produce them very quickly, and you can maybe in 1 month they can produce like 500, 600 of them because it's not very technically very complicated. And uh, me myself, I have experience with Iranian made stuff during my military service when I was stationed with the Orlikin cannon. Our commander was telling us if something happens, please use the Swiss made ammunition. Never ever use Iranian made ones because most probably you're gonna have malfunction or the round will get discharged inside the barrel and the system will go out of the work. So that's how it is, and that's my own experience with the Iranian made stuff. Uh,
So to summarize, as far as I understood so far, the point that you are trying to make and the items you're trying to bring to our attention is that Iranian munitions are not up to specs, and that Iran is continuing to supply some governments with weapons that they are using against civilians, and therefore aiding war criminals in their actions. Did I get you correctly? Is there anything else that you would like to add, or anything that you want to discuss or comment on?
Actually, that was my whole point. Like, in, like they they're trying to put Russia on the war with Ukraine because they want to get advantage from Russia, especially like you have heard of the fighter jet deal they want to make with Russia. They're planning to buy Sukhoi Su-35 jets and a couple of other stuff. They just wanna like give honey, like you say, you give something in addition, you're gonna get something back from the person. This is like a some sort of friendship they try to establish with Russia because of their nuclear program. They're afraid because they don't have a proper air force. The air force of the Islamic Republic is literally a flying museum currently at the moment, and they're trying to improve their military by helping Russia. But Russia, they're not in a good situation to do that, and this is becoming because of the stupidity of the mullahs. That's the points that I wanted to make.
Thanks, Yusuf.
Thank-
I'll just remind everybody, if you're not speaking at the time, can you make sure you mute your mic so we don't get feedback? Angry, have you got something to add?
Yeah, sorry, that was me. I didn't realize the mic button had been punched. I will kind of give a little bit of supporting fire here. In the during the surge in Iraq, where I was at in Ramadi, there we were fighting, embedded insurgents that were being supported by Republican guards, in certain aspects, especially supply. And there was, and you would know when a supply chain came. They did it very covertly, but we did have a large number of, I think, 80 millimeter, their variant of the 80 millimeter mortar. And we saw, a failure rate, of income, which is always good for us, of the rounds not exploding on targets. It was a very high rate of unsuccessful, deployment of those rounds. Now they were from one large batch. Serial numbers could be tracked, etc. But that was kind of just kind of something that I've seen with Ukrainian munitions personally.
Thank you. M.
Yeah, quick follow up. So we all understand that Iran right now in a that the Russian air defense systems are not that good. That the Russian air defense systems are not that good. And we also know that their fighter jets are not that good either to this war since the overt invasion. And Russia hasn't really deployed their air force assets in a way that would market its fighter jets or fighter bombers as good weapons against Western systems. Same goes for the air defense. So let's say that Iran wants to procure air defense or advanced air defense systems from Russia to protect its nuclear sites, or even go as far as procuring advanced Russian jets. It's a little bit too late. The sanctions have kicked in. They have problems to build their own units, not let alone building units to export to another country that needs actual working systems to defend against a perceived coming soon attack or an imminent attack by our friendly neighbors to the northeast who want to protect their nation against nuclear annihilation as broadcast and what's the word? Cheered for by the Ayatollahs and their followers. I understand what Yusuf's trying to say, but so far there have been evidences that show that Ukrainian troops have been using Iranian munitions, and if those were captured from Russian positions, there seem to be no reports whatsoever or no mention whatsoever of Iranian munitions failing on Ukrainian troops using them against Russian forces, as far as I understand. So it's very interesting what Yusuf added to the conversation. Will require more in-depth review. And yeah, I yield the floor to Tim and Will. Yusuf, for taking the next speaker or for follow-ups.
Thank you very much, Em. Final word from Yusuf, and then I'd like to hear more from Angry Ants. Yusuf.
So we're living in a world like everything is really connected to each other. I will just add this very quickly. So I talked a lot. I'm really sorry about that. Like I'm gonna finish it so quickly. As you said, like yeah, the it's proven like the Russian air defense systems, they're not supposed to be what they are, and how they talked about it, and it's really so late for the Ayatollahs to get these weaponaries from like Russians for sure. And I highly doubt like if any conflict will happen between like Iran and the the I mean the collusion, I would call it, about the nuclear thing. They're not gonna come in handy, and in less than 24 hours, all of them they will be gone, because we saw how they operated in Ukraine, how they operated in the Azerbaijan and Armenian conflict. So the thing is, uh, from me as an Iranian, which I am totally against the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I'm like totally in the side of the Ukrainian people, and I wish the best for them. And I hope that this war would be over as soon as possible, and the Russians will definitely they're gonna get defeated for sure, because they are facing a very brave nation. I hope the best for all of them, and I hope this bloody war would be over as soon as possible. This is the wish I have from my own heart, and I believe it will happen soon. And as they say, glory to Ukraine. And thanks for letting me speak. I have to go to my work, and it was a really great pleasure talking with you guys. And I wish you have a good day, or like I don't know, good afternoon, any part of the world you
So,
are.
sorry to
Thanks.
interrupt.
Thank you,
Tim,
but
can I ask Yusuf a quick
Ming,
question?
hang on, before Yusuf,
Uh,
before Yusuf leaves us, I would like just, sorry, Ming, Yusuf, I find your accent quite fascinating. You're saying you're Iranian, without spilling too many beans, if it affects your safety. I'm guessing, or can you tell me which part of Iran you're from?
I am originally from Khuzestan, and the accent I have because for a couple of years I studied in an American school in Izmir back like many years ago. There was a Department of Defense school there during the
You're
time.
from the Ahwaz?
Not Ahwaz. I'm from. There's a city called Masjid Suleiman. It's a city in
Yes,
Iran.
yes, got it. Masjid Suleiman, got it. Yes.
Yeah, the first oil thing was discovered there, and the whole story goes back to that city. And I got my English, and the accent I have is from the American school which I used to study in. And it was a really good time. It was a really good times back then when I was a little kid. Yeah,
Thank you so much, Yusuf.
thank you so much for you as well. I wish all of you a great day and great afternoon, any place in the world you are. And again, glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Yusuf. Ming the Merciless Fella, thank you for your patience.
You dropped.
I'm still
I have a
here.
quick question about something you said. So when your commander told you to use the Swiss Oerlikon rounds rather than the Iranian ones, how is it that you had Swiss Oerlikon rounds? Are we talking about historic pre-revolutionary stocks or something else?
Actually, when Muhammad Reza Pahlavi was in power, they purchased millions of rounds for different various weapon systems, in the fear of the Cold War, because there was the fear of like if a nuclear attack will happen, cities will get destroyed, factories will get destroyed. So we need to buy as much as we can, And still we have, like, for example, F-5 fighter jets. They're still flying. How they are flying is because parts, thousands of parts for these aircrafts were purchased by Shah, and they were in the storage. They kept them in the storage in a good condition in case if World War will happen, they wouldn't have a problem to get the parts from the United States. So I till like I served, like my service was finished like 10 years ago. Still we had Swiss made ammunition which was purchased back in the 70s and early 80s from straight ahead from the Switzerland.
Thanks for that, Yusuf.
Always welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. So a little news update. The foreign agents law in Georgia has been voted down by the Georgian parliament at its second reading. So as we all know, there have been very widespread protests against this Russian-style law that was introduced by the Russophiliac government of Georgia, which would have required the registration and more active policing, to use a very mild term, of foreign-based organizations active in Georgia. As we all know from the Russian experience, these kind of laws are they're essentially used to suppress NGOs and non-Russian organizations active within Russia. There was an attempt by the Georgian government to pass a similar law in Georgia. This led to widespread protests over the last few days, and increasingly violent suppression by the Georgian government. However, the Georgian parliament has voted down this law in its second reading. Joanna, you follow this sort of thing. What are your thoughts?
Yes, so it is interesting that the vote was done today, because it wasn't scheduled for today. It was scheduled for I think 2 weeks from now, but they did it today. It is a good thing that it was voted down. To be sincere, I didn't expect this, because they thought yesterday the ruling party, Georgian Dream, which is kind of nightmare, not a dream, said that they want to promote the law and explain the law and detail what benefits this law will bring. But I guess the consistent demonstrations during the last 3 days made them change their mind, and they voted it down. It's a good thing, because the law was very detrimental to Georgian interests and to its closing to the European Union and to the Western values in general. But I think the people will not be satisfied with this, because at first it was about the law, but now it's about freedom, and it's about a government that is not representing the wish of the people. And of course, it's mostly the young that demonstrated, and possibly in the Georgian population there are still people that think that a good relation with Russia is preferable, maybe. But I think the people of Georgia will like to do more. Yesterday evening, during the night, they asked for the government to resign, and we will see. We will see if there will be another demonstration today, and I think it will, because we are closing into the weekend, and it's more likely to have people in the streets. So if they will continue to be on the street and demonstrated against the government, I think it will be a very important step forward for Georgia. If they manage to make the government resign and have elections again, it may be very significant for the future of Georgia, for the near future of Georgia.
Yeah,
let's say.
The concern at the moment is that the vote in the second reading was the government trying to avert being thrown out by the protests, so that they would not be forced to do a new election, because there were grounds to forcing them to a new election, given the fact that the government had voted, the government's coalition had voted on the law positively in the first reading on a law which evidently, by any means, is unconstitutional because it contravenes Article 78 in the Georgian constitution. Therefore, the president would have had grounds, even if the process would have just been delayed, it would have had grounds to dissolve the parliament. And that's the whole point. That's why they did it this morning. It's not that they did something good. They actually did this in order to protect their power. It's significantly more complex than people would like it to be, unfortunately.
Yes, it is, and it's a very good point. I didn't say that they did something good. I said that it's good that the law was voted down.
I'm in agreement with you, Joanna. I'm just trying to highlight to people that this is a rearguard battle. The Georgian Dream sponsor and his Russian friends and cohort are fighting. And they're fighting it currently both with the street, meaning with the population, as well as the president, as well as the president's support in the free world. And now it's a matter of keeping the pressure up, because Georgian Dream and the current coalition partner only came into power after they broke their promise to move the country back to what is a full proportional election system and voting system. And that's why they actually have a current majority in parliament. Otherwise, in the election of 2020, they would not have had it. This is the whole point. And the president needs to make a stand now. She, having been there now in the US, has, I think, all the guidance which is required in order to see her way through this thicket. But it is a very intricate game in order to save Georgia from further Russian infiltration and suppression.
Exactly, and I wanted to add something. It's good that the law was voted down today and not postponed, because there was a big opportunity for Russian propaganda and for Russia for infiltration, for information infiltration in the information space, because they wanted to promote the law, to explain the law, and so on. So it would have been a period in which there would have been a real fight on the information space. So it's good that it was done today. It's good that there wasn't this opportunity for the Russian propaganda to be instilled more into the.
Yes and no. Yes, I agree with you. It's good in one regard, but on the other hand, it's bad because it takes the pressure off the kettle. And the European nations, specifically France and the likes, will now all want to look away because the problem is seemingly solved. And the Russians have just frozen that conflict, meaning everything drops down 2 notches in terms of intensity. And rather than culminating in what could be the population of Georgia overtaking the government and forcing it into forcing the president and the other parties to come to the point that they dissolve the current parliament and force new elections, we have no pressure on the kettle. That's exactly the point. That's why they did it. That's why I meant rearguard battle. It is good, but it's also bad. It's extremely bad, actually, because the pressure goes away. The question is now, if the Georgian population continues to demonstrate, they have to make their case towards the outside world, but they will have lost part of the EU bureaucracy, they will have lost part of the nations, and they will have lost the media attention worldwide. That's the biggest problem with this.
But Axel, would you would agree though that the Dream Party seriously underestimated the amount of opposition that they were going to get, and have, you know, in a minor sense, have brought this second vote up quickly so that they could dispense with the issue and take the pressure off. Do you think that is a orchestrated?
The vote was scheduled. The vote was scheduled for yesterday originally. Today was just a day of delay. They had essentially, the way they set it up, they would have had to vote after the first reading within 2 weeks in due process and within 30 days by constitutional limit.
Right. And so but they clearly overestimated or underestimated the amount of opposition. And what you're saying is because they've escalated to de-escalate, which is a relatively common tactic from the Soviet Union days, they're going to deflate all of the pressure in the EU and the French and the other people say there's no real problem. They withdrew it, and the pressure has to be kept on. So internally, you're saying that the opposition should maintain their protests in the streets, and what else would help from the external?
This is their last chance. The opposition. This is the last chance of the opposition to garner attention. Otherwise, the money which has been brought into the country, together with all the Russian refugees who are taking hold, the current government is handing out citizenship and residency left, right, and center. That means they'll give preferred treatment to the Russians. If you listen to what the Georgian opposition in recent days has highlighted, that, for example, they were demonstrating, and 2 blocks away in the nightclubs and bars, Russians who had emigrated from Russia, fled from Russia, said were just dancing and partying and looking at Georgians and asking them why on earth they were in any shape or form complaining. And by the way, they were just, as they said, the Georgians were being told by the party goers from Russia who had escaped Russian service just in order to not be called up for their war, don't forget, that, hey, you're just Georgians. That is their statement. That's what I'm trying to project. The money flow will, and the change in citizenry is an infiltration and Russification scheme, which will literally shift the balance if the election system continues to be. This is the last chance for Georgia to have its freedom.
Understood. Tim, I believe M was next, and then Angry Ants?
Yep.
Thanks, M.
For the interesting conversation this morning, and keep up the good work. For the interesting conversation this morning, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much, Em. Always a pleasure to see you up. Angry Ants.
No, I wanted to kind of agree and with Axel that I when you see something like this, when you see this kind of de-escalation to escalate to entrench, to try and get the folks off the streets when they're in the streets, it is so key, it's so critical that is when that the opposition make a statement over the weekend that they will not be played ever over. I think that there's been a spark lit in here, and hopefully it spreads to some other places very closely. But again, this weekend is incredibly important, and I pray that we see is that we see sustained and even increased action in the streets. A simple vote, simply not saying this, not passing this bill at this moment, is not going to do anything for the long term opposition of the Russification of Georgia. And as I said, I just hope that the people have the will and the strength to face down the water cannons and the tear gas one more time and get into the streets today and fight back and do whatever they can as civilians to put the pressure on and continue to put this in the mind's eye of European leaders and world leaders across the world. But this is an important day when it comes to the opposition, and this will be a very important weekend for the opposition.
Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you very much.
Point.
Joanna.
Yes, I wanted just to say that we had a similar situation. Well, it was not about Russian influence, but it was about a law that was against the interests of Romania, and a law that basically enabled corruption in Romania in 2017. And there were demonstrations on the street immediately after the law was passed. And in about a week, they canceled the law. But the demonstrations continued for about 2 months until the government fell. So Georgians seem passionate right now. They seem freedom hungry. Let's say they seem to finally had the spark that made them to go on the street and fight for freedom. So I don't think it will end there. And there was 2 interesting things also yesterday in the demonstration. There were people that chanted the name of cities in Abkhazia, in the currently Russian occupied territory of Georgia. So I think it goes more than just a law. I think it goes to their desire to have a free Georgia, and I'm very glad for it. And also to what Axel said, there are also Russians that are going back to Russia. They are fleeing Georgia because they seem to understand that it's not a good place for them now.
Absolutely, and I guess it's a very interesting comment that this is probably bigger than the law. We do see echoes of Euromaidan here potentially, right, where it was triggered by a particular piece of, shall we say, executive action by the president of Ukraine, but it released much deeper seated feelings among the Ukrainian people, and of course led to complete revolution. So, do you think it's likely that a similar thing is happening in Georgia, Ioana?
I think so, yes. I'm not sure about it. It's just an opinion. We will see this weekend. Today and the next few days, we will see. But I think they will continue to fight.
Fantastic. Thank you.
If they don't, they lose their freedom.
And I'm guessing there hasn't been a general election since the Russian escalation in 2022, right? So this
2020 was the last election. You're completely correct. Yes.
Right. So we could expect this to be potentially a catastrophe, if one indeed is called, in terms of Georgia repositioning itself towards what its people doubtfully feel vis-a-vis Ukraine.
Well, the last time around, the ruling coalition won solely by having amended beforehand the election law, and therefore not just redistricting, or what the Americans often call gerrymandering, but by how you are represented. And that's the key. If it had been a proportional representation law, even with a minimum threshold, they would not have been a ruling coalition, and none of the measures taken thereafter would have actually taken effect. That's the whole point. So the Georgian opposition altogether would have had a majority last time around. It is not unlikely to believe that this will be difficult this time around just as well, because there is a lot of money on the table, and Georgian Dream is creating more and more new Georgian citizens, don't forget.
Thank you, Axel. Denjon.
Yeah, yesterday I was watching some people quite a few people being asked a question in the demonstration, and a lot of them actually say that it's not the law any longer. I mean, it has gone beyond the law, and now they want to have the parliament dissolved and the new elections. So yeah, that's where it's heading, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Peter S. Peter S.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I think it's also another piece. Georgia is another piece in the jigsaw puzzle of why Crimea can never stay with Putin and Russia. Crimea is what Putin sees as a center of control over the Black Sea, and obviously, he was spouting about Peter the Great, and it's always desire to own the Sea of Azov, which incidentally takes a big, massive chunk of the Ukrainian coast. And I'm sure if he got away with it, he would then be policing all the Georgian coast as well. And part of his big expansion plan with Moldova as well. I mean, the implications of letting Putin get away with any of this territory are so clear that it is vital that he doesn't get away with this, and he is kicked out of Ukraine completely, so that I think we're coming to the end of it with Putin. I mean, I know as a pilot, you fly through a cold front, and the worst turbulence is just before you come out into the blue sky at the back of it. So, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, would very much echo their sentiments, and agree that the goal must be the total liberation of Ukrainian territory, and Putin very, very firmly back in his box. Joanna.
Yes, I just wanted to bring short good news from Moldova, because Moldova was also in the news lines this past few weeks, and there were attempts to destabilize a little bit the situation, not a little bit, to destabilize the situation in Moldova by the Russians, of course, the attempts. And there were some demonstrations against the government, asking, basically the main request was to pay the bills for the heating during the winter, but in fact it was anti-governmental demonstrations. And there was a poll done recently in Moldova, and Maya Sandu and her party, well, the party which she represented before being president, gained about 5%. So it's not going down, it's going up. You know, the people of Moldova are supporting Maya Sandu, and of course there are still some pro-Russians, people in Moldova, but it's looking good. It's not looking bad at all.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the update there, Joanna. I've had another snippet of news from my joint favorite Romanian, Anda, our friend Anda, who has sent me an article in Ukrinform, in which the Ukrainian Defense Forces have struck a number of key Russian targets in the past day, including a command post, 6 clusters of manpower, 2 logistics centers, 3 ammunition depots, and 6 electronic warfare stations. This was according to the update of the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Now, the report has said, the report comments on yesterday's missile attack, claiming that the Russians have launched 95 missiles. 34 of those missiles were intercepted. The enemy also carried out 31 airstrikes with 8 Shahed kamikaze drones, of which half were shot down. In addition, 65 attacks involving MRS systems, so multiple launch rocket systems, were reported. The missile threat remains high throughout Ukraine. The update further goes on to mention Bakhmut. Now, the enemy main effort seems to be around Kupiansk, Liman, Bakhmut, Adivka, and Staktashk, along those axes. And the Ukrainian defenders have repelled 102 attacks. 102 attacks in those areas. Now, they go on to comment about what Belarus is doing. Russia has maintained a military presence in Belarus, but no significant offensive buildup seem to be occurring. The border is being fortified in Russia's Kursk region. And over the past day, Russian artillery has been shelling Yelena in Chernihiv, and also Atansk in Sumy, and Bolohivka in the Kharkiv region. Along the axes between Kupiansk and Liman, the enemy has been shoring up their tactical position. They've been shelling all along that axis, and as well as the reported assaults on Bakhmut. Anything else of interest? Okay, so what Ukrainians doing? The Ukrainian General Staff report that the Ukrainian Air Force They have delivered 13 airstrikes in the past 24 hours on enemy manpower and equipment clusters, as well as attacking anti-aircraft missile systems in firing positions. The aforementioned destroyed command posts, electronic warfare stations, etc. The numbers as of the 9th of March were 156,120 liquidated Russian invaders. Joanna. Oops, sorry, I just muted everybody. Joanna, well,
no, it's no problem. Yes, I have a question, but first the premises for the question. So yesterday, interception rate seemed a little bit low, but it was because they used the S-300, which are fired from quite close and in a ground-to-ground mode, and the time of the flight of the missiles is very short, so it's very difficult to intercept them. And also because they used 6Kh-22 and 6Kh-47, which are hypersonic missiles, and Kh-47 are the Kinjals, ballistic hypersonic, and they are very difficult to intercept. Ukrainians cannot intercept them with what they have now. So yesterday there was a discussion if the Patriots will be able to intercept these hypersonic missiles, and in theory apparently they can, but there was it was never done in practice. And my question is, are the Western entities, let's say, capable of studying the use of those Kinjals right now? Because we know that they have, surveillance assets in the air all the time, and maybe radars or some other things. Can they draw some information from the usage of these missiles in order to improve maybe the capacity of intercept them?
Entities? What do you mean by Western entities?
NATO.
Specify, please.
NATO. I mean NATO, because there are NATO assets in the air all the time in Romania, in Poland.
You mean can we, with our sensor capacity, take in data at this point in time?
Yes, and
we can track
study
the
this.
Kinjal. We can. Let me answer the question. We can track the Kinjal with the satellite live. We've done this. Meaning in this case, European and American forces jointly last year when the Kinjal was first tested, because there was a launch already last year, if you remember. It was live tested and tracked and traced, and the US has the data. So can we track it? Yes. No question. Can we do every little detail if we're not in theater? No. But the Ukrainians can with our assistance, and therefore convey the data.
Yes, thank you. That was my question. If we can use this data to improve the capacity of intercepting them.
Yes, and
that is it. No, wait, not so fast. We have the data. That does not mean that that this data, which we gain from just tracking through satellite, gives us any kind of help or indication as to how to how to deter them. The question that has been addressed last night by Jeff, and we had a little chat about this alongside the segment with Nuno, that essentially the issue remains that given the speed as such, you can only interdict a hypersonic missile by either shooting in a position where you anticipated being, or tracking, tracing, and countering it with another hypersonic capacity missile. That's the whole point. That's the difficulty. And as such, whatever we glean from just tracking it does not help us much, because Jeff explained the 60 plus 1 rule yesterday, but he can do this now yet again. Jeff, you're here, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, so hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm driving through the Alps, so if I break up or fall off, please let me know. How do you hear me, by the way?
You're good.
Loud and clear.
Perfect, thanks. So yeah, so when you learn how to navigate and aviate in the for an Air Force, you're moving really fast usually, right? You're moving 480 to 600 miles an hour. So you always have to keep in mind the 60-to-1 rule. And it's one of the things you first learn. And that means that if you're off by 1 degree in trying to maintain a heading or a course, that after 60 miles of being off by 1 degree, you are literally off your track by 1 full mile. So it's a 60-to-1 rule, right? And I don't need to go into the math of it. Trust me, the math works. Nobody likes math. But with a hypersonic missile, one of the challenges you have to remember is hypersonic missiles cannot maneuver at very much at 10 to 12 times the speed of sound. But they don't really need to, right? Because even if they maneuver just 1 degree or even 2 degrees, which is really, really not that much, after 60 miles of travel, which is in the magnitude of seconds to a minute, they're off by 1 to 2 miles. So if you try and pre-calculate where something's going to be, you are really kind of hoping that the missile doesn't have any course correction already programmed into it.
Oh, I think we lost Jeff's audio. Am I alone in not hearing Jeff?
Nope, you're quite joined with not being able to hear Jeff.
If it truly wants to have any kind of effect on it and take it out of the air.
We lost you a big part of that column. So if you can repeat that again, please.
Yeah, Jeff, we lost you after you had said if something traveling that fast makes a 1 to 2 degree correction after you've last spotted it, what happens next?
Yeah, so 1 to 2 degree correction in 60 miles, which only takes a half minute to a minute, which is going to be the time frame for a missile shot that you try and pre-coordinate. That and I say missile in this case like a Patriot shot, right? To try and take down the hypersonic missile. That hypersonic missile is going to be off of where you think it's going to be by 1 to 2 miles. And with a Patriot missile, a Patriot missile is a pretty big missile and it's got a pretty good sized boom. And it doesn't necessarily need to, impact the target to take down a target, but it does get close. When I say close, I'm talking, roughly 5, 10, 15 meters from the target.
Right. And can I ask you another question about that? The Patriots, of course, weren't weren't ready to be used yesterday. What's something Chuck Farrer brought up this morning, about 8 hours ago, was that part of the problem with these Kinzhals is the MiG-31 takes off, and noses up a fair bit so that it shoots this Kinzhal upward, and then the thing goes to about 600,000 feet before it starts its ballistic travel down to its target. And there is a bit of part of the problem in picking these things up is by the time they're traveling so fast, there's a bit of a radar gap, if you will, from a space-based capability of picking it up, tracking it, and the tropospheric way of tracking it. There's a bit of a gap there, he said, and that's part of the problem. If you only can pick up this missile when it's already traveling 12 times the speed of sound, as it re-enters the troposphere, your reaction time is so incredibly low that he had said that the best way to take these things out is to shoot at the platform. And I'm wondering if the Patriots are now in theater. Is it possible that the next time they get notified that the MiG-31s take off in Belarus to launch these things, can the Patriot be moved to a location secretly so that they could potentially interdict those MiG-31s when they take off? Because those are not incredible in number, and if they lost a number of those, they might not be able to launch as many of those.
Yeah, I don't. So I want to be clear, right? So because when I state numbers, it's because I don't actually know the real number. Right? So if I'm talking about ranges of missiles or ranges of capability, if I've been briefed into something and I know the classified answer, I'm not going to share it with you. I just will tell you that, according to so and so, that's what they say the range is. I won't confirm or deny that. That's part of the deal that I have until the day I die with the U.S. government. I won't breach that. But what I will say is, I was not around when hypersonic missiles came in, so I didn't get to read, the 3-1 and Vol 2 and all the intel about, all the hypersonic capabilities.
Understood.
Public source, and I've gone to Wikipedia
and yeah. Can we
Yeah,
just add,
and
Jeff,
right,
that
and-
the
but my
Patriot is not the tool. It's not the tool for the MiG.
no, but yeah, my point is that the kit, the Dagger, which is the Western name, this Dagger missile is freaking. It has such range.
Right. So there's no way
Thank you, Chef.
there's no way to interdict the platform it's firing from with surface-to-air missiles. It's going to have to be some other method.
If you truly wanted to send Russia a message, right, and you wanted to take out any of these aircraft that was launching a Kitsal, it would, and we're going to have to go back to Chuck and a soft mission, right? You're going to have to put a team, in near the airport that MiG-31s take off from with a man pad. They're going to have to basically camp out, and when they see a MiG-31 take off with a Kitzel, they're going to have to shoot it down, because it's really the only way that you're going to get to this thing.
Yeah, he actually suggested that possibly taking him out on the ground with maybe some Belarusian patriots might act. Belarusian partisans might be the way to do it.
Well, given the lack of security we saw at the Belarusian airport of the AN-50, that might be a very capable or a very possible answer, right?
Well, there's a good number of airfields in Russia where they can take off. They don't have to base themselves in Belarus, so the point is moot anyway. The only thing which can happen is you interdict these fighters in Russian airspace at this point in time, because it doesn't have an air force for that.
Yeah, and by the way, I want to point out one thing that Chuck said, because he was spot on. When the Kitzel goes up into low Earth orbit, or whatever you want to call it, I'm not going to get into a quagmire argument of where low Earth orbit and the atmosphere is under. I mean, if you've ever seen Apollo 13 or you've ever seen a movie about space, there's always that period where you have lost comms with reentry, right? And it's not just comms; it's actually comms, and it's also radar, and there's a bunch of challenges. So if you've ever seen a movie like we're in the blackout zone or whatever it's called, right? And eventually they come through. So it's the same thing with Kitzel, right? I know we're not trying to communicate with it, but we are trying to track it. There's a segment of the atmosphere up there, somewhere between Earth's surface and the outermost part of space, where you just can't see things and you can't communicate. And this is well known.
Well, that Jeff would only apply if the world wasn't flat, though. So what do you have to say about that?
That must be Yehuda. Jesus
And
Christ.
welcome Yehuda to the conversation.
I'm still upset with Jeff. Do you know why?
Nope. Please tell.
I made a comment about it being a trap and Admiral Octopus, and Jeff made a tweet. Do you know how many tweets I received after that, Jeff? Do you know what the tweets were?
I don't know how many you got, but you should just be happy that we just agreed to disagree on Greg Gutfeld, because this whole episodes that he's had with the teacher with the really massive boobs, the dude with the massive boobs, dude, this is the joke that just runs forever in Canada. I don't know how you guys get that one up.
Well, I will say about him, the comments he made about the Canadian military about 10 years ago, I've never lived down. So that's why I don't like him. But I will say this, the DMs I got were like, it's not an octopus, it's more of a squid with 2 eyes. I said, what am I, a marine biologist? It was a joke. And I hold you accountable for that, Jeff.
Well, I would point out that I attempted to make a Twitter joke, much like you, And the joke was, that the Ukrainian military had come out and said that there's no more missile cruisers in Ukraine or in the Black Sea. And I said, that's not true. The Moskova couldn't be more in the Black Sea if it tried. And they're like, well, it's not. And I've got 1,000 DMs. Like, well, it's not a guided missile. It's not a missile cruiser. It's a guided missile cruiser. I'm like, dude, it's a freaking joke.
It's
Like,
an artificial reef at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't really care if it's a guided missile cruiser, if it's a Schlager missile cruiser, if it's some kind of I don't care. It was a joke, right? And there's some people in this medium that just
Jeff, careful. We're not allowed to make jokes anymore. This is bad. Joke bad.
Stop.
Only dad jokes good.
No, Axel, it's the jokes that are funny, like my jokes. That's the jokes. Those are the jokes we can make. No, but
yeah.
Okay, then please share with us how did poor, really sensibly simple Greg Gutfeld ever do a joke about the Canadian Armed Forces?
Oh, don't even get me started. Don't get me started. I bet
Hey,
Jeff doesn't
Yehuda,
know this joke. Do you know this joke? Yeah.
Yehuda, did you see the most recent census report out of Ireland that they're having a population explosion?
No, tell me.
Yeah, the capital's Dublin.
Yeah, that's true. It is. Well, I'll tell you this. The joke you made was about me making a comment about it's a trap, and then you said it. And then came the octopus. And that's where I got it. Everyone expects me to be a marine biologist now. Anyway, I digress.
So,
hey,
I just
we're going to go to Will. I want to ask Jeff one. I want to ask Jeff one thing. So Jeff, the Kinzels, I got asked on Polish TV yesterday or a couple days ago about him, and one of the things, they said, is it a threat? Some kind of, we're upping the ante, and I responded with, could be, but it also could be they're running out of other missiles, and they're just going for what they've got, and how sad that is. Well, not sad for us, but that this is more out of desperation as opposed to some kind of strategic saber rattling?
Yeah. So I follow John Ridge still on Twitter, and he made a very good point. He said, look, he goes, that the Russian defense industry has been known to be able to crank out about 40 long-range missiles a month. If you look at this most recent attack, it's been about a month since the last one, and they shot roughly 40 to 50. 40 of them were the standard ones that we all kind of know, and then there were a couple add-ons like the Kitsal and some others. So, it's almost to the point that the stores are empty, and it's just a matter of what can they get, literally coming off the factory lines. Whether that's true or not, I'm not saying that John's right or wrong, but I mean, the numbers work.
Those numbers were pre-war. They're struggling to make 5, 6, 7, 8. Those numbers were when they had access to all of the components, Jeff. But anyway, I mean, they still have hundreds left in total. So it's I think it has to do more with they're probably trying to offset and use whatever they can, and maybe they're like, oh, this will scare them because this is used for warheads. Woo! I don't know. Just my thoughts.
No, I think, look, I think that there was a reason that they were shot, right? I think there's let me rephrase that. I think there's multiple reasons. I think you're right. I think that this was hey, dude, we're on this spaghetti strategy, so let's just keep throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? So let's just throw some of these downrange. And then the other thing is there are a number of people who truly are fomenting about the potential of nuclear escalatory, strikes. And the Kitzels, it's a dual purpose weapon, right? It is both conventional and nuclear. And showing that you're willing to shoot something that has both capabilities plays to that audience. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it plays to the audience, right? So it plays to that audience, and then they could say, look, it's just one more step now. He's taken one more step closer. I'm like, yeah, okay. Well, it was 6.5 million a shot or some crazy amount according to Wikipedia. So, boy, that's a lot of
I think we just lost Jeff. Joanna.
Bear with me because it's
Audience.
kind of Sorry?
I said, yeah, I don't think that that's worthy of the audience's time, but I will say that the most recent Newsweek article that I was in regarding the I don't know whose mic that is, the most recent article that I was in on Newsweek basically quoted some people from the Air Command and Staff College at Air University of Montgomery saying that F-16s were the wrong answer, and I couldn't disagree more. And I was somewhat disappointed that the article came out that way. Look, their argument is F-16s are wrong because they won't be able to achieve air superiority, and they look at air superiority as if it's some kind of binary construct, like you either have it or you don't, and it's not, right? There's degrees of air superiority, and it's almost it's almost ignorant to think that giving them a good number of F-16s wouldn't buy them some level, right? Some additional capability and capacity and air superiority. And they argue that the S-300 and the S-400 are these, omnipotent systems that if you fly within the threat ring, you're going to die. And I'm sick of this argument. I truly am. It's not only that, Russia's flying fourth generation aircraft a year into this war still in, S-300 and S-400 rings, but dude, they're flying third generation aircraft, right? The Su-25 Frogfoot is not a fourth generation aircraft. It is a third generation aircraft. So it's even older, and it's survivable in that threat ring. Now, granted, have they taken on some tactics? Have they taken on some tactics and some ability to actually mitigate the threat? Sure, but it is survivable.
Jeff, what's funny is you don't have to be a military expert or even a really seasoned reader. Everyone along the way who has posited system X, Y, or Z will not work because of the following: training, maintenance, supply, yada yada, fill in the blank, blah blah blah, has been proven wrong each and every time. All right, we were at a point where people were saying the M777s, they just don't know how to use them. Oh my gosh, or mashed potatoes. They're freaking out. And then we get a Ranger artillery officer who hasn't been on much because he's got to do other work. CJ said, I've been watching the videos of the Ukrainians using the M777s. They use them better than we do. Every single, so here I kind of, even if a platform is out of my scope of knowledge, and it's very narrow, my scope of knowledge, I call myself an expert with a C7, maybe with a rifle at the end of the day. But I'm starting to believe.
But you are a marine biologist. Let's be fair.
I am a marine biologist. I stayed at a Holiday Inn. I watched David Attenborough, all the sea parts. So I'm there. I could probably get a PhD. I think it's fair to say, even with systems I'm unaware of, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the Ukrainians pretty much on every single one now, because they literally have shown the world, you got something for us? Okay, we'll learn. You know what I mean? Like these people are downloading PAMs and publications and references before they get to the training centers in Europe. That I've heard from trainers that say, "Gosh, it's funny. They come in there almost like they know the platform. That's how good they are." Because again, they're being annihilated. They're being genocided by Russia. The greatest training motivation is, do you want to die, Jeff? It's, do you want your children to be murdered? And guess what? That is a motivator. And that is why the Ukrainians are fighting tooth and nail. And that's why they won't give up. So all of these naysayers, I'm not in the Air Force, I don't know an F-16 from an F-14 or an F-18 or a hamburger, really. But I could tell you, Spencer, who told me about all the intensive training that the California Air National Guard did with the Ukrainian Air Force. I say, you know what? I think they've proved it in spades. Have at her. If you can afford to cut loose some F-16s, Jeff, as you said, this isn't about, carte blanche, or we have air superiority, or we have air supremacy, or we have air parity, or unfavorability. These are the NATO levels of air control. It's a localized campaign in many senses when it comes to the Air Force. You have Ukrainians setting up iron tight air defense zones or areas or AOs, whatever you guys call it in the Air Force. They're able to affect air defense very, very well in certain areas, and not so well in other areas. Who says it has to be either we control everything in the sky over all of Ukraine or we control nothing? That's not true. You could literally pick and choose. You could dedicate resources to the areas in which you require them and have at her. Is that a good assessment, Jeff? You're in the Air Force.
Yeah, 100%, and I completely agree with you, Jacques Cousteau. The argument of not being able to have air superiority is ridiculous, in the sense of I not only do I have the opportunity to break it out by geography. In other words, where, such as you said, here or there. I have the luxury of breaking it out by time, right? I'll see air superiority from this window to this window while I'm retrofitting or arming or restoring. But from X to Y, I'm going to own it. I'm going to go get it, right? And then once I get it, that's when I'm going to do my close air support and go pound, right? And then I'll give it up again, right? So it's not even not just geography. It's also a timing function. There's numerous different ways that you can define it, and you're right. When you talk about the training thing, this is one of the ones that was most comical to me. The Ukrainians who are going, there's articles out, right? The Ukrainians who are going through the Patriot missile training and through that have been going through the Leopard training. There's comments out by the instructors saying these guys are learning so fast, and of course they are, right? Training timelines and pipelines are built on peacetime constructs, right? And you presume that your student, when he goes home at 5 o'clock on Thursday, is going to go have lunch and dinner with his friends, or is going to go home and watch TV, and then on Friday he's going to go cut loose down at the bars with friends and kick up his dancing shoes and maybe try and find a date or whatever. These guys, just like you said, they're worried about their family. They're going back to their hotels. They're reading the tech pubs. They're rereading the training materials. They're building flashcards. They're training each other. They're doing all the important things to actually try and get back into the fight. So it's just ludicrous. It's stupidity.
I have a friend who's a trainer. Sorry, Juan, I'll jump to you in a second. I feel bad. I have a friend. We say in yeshiva, in seminary, religious school for young Jewish boys. They say the greatest compliment you can get from a teacher or rabbi is to be a sponge around the Torah, around the law. And it was interesting to hear from a friend, not Jewish, just talking about Ukrainians. He said they're like sponges. They soak it up. They just soak it up. They don't want to stop. They just soak it up. And you're right. They go back to their hotel rooms and they go, there's no downtime. Hi, sweetie. Hi, husband. Hi, kids. Whatever they're saying to their families. And then they're off and they're just learning. Listen, it's actually not Cousteau. If he was a crab, he would be Dr. Cousteau. That's a French joke. I don't expect you to get it, Jeff. But Cousteau from the Latin crustaceo. But anyways, I'm horrible. Is that another umbrella joke? Did it go over your head, Jeff?
No, I got it. But I just be prepared for your DMs, because you're getting a slaughter.
Probably. I'm just kidding. Jeff's probably the most erudite American Air Force officer I've ever heard of. He speaks German and Dutch and Swedish, and he's just all over the place. And every time I hear him driving through the mountains, I hate him because he's probably looking at a beautiful panorama, but I can't help but think of Dick Van Dyke. And I just see Jeff doing little twirls in a Swiss or Austrian, whatever, valley with like those flowers and the hills are alive with the sounds of Jeff. Because he's also a singer. That's what I love about him. And a guitarist. Good for you. I play the kazoo. I'm not sure if you've heard of that lovely instrument.
I am familiar, and if we when the war's over and we all meet in Crimea, we can have a little jam session.
We'll jam.
The only song that I actually know that has a kazoo in it is an Eric Clapton song that was on his Unplugged album. So I'll start learning it.
Well, my friend, you can put a kazoo into any song. You just don't know that you kazoo it. Can do it. Sorry.
Oh, dearie me. Let's go to Joanna.
Thank you, Tim. Please bear with me. My previous question seemed kind of dumb. If we can anticipate or use the data from the hypersonic missile launches to improve our capacity to intercept, but just bear with me for a second. So basically, you can calculate mathematically a ballistic trajectory quite easily after a few seconds of flight. But there are a few data that enter into the calculation, for example, energy. Those missiles are launched from a plane, but then they activate a booster. And the moment of activation of the booster is very important, as well as the capacity to change the trajectory. And the Russians say that they have the capacity to change the trajectory, but at hypersonic flight, because of the plasma that gathers around the missiles, because of the speed, in fact, it's very difficult to receive and to transmit information. So to transmit information to change the trajectory, you have a problem. So it must be pre-programmed. And that's why I asked if we can use the data that we have right now collected, because I think we had collected this data in order to determine if these Kinjal missiles really have the capability to adjust their trajectory during flight. Because if they can't, and if it's a pure ballistic trajectory, we can calculate an interception point and we can intercept even not matching the speed of the hypersonic missile. My question. Thank you.
So everything you said is 100% correct. You're not going to be able to communicate and update the targeting information. Not that you really would want to. I mean, from the time of launch to the time of impact, I mean, you're pretty sure you know what you want to hit. But let me play devil's advocate a little bit, right? And that is, let's say you are Russia and you do have the capability to maneuver your missile. Why would you expose that right now? Because right now, no one can shoot you down, even if you don't maneuver. So don't expose that capability. Just put it on a straight line, let it go to its target, and then you know what? If the West can prove that it can knock it down in a pre-planned strike, then start maneuvering it. I mean, if I own the weapon, I wouldn't give up that capability just yet. Now the Russians make a lot of claims. I get that, and you're 100% correct in questioning it. But I don't know the answer. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, of course you're right, but I wondered after the last wave, if we could collect data and assess these trajectories in order to enhance or to improve our capabilities. That was my question. But thank you very much for your answer. It's I'm very pleased with it. Thank you.
Hey, Tim, I have a tiny little update of news based on the discussion about Georgia before, if I can slip that in.
Will has Georgia on his mind.
I do. Well, it's because Axel raised a really important point about how the fact that if they don't take this opportunity now, they might never get another opportunity. And that is kind of reinforced by the news out of a Telegram channel that Margarita Samoyan has threatened on her account on Telegram that Russia should strike Tbilisi immediately. And he says that obviously it's clear that the Putinists are terrified because Russia can't afford another front right now. And most of the troops that were in Georgia are now outside Zaporizhia. So if there's a way the Georgians can find to keep the pressure on, and I would hope maybe even turn some of the military there, it would be a real benefit. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, truth be told, the Georgians can't. The Russians can't afford the front they have with Ukraine, let alone with Georgia. They can't. They're struggling. Remember, the Russian army, second greatest army in Ukraine, can't even maintain the defensive positions they have in Ukraine. It's like a hot knife through butter. In fact, it's so like a hot knife through butter that this morning I'm going to heat up a knife and put it through butter just to see how quickly the Ukrainians will cut through really crappy Russian defensive positions with silly obstacles made by children, not covered by fire. And we're going to see, I think we're going to see when the Ukrainians are good and ready. I've never in my life ever, I will brag and say, people say, when will they take Kherson? When will they make a move? Didn't care, not my business. It's up to Ukraine. And guess what? It's better that way. General Ben Hodges comes on a lot to say, because they ask him questions, being apparently the commander of U.S. forces in Europe, which is supposedly a big deal, which it is a huge deal. saying, you know what, the Ukrainians' operational security, their OPSEC is phenomenal. We don't even know what they're going to do next. I think that might be a little hyperbolic. I'm sure there's a rough idea of what they'll do next because a bunch of really smart people from Jeff's side of the border are also advising and liaising and asking questions and saying, what do you need? So when the Ukrainians give them requests for certain things, I think they get a good idea of what the Ukrainians want to do. But either way, when it comes to operational security, the Ukrainians are pretty strong at it. And I think that we can give them the benefit of the doubt and trust them to do the right thing because they've done miracles in a very short period. You know, someone compared Ukraine to Israel to me once. Said, "Well, it's like the Israelis." Go now. The Israelis were dealing with satellite states of Soviet Union. The Ukrainians are dealing with the real deal, the might of the successor of the Soviet regime. That's the regime in Moscow. I won't call it the Russian government. I call it the regime in Moscow. Jeff, do you know why I call it that? Because they like to say the regime in Kiev. So I like to, you know, if the shoe fits, wear it. All right. I think Jeff's going to jump right in.
I tell you, we better let Peter sneak in here because he's had his hand up for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, hi. Just very quickly. Point one is what's happened to the 54 Typhoons? I know they were supposed to be training Ukrainian pilots in the UK on them currently, and could they be used? I think what Axel said was absolutely spot on, and a lot of other speakers that, you know, the launch points of these hypersonic missiles must be hit out first, whether they're airborne or ground-borne, and USA will know exactly where they are and what they're doing. So is the Typhoon a possibility to get into the theatre quickly? The other thing I missed some of the talk last night on these missiles, but when they talk about Mach 10 or 11, I presume that is at really high altitude, and as it comes down into dense air, it's going to slow considerably. Do we know what the speed is at low level of these missiles? I'm going to chuck in a couple of other questions in very quickly. Some guy talked about using a missile which explodes into like an umbrella, so that missiles hit debris on a much, giving it a much greater chance of impacting the missile. And the other question I wanted to know, which I didn't hear last night, was its navigation system. Does it use INS, GPS, or some other system of going to its target? Thank you very much if you can answer that.
That'd probably be a good question for Jeff. I mean, the Typhoons, I think they said they're a year or two away. Jeff?
Yeah, so look, I mean, fourth generation fighters, and I'll lump them all together, whether it's an F-16 or a Typhoon or a Gripen or whatever. These, if you want to go toe to toe, you know, asset versus a MiG-31 from the launch platform, then yeah, but you're not gonna. There's no one that's in there that's thinking about sending a deep strike mission of these assets all the way into Russia and come back out. So, and they're not going to be able to chase down these platforms or chase down the missile once it's shot. That's impossible, right? Going to slow because at that point it's almost a projectile, right? But the truth of the matter is, you know, 30,000 feet is only 5-6 miles in the air, and when you're traveling at Mach 10 to 12, that's a matter of seconds. So and 30,000 feet, the air's pretty thin. Like you can't live there, you can't breathe there. It's you know, you're going to die. So yeah, it's from 30,000 to surface level is really where that picks up, and yeah, it's going to slow down, but it's at that point it's in terminal phase and it doesn't really matter, right? So I wouldn't argue that. And then the concept of a net, yeah, I mean, I love when people are trying to come up with solutions to take it down, and eventually one will happen. But the problem with the net idea of shooting something up and then creating a massive net, if you will, or a massive structure that, you know, that no matter where it comes down, it's going to hit it. Well, you have to remember, whatever goes up has to come down, right? So if you put a big net up at, you know, 5,000-10,000 feet, it's not going to stay there forever. It's going to come down, and now you got debris that's potentially going to kill people or go through houses or stuff like that. So so those kind of get ruled out. Now maybe if you send a net up that, you know, self disintegrates in the air, now we're talking about a lot of money and, you know, unproven theories, and it's eventually we'll get there. But right now, as you know, President Biden said last May, that, you know, Russia has hypersonic missiles, and at this time they are nearly impossible to stop. Now he said nearly, all right. So I don't know if he's got a trick up his sleeve, or if, you know, the United States Air Force or the Department of Defense is sitting on some secret capability. But given the fact that, I mean, to be fair, I don't think they are, and I'll tell you why. I mean, we've come out as the U.S. military, and when I say we, right, the United States has come out and said, hey, we finally have successfully tested some hypersonic missiles in the Navy and the Air Force, and, you know, that the missile tests have gone well. Well, if you've only just built the capability, right, you've only proved, you only have a proof of concept capability demonstration, it's probably a bit of a stretch to say that you also know how to take it down. That the United States would do a foreign military sale or third-party transfer to another nation is probably not realistic.
Okay, so then really the only option is for to make a threat to the Russians that, look, if you're going to escalate to hypersonic missiles, we will issue long-range missiles to take them out whatever distance they are. And that might scare the Russians a bit into the fact that Ukraine will be given long-range missiles, which are obviously either aircraft or ground-launched.
Yeah. I don't think that's. I mean, they could do that, right? But I mean, I look at this escalation by Russia as a game changer in both the military arena and in the combat arena, which we've been talking about. But I also think it's a game changer in the political arena, and I think that the West has a chance to either ignore this, to address this, or to use this. And I'll talk about the last one first, right? I think this is an opportunity. I don't think it's wise to actually try and go toe to toe with hypersonic missiles and the capabilities. I think it's too escalatory to think that you're going to do deep strike interdiction missions into Russia. But I think that, you know, that there's a very good argument to be made where the West can come out collectively and say, look, yeah, we were making up excuses about sending in fourth generation fighters of F-16s, like the training was too hard, or there were none available, or the air bases can't support it. But the simple truth is we were trying to do everything we could to not let this escalate. And unfortunately, and we had back channeled that to Russia to not let this escalate. Moscow has broken that rule. And since they broke that rule and they've decided to escalate, we now have no other choice. We are unfortunately, we have to do this. We truly regret it, but we will be providing F-16s to Ukraine and fourth generation fighters. And we truly hope at this point the escalation stops and Russia chooses to stay within the boundaries of the fight, as ill-defined as they are, as unwritten as they are, and he doesn't choose to escalate again. I think that is a perfect response to this. Unfortunately, I'm not the president of the United States.
What? That's silly. That shouldn't be. I think you should run. Can't live in Austria though. Listen, here's my take on escalation. The Russians, regardless of their saber rattling and their bravado, cannot afford to escalate. They can't. You know, we always talk about poking the bear. I look at this bear as one of those bears brought up in captivity that would rather eat honey from your hand than bite you. The Russians are not in a position to countenance an escalation from anybody, not even the Ukrainians. And I'm not saying that to besmirch the Ukrainian army. I'm talking about superpower to former superpower levels. The American government, perhaps that incremental gifting of weaponry had a purpose. Maybe it was their way, the U.S. administration's way of saying, look, we obviously don't support you. We support Ukraine. We obviously will not stand by and watch you screw over Europe with your crazy behavior. But we're also not doing everything we can do. And if you'd like us to do everything we can do, aside from getting involved and letting the 101 airborne smash through Romania, Moldova, and eat your shorts, we're going to do more to help Ukraine, do more in the sense that we'll provide those things that will cut you off at the legs before you even get to the Ukrainian border. I think that is really the situation that we see ourselves in. I think that the Russians are aware of that, and part of it, has been demonstrated by, if you remember, the summer was replete with threats of nuclear bombs, tactical nuclear this or that, or nuclear power plants being destroyed, or huge swaths of land being inundated with water. All of these useless and empty threats that the Russians bandied about were quickly dismissed. And ironically, they weren't even quickly dismissed as much from Western comments, but by Chinese, ironically. They're not going there. They can pretend and claim to want to escalate, but they can't escalate when they know that the reaction, as Jeff hinted at, would be much greater American involvement. I would argue when this war is over that the ATACMS question wasn't a question. I would argue that limited amounts were given. I'd argue that certain applications were had or conducted by the Ukrainian forces. It's a grammatically incorrect statement to make the way I phrased it, but I think it's fair to say that the Russians are not in a position to escalate when they know the response from the West will be something they can't deal with. Jeff, do I sound like a crazy person, or does that sound about right?
Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, Mark Twain, one of my favorite quotes by Mark Twain, right, goes something like, it's better to maintain silence and not let people know your stupidity instead of opening your mouth and removing all doubt, right? And I would tell you that I think that is the situation China is in with respect to their military capability. And let me explain. Russian and Chinese military equipment is based on the same plans and the same designs and the same kind of constructs. Military equipment has greatly underperformed. I'm not saying it's completely impotent, but it is greatly underperformed in what the capabilities that were advertised, right? China still at least can say, well, we trained differently, or we used a little bit of different materials. We had a little bit of special sauce in our stuff. So they still can look like a real tiger and not a paper tiger when they're dealing with Taiwan. Should they start pushing Chinese equipment into this battle space and it starts to fail, or it starts to perform similarly to Russian equipment, and then the West starts to capture it, it really, really changes the nucleus of the China-Taiwan construct of power. And China goes from looking like a real tiger to a paper tiger. And I don't think that Xi wants that. I think he would much rather leave doubt in the minds of the West of how capable his system is versus let it go into this battle space and then actually prove its inferiority or capability. It's better in his case to actually just keep the doubt.
And
fair enough.
Jeff, isn't that also a serious risk of Iran and all the equipment they're supplying? That essentially, so far, it's all been proven that can be countered relatively effectively, and that ruins or blunts a bunch of their advertising about their capabilities. And if they do supply the short-range ballistic missiles and they're able to interdict those, that'll set back Iran's plans for dominance a fair bit too, will it not?
I mean, to a degree. I'm not a big. I think at some point Iran's gonna. There's countries that surround Iran that are not really big friends of it, and those nations have long wanted to go fuck with Iran and have not done so because Iran maintains some level of military capacity. And as they continually give that away, I think that some of those nations are starting to salivate and are starting to do some of their own calculations on, dude, if they just give away a little bit more, right? I think we're going to be ready. I think this is the time, right? And look, there's already arguments that Iran is getting very, very close, if not they're already there, to getting to where they can have a true nuclear weapon and become a true nuclear power. And if I was Iran, the last thing I'd be doing is freaking giving up any of my conventional capability in ammunition or hardware, because I know that how many times has Iran been stopped right when they get close to having a nuclear weapon, whether it was Stuxnet, the cyber attack, or it was the Israelis going in on with F-15.
That's allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. I'm sorry, allegedly. Yeah, shit, allegedly. Right. So yeah. So I mean, why? I don't understand. Why are you giving away the shit that you're so close to having a nuclear weapon? What the fuck are you doing? Sometimes again, I don't understand the strategy. Perhaps I don't see the bigger picture, but I would think from the sight picture I have, if you're that close to a nuclear weapon and you know that you've been attacked twice, allegedly, when you got close to having it, dude, you would think that you would have your defense forces on high alert and maintaining every freaking piece you had as you got close.
Yeah, it might be. It might be that the Iranians have been cajoled with a carrot, maybe a nuclear carrot from Russia. We're gonna do this for you down the road, bud. Just help us out, because we're stripping refrigerators of chips, microchips. Who knows, really? But again, delivery. I'm sure the Iranians are looking for, more realistically, are looking for things that can help them in the long term. I don't think that they're on a short term gain, and I think that they know that they might be going for broke. In fact, they might be thinking, you know what, our defenses, our air defenses, our defenses, the S-300s and 400s and all that jazz aren't the greatest things in the world. I think the Israelis have proven that ad infinitum in Syria, and I think that that technology, as I said at the end of the summer, mysteriously might have made it to Ukraine, because the Ukrainians were able to conduct all sorts of air sorties in Kherson to support their ground maneuver forces. Anyway, too much food for thought. Jeff, when you come on, you provide answers and you create more questions than answers you've delivered. How dare you?
Jeff,
I'm a bad man. I'm a bad man.
well, Jeff often also comes on early in the morning when he thinks he can sneak in and he won't get any hard questions. And usually I attack him when he's sleeping, and can't respond. Well, it is difficulty responding as easily as he might. Should we get Table F's question, please?
Thanks, Phil. I was just thinking there this morning, I believe the Patriot missile battery system that can track a Kinzer missile quite, especially in the terminal phase. It knows it'll know where it'll be in a certain place, certain time. If there was a high value target that I wanted to strike, if you had like a Sky Ranger there, and that was feeding data to the Sky Ranger, wouldn't the Sky Ranger be able to easily take it out on its trajectory to the target?
Okay, so I'll let Jeff answer that, but I think he's probably going to answer that no, because when that thing's in terminal mode and it re-enters the troposphere, it's got about 2.5 seconds before it's going to make impact. So knowing where it's going to be, knowing where it's at, what its trajectory is, and how long you have to react, it would be very difficult to interdict, even if you had a missile or one of these really good flak guns on hand. Although there is some study being going on now about using low-tech solutions to deal with high-tech problems, which actually is a very good thing to look at. But the key is reaction time, I think. But I'll let Jeff reiterate what he said before.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on, right? I mean, unfortunately, I'm driving to Italy today through the Alps, so I can't do the math. I can't look down and do the math. But if the speed of sound is roughly 600 miles an hour, right, and you're going to multiply that by 10, so you're going to be at 6,000 miles an hour. I don't know, the troposphere is basically 5,000 feet, right? So it's about a mile. So 1 mile, if someone can do the math, it's for you to go 1 mile, how fast is that in seconds at 6,000 miles an hour? I don't know. I'm just going to say it's really freaking fast.
It's 3/4 of a second.
Okay, so 3/4 of a second to go from 5,000 feet to the surface at mean sea level, and okay, so let's say you want to engage it maybe at 30,000 feet, which is pretty high, right? That's 5 miles up in the air. So at 3/4 of a second times 5, you're looking at maybe you got 3 seconds. Roughly 3 seconds to screw with this thing. That we're talking in timetables that are just really, really hard to comprehend.
No, what I mean, Jeff, is like it can't go that fast because it would burn up. It'll burn up like a meteor. So it has to turn off its SRAM engine because it can't go above Mach 4 or 5. So when it's coming down around Mach 4, I guess, or even lower.
So you want to worry about you've got to worry about heat as it gets close to the surface level, right? But the vast majority of the troposphere and the vast majority of dense altitude is from surface to 5,000. Everything kind of above that, it gets really, really thin. As a matter of fact, there's not enough oxygen at altitude relatively at 10,000 feet, and that's where the FAA and all international aviation systems say that you have to kick on and you have to maintain a cabin pressure of 8,000 feet because that's where that's as high as you can go, where all different humans, people with breathing conditions and stuff like that, right? So okay, so if that's where the altitude is, yeah, okay, I don't dismiss that you have to worry about heat, but how much do you have to worry about heat in the last 1 second of the system's engagement, right? In the sequence of engagement, if you're worried about heat in the last 1 second, probably not that big of an issue, right? You can handle high heat for 1 second at that speed. I mean, the space shuttle and re-entry systems maintain or can handle that level of heat for 5 to 10 to 15 seconds. So 1 second's nothing.
There you have it. Well, that's an answer if I've ever heard one. Will?
Sorry, that's right. I mean, that is the answer. Oh, weird.
I'll take that for $1.
I've got some weird thing going on here. Sorry.
It is quite mathematical. I know, but that's it is quite interesting.
If it's slowed to Mach 4, let's say it's slowed to Mach 4, you still only have 2 seconds, right? And you got 2 seconds to find out where it's at, and it's because there's this gap that Chuck and Mick Jeff were talking about before, which is there's this gap between going from the atmosphere out into space. There's an area, interstitial area there where you cannot, no radar works, no space-based radar works, and no ground-based radar works. So you're going to lose track of that missile right in the period where it's going the fastest, and you'd have to have a really perfect trajectory and speed on it to know where its position is going to be most precisely when it comes back into the atmosphere and you can pick it up by ground-based radar. And your reaction time at that point is about 2 seconds. So you'd have to basically, shoot off, be able to aim and shoot a missile within 2 seconds, or aim and fill the air with shrapnel so that the kinetic energy of the missile itself hitting whatever you threw up there wouldn't have to be explosive. The Raytheon, anything traveling at Mach 4 is apparently going to get quite a stripping of its paint job and potentially knock it off of target, but probably not completely disable it, but knock it off of target some and do some damage to it so it doesn't meet its full design intent. But it's probably still going to.
Yeah, I don't know the feasibility. I have to ask. I know a guy that would actually know the answer to this question, but I have to talk to him. I always thought, like, Sorry. I always thought, like, because the heat is so high, if you add in a laser, a high-powered laser, you can get onto the bottom of the warhead, you can strip away whatever heat material is there quite fast.
Okay, I agree that if you could put a high high energy laser onto the target, you can increase its heat and use the existing heat from friction, right, to potentially destroy the ship. The problem you end up with is you've got 5 seconds to track, target, identify, track, engage within on the system, and you probably need a good 2-second burst of laser to get onto the system. I mean, we still don't have a laser strong enough where it's it's one good burst and you've destroyed the thing. Or if you've seen even the military grade lasers where they're shooting down UAVs, once they're tracking it, you see it blink for 2 to 3 seconds before the lasers actually or the system tumbles and falls out of the sky. So okay, great idea. I mean, there's a lot of people who've thought through these types of things, and something that travels in re-entry at that fast is such a challenge. If you think about the West, right, and I'm talking about NATO countries, think about the West and the NATO countries on how they have built the best defenses that they can for trying to mitigate Russia's nuclear capability. The vast majority of those weapons are the initial phase of the launch or in space before the projectile actually dissipates, right? So they tried to build the airborne laser where the airborne laser could actually shoot these things missiles as it was coming up so that would destroy them, or somehow find a way to engage the re-entry vehicle before it broke off into all the different warheads. There's very few discussions, and maybe because they're classified, I don't know, I'm not a space guy, right? I'm not a space geek, but there's very few discussions on how you target a re-entry vehicle from the time that it goes through the ionosphere into the troposphere and hits the Earth. I don't hear a lot of discussions or see a lot of operational concepts on how to engage those weapons.
Yeah, that's true. I read that too. That particular area. I believe you can track it like with satellites to a degree, because the plasma, it turns the air into plasma and it creates quite a heat signature. But of course, there's no real defenses there in that sense.
Right, and I mean, China. I mean, the ability to hit satellites, right, for nations this is not classified. I mean, China advertised they were going to try and do it. They tried to do it, and they did it, right? Much to the international space community's anger and frustration, because it created a vast amount of space junk, and satellites that were in the area now space junk has to be tracked for decades until it actually starts burning up or breaks out of the atmosphere hold. So, I mean, the concept of space war, as much as we like to not talk about it, it's not necessarily the U.S. It's should it be a player in that realm? It's not the only one. China's come forward and proven they can do it.
Yeah, I don't like that. I think that's a big ethical discussion that people should have, or countries, because destroying creating lots of space junk, it might make it very difficult to get into space with humans. There's lots of problems. But thanks very much for your answer, Jeff. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming up, Table. So
Thanks, Table. I will say this. I was once going to Dublin. I had to turn back. Do you know why, Table?
No, we don't, Joe.
The road was too rocky.
Are you in Ireland?
No, the road was too rocky. The road to Dublin. I think Table will get the joke.
Very nice, Sebastian the Crab. That was a wonderful joke.
No. It was the Rocky Road to Dublin. It's a very famous Irish song. But anyway, I digress. Table laughed. We cried. It was so funny.
I guess the real question is, how far exactly is it to Tipperary? Is it a short distance?
I heard you were doing 5 lines of cocaine in Limerick.
Jeez Louise. Jeff, you are what we call an HR time bomb. That's Jeff.
That's Jeff Fisher, everybody. I'll be here all week. Tip your wait staff. Tip your wait staff.
Yeah. Being the MC between these two is fun. Hey, we've got a new entrant here, ID 10T, and then Iona. I'm not going to call you idiot. I'm going to call you ID 10T. What's your question, sir?
Well, thank you. Both suffice. Jeff, very informative. Thank you very much. I just wanted to add a little point
What am I,
in regards.
Liver? I'm just kidding.
I just want to add a little point in regards to lasers, and that is the atmosphere is the severe limitation that's hard to overcome. You look at Iron Dome, Iron Beam system, where it has a limitation of 12 miles, where the Iron Dome can, well, what's released to the public and can stretch much further, 20, 30, 40 miles. You can throw power at the problem, but take, for example, a 150 kilowatt laser having that 12-mile limitation. If you make it 350, there's an inverse square law that you're not getting the return of investment. Now, if you have an airborne platform in thinner atmosphere, yes, you can definitely project more wattage on a target better, and even better than that, a space-based laser. But significant limitations on return of investments when you're putting high-powered lasers in the air.
But any method that was come up with to interdict a Kinzhal when it was in its upward flight before it reached terminal would probably be a viable with something like a laser system, if there was a space-based laser system, which we know there isn't. Yahoo, it is.
Can't discuss that.
Yeah, don't want to be careful regarding space lasers, but
yeah, I don't want to. I'm not allowed to speak about this. I have an NDA and signed up my bar mitzvah, so no comment from me.
But clearly, ID10. I mean, the issue is reaction time. No matter what you're talking about in any of these ballistic systems, regardless of your method to try to shoot them down, you've got to either try to catch them on their upward flight, or have some unique way to take them out on the way down that allows for a reaction time that's incredibly short.
respectfully, yeah, and all valid points, but you still have the same limitations. So if it's on its upward flight, you still have to be in that close proximity where your laser is going to be effective. So in that situation where you have a known source where something's about to take flight or that it's going up, a traditional missile would probably be have a better effect. Again, matter of proximity and the limitations of the atmosphere.
Yeah. I knew a Valkyrie that took flight. That was a song. I have no idea what you're saying. It sounds like Greek to me. I think you know what's really important to keep in mind is that there are surprisingly very few missiles like this, right? So it's almost a moot point. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, very possibly, Yehuda, especially since it was because the factory where they produce Kinzhal and Iskander missiles was on fire about a week and a half ago. So it's suspected that they have to build up about a month's worth of stock in order to be able to put on an attack like yesterday. And yeah, the number of Kinzhals and Iskanders is significantly limited. So they, especially since, I mean, I hate to say this, but they are using them on civilian targets, which is very counterproductive to their cost and intended use. And if they were going to, they either better have a whole bunch of these in storage we don't know about, or they're going to lose all their capability if they wanted to do a early summer offensive and beat the Ukrainians to the punch. You'd think they'd save all of these missiles, the Iskander, the Kinzhal, everything they've got. You'd think they say all of them to attack the logistics and stuff behind the line before they started an offensive. You'd think.
Yeah. Well, you would think that they would do things that made sense. However, I think the Russian military has, or Mr. Putin has proven to all of us that common sense and prudence are not characteristics of the Russian military, right? So I suspect, as Jeff said before he dropped off, here he is, that it's a bit of the spaghetti philosophy. Throw whatever you can. I really don't think there was that much thought. I think that, the Russians know they're on the ropes. I think the Russians are clearly on the ropes. And I think that a lot of these actions are not based in reasonable calculation, but rather what they can get away with. There was a reason why. They could have launched every Kinzhal they had. They didn't. As a result, I think these are signs of death throes of regime betwixt by confusion and lack of direction. That's just me, though. And welcome back, Jeff. What were you flying through the Alps there?
Good to be back.
I took a plane from Frankfurt to Rome on an Embraer, a very small plane. It was a nightmare. I'm not going to lie, a lot of turbulence. That I was going to die, Jeff. Probably, 30 seconds in the life of an Air Force pilot. But definitely, I'd rather drive, just like Jeff.
So I've got a little bit of a news flash that's good news, and then we'll go to Iona if that's okay. The news is the scheduled power outages for Kiev have been canceled as electricity has been restored to all residents of the capital as of 12:47 a.m. So that's how much effect the attacks in Kiev took long to fix. So, yeah, not very impressive use of all that expensive hardware. Iona.
Yes, I also have a bit of a news, and it's a sad news, but there is a twist, so I'm mindful of your blood pressure. It's from Bakhmut. The Russians destroyed a Ukrainian plane. It was a very famous plane. It was the monument to the plane in Bakhmut. So my question is, why would they do that? Why would they destroy a monument with a plane? Is this a military target, legitimate military target, or is it just a hate crime?
It's the only plane they could destroy, so they took the lowest hanging fruit.
I've got $20 as they counted it in their daily kills, though.
Probably counted for 14 Sukhois. Jeff, is it the only plane they could destroy?
Well, no, look, those are all the easy answers. Like, here's what I believe. Okay, and we talked a little bit about it last night, right? When you talk about strategy and warfare, no nation has enough resources to target everything in their potential opponents or their adversaries' realm, right? You can't hit every fielded force. You can't interdict every bridge. You can't, take out every single command and control or commander. You can't break, you can't break the will of the people and target all that, right? So it's very clear to me that Russia, before they entered this war, their leaders and their military strategists sat down and said, okay, what is our center of gravity? Where do we put the main focus of our efforts, and where will it have the maximum effect on being able to win a war against Ukraine? And the Russian leadership and Putin have come back and they told him, and he agreed, because it's clear from their actions and their operations that targeting the will of the people is the center of gravity for Russia. I firmly believe that, and I would tell you that the vast majority of their targeting supports that is their effort. Either that or they're just really, really suck at being able to have precision weapons. also could be, but the will of the people is the target, right? So if you want to break the will of the people, taking and destroying the airplane right in the middle of Bakhmut that was up on the pedestal, absolutely, you're going to use that for information operations to show them, look, dude, your airplane's gone. We destroyed it, right? So they're going to continually attack the will of the people. Why I think it's a wrong move and why Putin doesn't get it is because you have to look at things through his lens, right? He and the Russian leadership have been able to control the Russian population nonstop by thuggery, intimidation, and basically punitive punishment actions. They've broken the will of their people, and they know they are different. But more importantly, number two, the Ukrainians have had a taste of democracy and freedom. They don't want to give it up, right? Whereas the Russians haven't really tasted freedom and democracy, or at least to the extent that the Ukrainians have. So he's wrong. He's falsely presumed that the Russian people or the Ukrainian people are going to react to his punishment in the same way that that his own people did, and he's still going to keep attacking the Ukrainians in the open field. He's still going to go after the will of the people. I haven't seen that change. The Ukrainian people need to remain resilient against that. They need to realize that they are the target. They need to take actions. And when they say go to a bunker because the warnings are going off, you really should, because he's not coming after, military bases. He's truly trying to target the will of the people.
Tim.
Yeah, I was going to add a little nuance to this. Now, I'm speaking from a position of some ignorance here, simply because I don't know how the Ukrainians specifically approach this issue. But I think we need to be careful calling this, an L for Ukraine, this destruction of this aeroplane war memorial. The countries of Eastern Europe, particularly those that were formerly occupied by or part of the Soviet Union, have a rather complicated relationship with these kind of war memorials. Now, they're seen as, certainly in my home country of Estonia, the Soviet era war memorials, all this Soviet kitsch that used to litter the place, all these silly statues of Lenin and all of that nonsense. They're viewed naturally with some disdain. There was some controversy in Estonia. Most of you will probably remember, I think it was in 2007, when the Soviet war memorial in the center of Tallinn on Tunisma. Well, this caused Russia to instigate some civil unrest through its proxies and its the political parties that it controls. And there were several nights of rioting and a number of deaths, and also probably what we can call the beginning of Russian cyber warfare. So there was an enormous cyber attack on Estonia, which interestingly backfired because it led to Estonia becoming probably the global leader in cybersecurity and leading NATO's efforts in that regard. So there is, it's a war memorial in Ukraine, but it is specifically a Red Army war memorial. So I think the relationship that the Ukrainian people have with these things is probably a little more complicated than, oh look, you just destroyed our thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Russians and their memorials they're kooky, man. They're weird, right? A quick little vignette, right? So when I was the deputy group commander on Bagram Air Base, right, for mission support, right. The part of the base, it was a very large base, and part of it was heavily mined, and we had demining teams going around, and the demining team called and said, "Hey, sir, they told our commander, said, hey, sir, we've got some kind of structure over here. We're trying to figure out what it is." So my boss said, "Hey, Fish, you'll figure it out." I'm like, sure. So I go over there. Sure enough, we do a little history. We find out that there's a Russian war memorial, right? There's a Russian war memorial on Bagram Air Base that's been there since the Russian or the Soviet Yugoslavian War. And it was a memorial to the Frogfoot pilots that had perished in Afghanistan. Okay. So because of diplomacy and the way things work, the United States, reached out to Russia and said, "What would you like to do with this? Is your memorial? Please tell us. It's in really bad. It's in horrible disrepair. The placards and the pictures are gone. It's really just more of a stone object at this point. What would you like to do with it?" And the Russian embassy in Kabul said they wanted us to flatbed it. They wanted us to pick it up, get it on a flatbed, and they wanted to put it in the front of their embassy in Kabul. Right now, think about that. Right, this is a memorial dedicated to the pilots that perished flying frogfoots on the invasion and the occupation of Russia into Afghanistan, and they wanted this to be the number one prominent reminder of the Afghans as they drove by the embassy to go, "Oh yeah, that's when you guys invaded us. That's awesome. That's your memorial. That's wonderful. Really great, right?" So dude, trying to understand Russia and their memorials, man, you need a doctorate in philosophy to actually figure this shit out.
Their mental gymnastics.
Indeed. Abdullah, welcome. What would you like to add?
Hi there, Will. Thank you so much. Good evening. Yeah, I just wanted to. Yesterday I saw there was news about coming from Bulgaria in Sofia. Apparently, the city council there decided to remove a Soviet era memorial, and I think it was built in 1954. And I don't know why in the world the Soviets will build something all the way down in Sofia, but they did. But it's gonna be moved to a communist museum where it rightly belongs. But I wanted to ask Yehuda, is he still with us or he escaped?
No, Yehuda has disappeared briefly.
Yeah, I knew that. I know it's very difficult to catch. He always escapes at the right moment. No problem. Next time.
No,
Thanks, Will.
no worries, Abdullah. You can hang around, and Yehuda may well be back. I see the A team showing up. Mr. Peter Duran is in the audience, and David Mockers. It looks like it's definitely got to be about time for me to go because the A team showing up. Tim, but we don't yet have a swapper available. So, what's your next subject, Mr. Senate? What would you like to talk about now? What can we tell you?
Oh gosh, put me on the spot there. I did have a topic of conversation, but I've completely forgotten what it was. So bear with me a moment. Let me just get my browser open. Now we've discussed missiles at length. I had a question about on the missile topic while we have everybody up. I wanted to talk about the economics of this hypersonic missile capability. Now the Kinjal, as I understand it, is not a cheap system. If we look at its American equivalent, which I believe is the Arrow, the AGM-183 Arrow, which I think does broadly the same thing. It's a hypersonic air-launched missile. Now, these things cost, what, 15, 20 million bucks a shot? Do we know how much the Kinjal costs? And how are we assessing the economics of this? Like, is this a weapon that is actually worth having from an economic perspective? Because $15 million, if it costs anything like that, seems like a hell of an expensive way to fly 500 kilos of explosives around.
Indeed. I think, if I remember correctly, Colonel Jeff, didn't you quote a number of like $6.5 million a piece for those? But I don't have a.
Yeah, that's what I saw on. Again, this is Wikipedia, so live by Wikipedia, die by Wikipedia. But I would argue we're in the. I think 5 million is at a minimum is probably a fair estimate.
So somewhere in that range, and the Iskander would be very similar because they're similar design from the same factory. And yeah, I mean, I hate to evaluate things on this basis, but like, one of those Kinzals came down and smashed a building and killed 4 people. So if that's $6.5 million right there, they spent $1.25 million each to kill one person, which seems like incredibly bad calculus from an attacking standpoint. But as Jeff said, I mean, essentially the purpose is terror, I guess. But given Jeff, do you remember any time? I do not. Can you recall, or Tim, any time in recorded history where terror attacks on population have been successful in doing anything but strengthening the resolve of the country? When you're talking, I understand that you can terrorize your own population because you've got control of them. But do you know any time when one nation has attempted terror attacks on another nation where it was successful in lowering their morale or resolve?
Yeah, I mean, we got to be careful, right? So when you talk about your own population, it depends. If you win, it becomes your own population, right? So Sun Tzu, I'm not Sun Tzu, excuse me, Mao Zedong was successful. But now we have to remember, right? That was not a conventional war. That was an insurgency. And I would tell you that, the idea of terrorizing populations does work. And has worked in the past for insurgencies, and that's why counterinsurgencies are so popular, right? But and I would also argue that if you're Vladimir Putin and it's worked in your country, then why wouldn't it work in other countries? So.
Yeah, unless you were a studier of history, because I mean, everybody knows about the British in World War II. It doesn't seem these terror attacks have ever been successful at achieving anything other than making the people more pissed off at you. Ayana, what have you got for it? Another comment on this?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the monetary value of the missiles that are used. For example, the last wave of missiles cost about $500 million. Well, it's estimated between 480 and 600 millions. So I choose a medium, lower value. $500 million in a day, just to kill 11 civilians and partially destroy 8 pieces of civilian infrastructure that were in majority repaired within a day. So this is the effectiveness of the choices of the Russian military leaders. And it is estimated that the waves of missiles that Russia used since October and until now, the value is about $7.5 billion, which is about 2% of the budget. And I'm wondering how many roads, how many hospitals, how many indoor plumbing facilities or whatever could they have done with this, because we have seen like roads practically splitting apart in, I don't know, it was in Sochi, and houses falling down in Novosibirsk, and problems with infrastructure almost in all Russia. So they are spending this money to destroy some civilian infrastructure in Ukraine in a cowardly fashion, because they are not fighting with the military. They are just terrorizing civilians. Civilians that have to sleep in bathtubs during the night, being afraid of missiles. And it's a situation I really don't understand. And even on the military, even on the battlefield, they are losing more soldiers than soldiers and civilian Ukrainians combined. They are losing 7 times more soldiers, 5 times more soldiers. Anyway, it's a destruction inflicted upon themselves at this moment, and I really cannot understand these choices. And we have seen also the news about the finances. Apparently, Russia spent about 80% of the budget for 2023 in the first 2 months. Of course, they have anticipated some defenses, but anyway, it's not a good figure for 2 months in the year. So they are just ruining themselves. I don't know. I cannot understand it. Sorry for my rant.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ayana. Yeah, I'm not particularly good with money, but the last time I spent an entire year's budget in 2 months, I think I got divorced, but I don't remember correctly. Florian, welcome up. What have you got to add?
I had a just before we go to Florian, I did have a brief comment on the tactic of terror bombing and its effectiveness. It has been used successfully in the past. So thinking of the Italian invasion of Abyssinia, thinking of the British campaign against Somaliland, there was widespread terror bombing of civilian population centers, and those wars were eventually won. In terms of, I mean, it's such a broad question, right? With so many variables and so many moving parts that I wouldn't like to say. I would say that it doesn't appear to be working in Ukraine. But to say it has never ever worked, I think it's a little more nuanced than that. Sorry, I'll go to Florian.
Hello, everybody. More on the sarcastical side, a kinjal should not be measured anymore in US dollar. The Russians don't have access. It should be measured in LG washing machines. Around 200 LG washing machines is what you need to build a kinsal. On the question of bombing and terror, the US actually systematically researched how its fight against Nazi Germany and Japan worked. So there was the US Strategic Bomb Survey conducted after the war, where they looked at how they hit the targets, but also there were extensive interviews with the civilian side, and they concluded it did not work. And it's interesting because there is this very famous book about the Vietnam War called The Best and the Brightest, forgot its author. And the US Secretary of Defense at the time asked around people, how would this work with North Vietnam? And they told him that the Strategic Bomb Survey in 46, 47 concluded it didn't work. And he basically told them, should never mention this again, and it should be not put to Congress and so on. But if you read it, at least in the Second World War, it had very marginal effect on sort of the civilian resolve. It did not work on Japan or Germany. They didn't give up because of that.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful with that study, right? Because the United States' strategic air command and what we call daylight precision bombing, right, using the Norden bomb site, which was highly classified in the time. If you look at, and by the way, the United States did not openly target civilians. The vast majority of the targets were actually strategic value, such as fine for ball bearing plants and stuff like that. So, but even with that, the United States Air Force or Army Air Corps at the time was able to put 16% of their bombs, 1/6, within a 1,000 foot radius of the intended target. So did they end up hitting a lot of civilians? 100%, right? And if you want to call that intentional terror bombing, then okay, but the targets were intended. Now, I would also say that, it's perhaps easy for, places to say that it didn't have an effect, but, that it was the effect on, here's an example, right? We on Sunday, we have the Doolittle Air Wing, right? Well, the most famous mission for the Doolittle Raiders was flying, a terror bombing campaign, right? That was a one-way missiological impact on Japan to where they wanted to give up. But I will tell you, there was a massive psychological impact in the United States for being able to immediately strike back at the country that attacks Pearl Harbor. So we've got to be careful. We need to look at both sides of the coin.
If I may shortly, I just wanted to mention it is not very good in giving up civilian resistance. Only that. Nothing more.
Oh, we're on the same sheet of music there. I'm just saying I don't think it's that simple. And there are examples where it has worked. But I think we're diving down rabbit holes at this point.
Okay, let's go to George.
Yeah, I'll just preface it this: it hasn't worked in the modern era. In the last 80, 90 years, it really hasn't worked. especially against a population that has access to the information. So it doesn't work. But on the Kinshall missiles, right? They're air launched, and pretty much it looks like it's an air launched ballistic missile. So is it hypersonic? The claims that they have, no, it's just an air launched ballistic missile. So I don't know why people keep calling it hypersonic. I mean, all ballistic missiles come down at some type of hypersonic speed. So the bottom line is we still haven't seen Patriots and SAM-Ts operational in Ukraine. So we don't know what their capabilities against those systems are going to be.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I guess that's true. I mean, as I understand it, the main distinction between a hypersonic missile and just a regular cruise missile is that the interception time that's available for a kinetic effect on the missile is drastically reduced by the overall speed of its flight. I understand that to be but
So,
as I understand it, as we discussed in the last couple of hours, that does actually pose a serious question regarding countermeasures. As I understand it, there are countermeasures to this kind of missile, and they are at the more advanced cutting edge of the Western heavy SAM systems. But I don't really have enough background. Sorry, George, please go on.
no, and so like and the problem right now is that the Ukrainian missiles that they have don't have any anti-ballistic missile capabilities that we know of. Let's just put it this way: the S-300, there is an S-300 version that has anti-ballistic missile capabilities, but unfortunately, Ukraine is not in possession of them. The country, one of the Western countries that does have them, is Greece. But once again, none of their allies are stepping up to the plate to give them a Patriot missile battery so they can ship the batteries they do have to Ukraine. I don't know why people are dragging their feet, but someone has to either shit or get off the pot. Because if they were to give Greece, a Patriot missile battery, they have openly said that they would ship their S-300 launchers and their missiles to Ukraine, and they have a significant number of them. They have 34 launchers and over 300 missiles of the type that have ABM capabilities. So I don't understand what the hell, what the United States is doing. That would be a very good move if it's just one Patriot battery. Greece already operates a Patriot, so it's like just give them one more battery so they can place it in Crete where the S-300s are, and then they would be able to ship those to Ukraine, and that would solve part of your problem.
Sorry, I'm just eating a piece of cucumber. Thank you very much, George. Let's go to Joanna.
Yeah, so about the Kinjal and the hypersonic issue. So supersonic is above Mach 1 and until Mach 5. Hypersonic is above Mach 5, Mach being the speed of sound. So the Kinjal missile is air launched, so it's launched from an airplane, usually M31, and it is ballistic in the sense that it has a ballistic trajectory, but it has a rocket solid fuel propellant, so it can reach hypersonic speeds. It's not just because of the ballistic type of launch and because of the almost vertical fall that it achieves a speed which is greater than the speed of sound. It is rocket propelled, so it can reach hypersonic speeds. Now the Russian says that it's to 12 Mach, which is about 9,000 kilometers. I'm not sure it is 12, but it is above 5. This is
Yeah,
certain,
really.
and that's why.
Yeah, really quick. So yeah, when the West talks about hypersonic missiles, the United States talks about hypersonic missiles. We're talking about missiles that use air, that actually take in air and burn the air because they're moving so fast. That's what. So, like I said before, any ballistic missile is coming in at more than Mach 5. So just because this thing is air launched, it doesn't make it hypersonic. You know, like I said, any ballistic missile of any country is coming in at over Mach 5. So it's just it's just an attempt by the Russians to tell us that they have the boogeyman and we don't. But once again, it's overhyped nonsense. So it's like Ukraine can't intercept Iskanders, right? Because they're ballistic missiles. It's the same. It's the same principle, you know. And Iskander is an older missile, but because it's ballistic and Ukraine right now doesn't have any APM capabilities, this is the issue. Nothing more, nothing less.
Peter.
Yeah, hi. I don't totally agree on this. There's been no terror victories with bombs. There hasn't been in Ukraine because they have stood up to it and they're very, very good. But Putin won the nuclear threat terror with the world. And that is behind a lot of the reasons we talk about escalation, escalation, escalation. Now, it's a hoax. It's all a hoax. Even China, in their peace agreement, said no nuclear weapons, no threat of nuclear weapons, and no damage to ground nuclear power stations. So even the Chinese have made it very clear a number of times that Russia must not go that way. The second thing, as a pilot, I've flown into Ukraine many times, first to East before 2014, and then into Kyiv. And my little jet that I fly is very range limited. So we made UK Ukraine on one tank of fuel one way, which was from the UK to Ukraine. So the winds are predominantly west to east. So unless Putin wants to turn his own citizens to having their teeth glowing white in the dark, he would be totally stupid to even. It's all a threat. It's all deception, propaganda, deception to terrorize the West into saying, "Oh, we've got to let Putin do what he wants because we're scared of him and what he might do." I mean, the whole thing of nuclear deterrence is that you tell somebody that you're crazy enough and mad enough that everybody believes you, but it's a deception, and he won't do it. And I think the use of this missile is again him willy waving to try and use this thing which was so effective for him with the West. Thank you.
Yeah, so effective in the way in their mind. It's so effective because I haven't seen any proof of a hypersonic ballistic missile. So that's what I wanted to say on it. I forgot the order. Who was first? I go to George, Florian, and then Dejan.
Yeah. Just really quick. Putin has absolutely been trashed. He's gotten his butt kicked on the nuclear saber rattling thing. People. I know that people have a very short memory. Oh, you send HIMARS, blah 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 blah. Yeah, blah blah blah. Bullshit. They send HIMARS. We've sent everything we've wanted to, and he hasn't done diddly squat because he can't do diddly squat. Because a man that sits 40 feet away from somebody else on a table isn't about to commit nuclear suicide. Okay, so let's get that BS out of the way first. Okay, maybe on around the Fatnik circles and Telegram, they're telling themselves that somehow the West is scared of nuclear proliferation, but in the rooms of power where it counts, we're not biting that bullshit. He was already put on notice. They used Ben Hodges, God bless him, to pretty much lay out what would happen if he used a weapon of mass destruction, which includes nuclear, chemical, or whatever have you, that the Black Sea Fleet would cease to exist and his Air Force would probably be blown out of the sky. So, he got punked, like he gets punked every time. He got punked by Sweden and Finland when he said, we're going to have to take drastic actions if they apply. They applied, and what did he do? Then he changed his tune and said, we really don't care about, Sweden and Finland joining NATO. The guy's a punk. He's been punked. And, anybody who doesn't think he's a punk, hasn't been following the last year. So this nuclear saber rattling is a bunch of nonsense. It's for, the Greens in Germany to worry about. But anybody, with functioning brain can see that it's all a bunch of bullshit.
Florian. I think Peter had a point. It worked for a while to constrain ourselves. And by the way, the Greens in Germany are most gung-ho in arming the Ukraine and defending Ukraine. It's completely changed. It's the Social Democrats who point out to the nuclear weapons and the left. The Greens are the most vocal defenders of Ukraine in Germany, and its politician and its electorate. This has completely changed. It's very, very funny. But the nuclear threat is only working as a political weapon as long as not used. Whereas attacking actual cities in Ukraine doesn't work as a weapon anymore because their electricity was repaired, 10 hours later, 7 hours later, 12 hours later. It actually doesn't terrorize anymore anybody. Still people are killed. It's very, very bad. But it ceased to work as this weapon that actually you submit to something because its effects aren't as great as you think. You probably had more fear before it happened. Defense, it's civil defense, the way they repair the power plants is all up to speed. So it has ceased to work for any effect because spending $550 million to shut down the electricity for 6 hours is probably not very economically. And do the Ukrainians actually then consider making peace? No, the resolve has increased. Once you use it and it has not the effect that you have advertised, it ceases completely to function. And this would be the same on nuclear weapons because it would not have the effect as advertised. And in this way, it would completely cease. And then everything what George described would also happen. So nuclear still has worked for a while in the way Peter has described it, but it's also waning off. Even the Germans are not as afraid. The Germans thought 50% of the Germans were worried on a nuclear strike on the Ukraine in September. It has gone now to 28, 27. It has waned off.
Thank you very much. Florian, what do you think has been the cause of the switcheroo from the Greens that you described?
The Green voters in Germany are vocal supporter of the European integration, and they're vocal supporter on human rights and fair treatment. And they see the war against Ukraine as a massive violation of human rights. And they probably are also the best educated in the sense of German history, don't repeat what happened with the Nazis. And they did not conclude No weapons is the learning from the Nazis, but stand against the aggressors. The Greens also made the turnaround in 1999 to fight in Kosovo for Germany. And since its main electorate is now in the big cities, it's the upper, well-educated German middle class. Almost people who voted conservatives before have often switched to the Greens. And I think that's why. Then they have the strange position on nuclear, because that's the founding myth. But because of the defense of human rights, because of the very positive view of European integration, and the way how they interpret Germans' bad history with the Second World War, they are the most vocal defenders of Ukraine and are most pro-arming the Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Was it Denjon next, Mr. M?
Yes.
Denjon.
Yes.
Thank you. So regarding the hypersonic hype, are we not missing one word to make this a real hype, and that's cruise, hypersonic cruise missiles? Because surely, yes, of course, hypersonic speed is something that's difficult to shoot something on. Something traveling with hypersonic speed is difficult to hit. But isn't the real trick to have a hypersonic cruise missile? Isn't that what is the real hype and what everyone is talking about? And the question is whether this Russian missile is a hypersonic cruise missile or not, i.e. able to change course during flight. Am I completely wrong, or am I onto something?
Hypersonic missiles changing direction in flight? I don't know.
Question I asked before this morning in the space, the claim that the Kinjal is a hypersonic ballistic missile that can adjust the trajectory in flight. So it has some of the capabilities of cruise missiles, indeed. So this is very important because from the interception point of view, if you have a ballistic missile, you can mathematically calculate the trajectory quite accurate, and you can intercept it even without having a missile that reach the same speed, because you can calculate an intersection point. So maybe some of the systems that the West or NATO has can intercept it, like the Patriots. I know that, for example, it is claimed that the THAAD system can intercept them quite accurately. But if it has adjustment, trajectory adjustment capabilities, it's much more difficult. And my question this morning was, given the fact that the Russians used a few of these missiles yesterday or the other night, and that probably the Western surveillance was at work, and we have data about those missiles, can we discern if they use this kind of trajectory adjustment capabilities, or for example the moment of activation of the booster, which is very important because you can calculate the trajectory only in function of this. So can, with the data we have, discern what exactly are those Kinjals and if we can intercept them? That was my question this morning, so I would be very glad if we have more data about it.
So if there's someone in the listeners who has an answer for this, for Joanna, please come up. And Daniel.
Was not Denjon before. Okay.
No, you were wrong.
Okay, I am usually. Let's take this one other idea. For me, launching this missile is something like dick waving. And let me explain why. I think all his strategies in Ukraine is just let's make a Chechnya war again, because Chechnya was his success compared with Boris Yeltsin. So Boris Yeltsin go in Chechnya to suppress an independence movement, which was catalyzed by Dzhokhar Dudayev. And Dzhokhar Dudayev was very, very successful and was a huge blow for Yeltsin, also because he had personal issues like drinking too much and corruption. So he needed to stall the election to become again president. And Putin come to power and start the Second Chechen War. Horrible, yeah? Massacre, total destruction of Grozny. Before this war, I saw a lot about craters in Grozny. And what's something interesting there? If you read or hear Anne Applebaum, for example, or Fiona Hill, they were always very, very, very. The wind is too big. I'll try to search a better
No, you're
location.
you're okay, Daniel.
So
You're okay.
the idea was okay. So the idea was at the beginning of the war, everybody was very worried Ukraine will become a Chechnya too. Everybody. And the destruction which they saw in Irpin, Bucha, Chernihiv, Sumy, Mariupol made everybody to be very, very scared about this scenario. After that, people understand two things with geography. Chechnya is a very small region, extremely small, mountainous, so there are no big settlements, except Grozny, which was already destroyed in 2 wars, which lasted many, 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 many years. Ukraine is huge in comparison. It's well armed, has a huge army, and is supported by a lot of allies, which they give them a lot of weapons and ammunition and another help. For example, money, which you need in time of war. But President Putin has a problem which maybe nobody addressed. He's 69, 70, like my mother. So he lived in communist time, and he read the same manuals in schools, like my mother. And I had my luck to read history, geography manuals from that time. For example, in the history manual, they are talking about class war, so slaves against slave owners in Greece, in Roman Empire. So history is so full of ideology, communist ideology. There is no critical point of view. It's not British history, you know? With all the problems, British history is considered one of the, how I can say, the elite in this area. In geography, for example, they talk about my country. Yeah? You need to learn the geography of countries. And the recurring theme was land full of resources, which is even now present in official discourse in Moscow, right? Plentiful of resources. Like is, I don't know how I can say, the wonderful land, you know, the Canaan, you know. We have everything, diamond, iron, bauxite, sulfur, anything you can imagine. oil and gas after the 70s, because until 70s, oil and gas were on Caspian, not in Ural. So what I want to present to you is a mind which is formed in this system. Yeah. After that, he's pushed in KGB. KGB very ideological, extremely ideological. No, communism is the best way to live. We need to fight this imperialism. And worldview is distorted a bit. No, it's enveloped in this. You see, all your convictions falling. Yeah, we have in discourse that idea of the greatest tragedy of 21st century is the falling of Soviet Union. Why? Because he was a tool in a mechanism of Soviet Union who is no more needed from the elite, the KGB officer who were in Germany, so in a well-placed, probably the best place in communist state of Warsaw Treaty, discovered is nobody. Maybe even the episode of taxi driver is real, maybe. But let's assume not, and he needs to be, aide for the mayor in St. Petersburg. Everything there is just mafia. And you need to connect with Evgeny Prigozhin. Evgeny Prigozhin, and you look like shit with long hair, that awful bathrobe, yeah? And you need to kiss this guy because you need some vodka, you need some caviar. You have a wife, you have some daughters. After that, you elevate his status. He's right, the Kremlin, 1999. And you become the president. And your worldviews will not change too much because you are not very young man. You are formed in, other type, other system, other society. You saw all the 90s when every mobster get a factory, get a bank, can steal some billions. And now you are the Tsar. And for people who don't remember the history, he was very pro-American. The guy with oil, a lot of weapons, and to get some support. What is lose? Because he's very full of ambition. He beats a lot of people. He assassinates a lot of people, and this is distasteful. In any, let's say, civilized, but take it like a generic term, idea of assassinate your opponent, political, journalists, NGOs, everyone, to assassinate your opponents is something very medieval. You don't cut the head of your enemies. Only if you are Mohammed bin Salman, but that example for the Prince of Saudi is not one good point on his resume, of course. So Putin becomes not so funny, not so good to be seen with. But people start to make deals because everybody needs nickel, everybody needs oil, everybody needs gas. And he's a bit frustrated. And he knows his society, Russian society, love power, love to project power, love to say things like, we are the great, we have a perfect culture, we are the best of the best, okay? And what we can do? Let's impress people in Central Asia. He obtained first a retreat of Americans from Central Asia, People forget in Turkmenistan were American bases for Afghanistan. Then let's push Saakashvili because Saakashvili tried to be something different. Was not very nice man, Saakashvili. He's still in jail. I don't like to be evil with him. He doesn't deserve. His fate is horrible. But he put in very much. And he is in a small country, very similar with the Chechens. And he tried a lot, connecting Georgia with Chechens, and Chechens with Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda with World of Terror. And he attacked after Olympics, when the administration in Washington was changed, and he succeeded, at least partial, because I think he wanted to take Tbilisi, not just bomb Batumi. He wanted to get the head of Saakashvili. But probably that worst Europeans, French and Germans, and the new administration in Washington stopped him somehow. Political pressure, negotiation. But that moment for him was, oh, I discovered a new source of power. And he go after this with Crimea, which was huge success for him, immensely successful for him. After that, he go in Ukraine. In my opinion, I think he doesn't know exactly geography. He doesn't understand the people. Probably he had a similar view like most Russians. Uzbek, Turkmen, we don't care. They don't deserve our attention. Ukrainians, there are some Russians who try to speak like Polish, things like that. And he's old man. When you age, I'm just 45, but I can say very easy. When you age, you get more conviction. You are less critical with yourself. And imagine you have all the power, all the projected power, and a lot of ass kickers around you. Everybody says, boss, you are the greatest. You look from the profile with Catherine the Great. These things made you to be stupid enough to go, semi-nude on the horse in Siberia, projecting the image of, wow, what a... If you ask a woman, do you love a dwarf, bald, old man to be your projecting fantasy? She will say, of course not. But it's similar case like Adolf Hitler. Everybody loved Adolf Hitler. That's why he keeps Eva Braun very secretive. Projection. This Kinjal, this bombardment of cities, I think in his distorted mind is something like, let's make it Chechnya too. He's not succeeding. People from other countries visit Ukraine and say, look, very nice. Look, living. Interesting. Kiev look okay. But they say, oh, Ukraine is, I don't know, the most democratic country in the world. Not even close. Like Chechnya said yesterday, is very corrupt, which is real. But they take the steps, the necessary steps to become something different than them, the Russians. There are many arguments, but in fact, in my opinion, President Biden is right when he says he's Putin war. The fact the Russians are aligned behind him is a propaganda success at home. But I think even that is failing. His military operations are failing because you don't hit civilian structures just fight, destroy to make terror for everybody. It's because you are crap at military operations. Your generals are crap. Your soldiers are not good. Your military technology sucks. You don't have ammunition. You need to import from Iran. You need to take Bakhmut because, from the Mariupol Kherson time, it's almost a year. No more successes, but a lot of defeats. Your interception rate of your cruise missiles is so high, you need to fire Kinjal, the high tech of the Russian military. Where? Somebody bedroom to kill 4 people. Dick waving. Probably I'm really close.
Thank you for that, Daniel. I think it was Abdullah.
Thank you so much, Mr. M. Thank you, Daniel. That was really good in-depth analysis starting from Chechnya. I'm not a student of history, but ever since the war in Syria, the brutal assault on the Syrian people by Vladimir Putin, I've been reading a lot of books about Russia and Vladimir Putin ever since he came to power. One thing I found out that this guy, he has been on a winning streak that the West has let him get away with. So naturally, he thought he was going to get away with Ukraine as well. But thankfully, he has met his match. And as someone who's spiritual and I believe in karma, that you will either you'll pay the price for all this, war crimes, either on this world or hereafter. I'm glad that the Russians are paying a heavy price in Ukraine. That the Ukrainian people have stood up and to defend their country. One thing I know about this guy, Vladimir Putin, is that he's not gonna just reverse gear anytime soon. But the only way things are gonna change, I think, is gonna be from the Russians once he loses this war. And one thing I also found out is that he has no respect for the European leaders. Ever since he came to power, he has been treating them with disrespect. And the only people that he genuinely, I believe, he is afraid of and respects are the Americans. And that's why I'm really glad that the Americans are playing a huge role in providing weapons to our Ukrainian friends. So thank you, Daniel. That was really good. Yeah, the war crimes in Chechnya we should never forget, and Syria. That's just it's what do you call it? The massive war crimes that the Russian dictator thought he was going to get away with, and he has gotten away with. But thankfully he has met his match in Syria. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Colonel Fish, you were coming up. You have something to add?
No, I've just been fighting through the Alps for a while, so I left, but I'm through the tunnels now, so I think I'm going to be with you for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Are the hills alive, Colonel Jeff? And what are they alive with?
They're actually alive with some really good runoff. I mean, the snow melt is beautiful. These streams and rivers are raging. It's just awesome. I want to get in and swim, but I know it's mighty, mighty, mighty cold.
You see, that's moral as well as physical weakness there. Just get in the water, Jeff.
That's why I flew airplanes, man. I can't do land combat, man.
So I managed to avoid this issue by never completing a military swim test. We worked out that the army can't require you to get in water if you do not pass a military swim test, and they're surprisingly difficult to organize and therefore quite easy to avoid. So top tip, any British soldiers listening, if you can avoid a military swim test, there's a limit to how wet the army can make you. There we go. Thank me later. Abdullah, you've got your hand up.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Tim. I just wanted to ask Colonel. Yeah, just make sure that you stay awake. I remember my father and I, we drove from Innsbruck to Genoa. It's an amazing ride. Colonel, I wanted to ask you about yesterday. You were talking about this recent airstrikes as being an escalation using the hypersonic missiles. What do you expect from Western leaders to do? I haven't seen any major development on that front. Thanks.
So there's an expectation and a desire. and unfortunately, I don't think the two marry up, right? My desire is that the West kind of come together and say, okay, we tried not to let this thing escalate, but it doesn't seem like Putin really cares. He's done, he's brought a new weapon system in that is not counterable. That is a clear escalation. And to a degree, the West has to respond in kind, and we are going to give more of the things to Ukraine that they're asking for, to include fourth generation fighters or whatever. What I think, and to be fair, you're very insightful, because what's interesting is you've not seen a Western leader come out and speak about this yet, right? You haven't seen, and maybe that's because I'm driving and I haven't been able to check Twitter very much, but the simple truth is you're not seeing an abundance of responses. I would say that is perhaps a good indication. And what I mean by that is there's probably a lot of back channel discussion on how they want to respond together, right? So the German leadership and embassies are ablaze with papers and demarches and cables and all that kind of shit, trying to figure out what the unified response is going to be. Sometimes I kind of wish, though, that that while there was downtime, that everyone could kind of go, okay, so if this happens, let's build a playbook, like let's build a play card. And unfortunately, you don't see that happen.
Daniel? Daniel.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I think Colin Jeff is a bit wrong, just a bit. I think the best response is no response at this moment. Because if they use the missile like that, the best response is to answer with another missile. And I think there are two choices there. Better gyroscopes, because that is the most important thing in any long-range missile. And any long-range missile which Ukraine can build, this is their biggest weakness. They don't have technology for gyroscopes. Or just drop the pods. That pods which were out of discussion. Because there is something which scared them. It's the same idea. Shit blowing up. Shit blowing up. I don't call them attackers, but probably will be attackers.
Patriot, then anything back to MM40 onwards, Sky Saber, only just being rolled out. So there are some possibilities. But first thing you want to take out is the platform. That's a short version. Per.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yes, okay, thanks. Hi, everybody. I'm just, this is like you probably discussed this many times before, but this escalation word, it really is such an annoying word. Has anybody? I mean, how is Ukraine supposed to win without escalating? I don't know how does the West? Does anybody understand what the West? How do they want Ukraine to win without escalating anything? Are they going to slow walk until Russia gets tired or something? Or I don't understand. I mean, they claim it's a balance, but this war's gonna take forever. Escalation is such a stupid word, and I don't know. It's frustrating. Does anybody know? You can't win a war without escalating. I don't get it. I don't get it. Does anybody get it?
For your information, Per, they talk about escalation, but it's already been escalating. So, Ioana?
Yes, I mean, being in a defensive position, you cannot escalate. It's the Russians that escalate all the time. They are using all those weapons. They are using the missiles against the civilians. They are escalating. They are using everything: planes, long range artillery, rockets, even the S-300s in the ground-to-ground mode. It's an escalation because it's not supposed to work like this, and it's not supposed to work against the civilians. So I'm not thinking that Ukrainians are escalating in any way. They are defending themselves. And if we want Ukraine to win, Ukraine must have more capabilities than the Russians in the battlefield. So I don't know. I don't know why the Western, realpolitik kind of politicians are talking about escalation. It's not escalation. You have to win a war, so you have to have the weapons to fight it. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, or I'm just agreeing with you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just a quick. The word escalation should not exist in a war. I mean, the war is escalation per definition almost. I don't get it. This is war. This is escalation. The word escalation is such a stupid word. It shouldn't be used. It's weird.
Yeah, what they mean with escalation is most possible nuclear attack. That is what they are thinking that is escalating. But I don't think.
Shock and awe is that's like the ultimate escalation kind of, or whatever you want to call it.
The whole escalation thinking is more in the way of being afraid that Russia will use nuclear, and we know that's highly impossible or not possible. My opinion, and it is solely my opinion, is that the nuclear weapons are in the same shape of what we see coming on to the battlefield, and I don't think that that will be a great problem.
Also, I agree. I think escalation has nothing to do with nuclear. I mean, that's the ultimate. I don't know, consequence of a war. In this case, at least, it's the ultimate worst outcome of anything. But we should ban the word escalate and just turn up the heat. Ukraine cannot win without turning up the heat substantially and just crushing Ukraine. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yes, I totally agree with you. The Ukrainians should get all the things they need to win this war, and to get the Russians out of their country. That's the best way, and that's partially the only way to stop this war is that Russia is going back to their own country. Daniel.
I think our friends had a mistake. I don't see anyone saying no more escalation or things like that. I don't see anything which makes him to be so, I don't know, pessimistic. He's nothing pessimistic. In my opinion, the things have changed very, very hard in not in favor of Russia. I think
Daniel, the wind is really bad.
Daniel, I can hear you. I cannot hear you. You are making such a noise. It's the wind in your microphone or something. It's very disturbing. Sorry, Daniel.
Windy Galat. I know it's windy.
Then John, Robin, and then Kono.
Yeah, Daniel should be glad he's not living on the coast. It's just a small river, still windy. But anyway,
It's not a small river. It's a big, big river.
well, compared to the open sea, it's small. Come on, we know. Just joking. Yeah, regarding escalation, I agree. It shouldn't be used. I mean, what should be said is that we need to give this to Ukraine for them to win. Simple. And as someone previously said, I think it was Per. I mean, or maybe it was you, Mr. That the escalation they talk about is the anxiety about nuclear, the nuclear threat, which is ridiculous. I mean, if we let them continue, they will continue using that threat, and it will never stop. So I mean, it's like a cancer; you have to take it out. Cancer treatment is not pleasant, but you have to do it, or continue suffering. So it has to be done. I mean, we need to do this. We need to dare to do this. Otherwise, well, the alternative is that we will not do it, and then Russia will just continue and do their deeds, which we for sure don't want to have. So, I mean, if it was up to me, we should even put people on the ground. Absolutely, this has to stop. Simple, and we shouldn't be scared of it.
Indeed, we shouldn't be scared out of it because most of it is fear-mongering. Russia keeps coming up with this sort of red line. Well, they have set in this time of war thousands of red lines, I think, and none of them even resulted in a nuclear attack. And that's why I'm saying I think that their nuclear stuff is the same as what we see on the battlefield. Very, very bad maintenance, and yeah.
Can I respond to that, Mr.?
Yes.
Yeah. So even if it's not crap, then it's not. We cannot give in anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if it works
I
perfectly,
agree with that.
Yeah, we cannot give in to terror.
We shouldn't give in.
Simple, because that's it's not worth living in a world like that. I mean, it has to be stopped. Simple as that.
Sorry, I was just putting a sausage in the frying pan. So,
Good man.
where is
That's what you do at lunchtime.
Yes, of course. The inner human has to be nurtured also. So, Robin.
Hi, good morning. I love this space. Last night, David, I think, was choking on a sandwich as he was trying to moderate. Now you're making sausages. It's a real slice of life. There's another word besides escalation that is beginning to really grate on me, and that's realpolitik. I wonder. I have a Ukrainian friend who said this to me a year ago, and I thought he was being cynical, but I think I've been naive at this point. I don't know if the West wants Ukraine to win, really. you get the feeling with the way they drip armaments and just enough to keep Ukraine from losing, that it's that there are people who think it's in their best interest to keep Russia occupied for the foreseeable future with a war in Ukraine that neither one can win. Russia because they don't have the morale or anything else, and Ukraine because we're just simply not giving them the enough weaponry to win decisively. I hope I'm wrong, but it's really, the longer this goes on, the more I wonder. Thanks.
Robin, just imagine it's less of a design, but just a bureaucratic passivity and procrastination, and therefore fearfulness and lack of strategic thinking and capacity. Jeff.
So I'm going to be gentle, but I could not disagree more with how everyone is couching the phrase escalation. And I would ask you all to take a deep breath and let me explain. Right?
I wasn't there, so don't disagree with me.
All right.
I just came in and said to Robin, don't worry, it's just they're just bad.
I don't care if you like or you dislike the word. I don't care. I mean, I get it. You're allowed to like whatever you like and dislike whatever you like, but listen to the rationale, right? The reason that escalation is talked about so much, and the reason I specifically used the word yesterday in my Newsweek article, is not because I love the word. I used it for a very specific purpose. Okay. And that is show me the world leader that has come out specifically, and Joe Biden hasn't, and I haven't seen Schultz or anyone else saying the reason that they are afraid to send more munitions into Ukraine is because of the fear of escalation. They haven't said it, right? They've said training, they've said logistics, they've said availability, they've used every operational excuse under the sun, but they won't say escalation. Now, I think we're all adult enough to agree that the reason that is because they are afraid of escalation. And the issue is they're not afraid of escalation in like a Chechen war or an Afghan war, because the end state of escalation still stays in the boundaries of conventional war. With this, the end state in their mind, and whether you like that or not, just hear me out, right? The end state could spiral into nuclear war, which could obliterate the earth. They don't want that. No politician wants that on their watch. Not that it matters. I mean, if the world ends, a politician's not going to run for the next election, right? So it's kind of humorous, right? But here's the deal. Until journalists or people like me who write op-eds can get a politician to say that they are afraid of escalation, I can't have a debate with them about how stupid it is. We need them to say that they are concerned about escalation. Once they make that statement, we can have the debate, right? So I need to, like Sherlock Holmes, I need to eliminate all the other excuses until they come forward and say that one. And then I can have that debate. But I can't have the debate now, because every time I say escalation, they're like, well, I'm not worried about escalation. I'm worried about training timelines of being 18 months. Well, that's bullshit. We all know it's bullshit, but I need them to say escalation. So let's put it on the table. Let's have a talk. Let's all say it until some politician says it.
Jeff, you'd be surprised. Last year, in weeks in the run-up to Easter, it was the Social Democrats of Germany who said, we're afraid of nuclear war. And by the way, Miss Annalena Baerbock said, we're afraid of nuclear war. But they are only afraid of the war. They're not they don't understand. They don't have the strategic thinking. Because they never have been in charge of anything before. For good reason, by the way. They don't understand the process of escalation and the game.
Thank you for that, Axel. Ioana, you want to add something?
Yeah, I don't want to be the devil's advocate, but I think that Scholz used the word escalation or escalate. Of course, I did not read it in German, but translated at least a few times. The last time I believe it was in November.
Yeah, but he uses it from a different perspective. That's exactly what Jeff is leading at. The people who are in charge, who really are in charge, are not talking about it. Scholz is not in charge.
Angry Ant?
Hey, thanks for. I'm in the middle of driving, so I apologize if you can't. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, sir.
Perfect. I cannot agree more with Jeff in his strategic thinking when it comes to this. And I wanted to add just a few thoughts of an opportunity that kind of I think that this actually allows us to have with Russia. Again, escalating their attacks by adding this new weapon that is by Western standards kind of scary. If you're not a military expert, it sounds a little scary, etc. In strategic campaigns and strategic organizing, you are constantly looking for inflection points and the ability to kind of focus your message and your campaign towards one direction. And we've seen over the last year, there's been many times where there's a need for certain equipment. You can focus your message and you can do that. But also you've seen just us asking for everything all at once. And what I believe that this can do, and hear me out, is that if we can all band together, use this escalation by Russia to now put a major campaign for long-range rockets again, long-range rockets, precision fires, ATACMS particularly, and really focus our attack on our politicians and try and use this as a way to say, you know what, they're using this new weapon. It's only our ability to create some polarity when it comes to the Ukrainian forces. So I just think it's a great opportunity to kind of hone our message over the next couple of days, to really focus this in on our legislative members. If you're in the United States, making phone calls to your member of Congress, your 2 senators, saying, you know what, do you know that just the other day, Russia used a hypersonic missile to attack civilians? We need to be able to give long-range precision fires to Ukraine to degrade their military capacity, to allow us to have a much better, or to allow Ukraine to have a much better ability to counteract, these attacks on civilians and in the war as quickly as possible. It's just a strategic time, a strategic note, and it will be something that's on the ears and in the ears and on the mouths of politicians across the globe. And we need to give them an ability to counteract that. And I think a great way to do that would be to make a major campaign, reignite the ATACMS campaign and any other precision fires. But with that, my thoughts on this.
No, don't disagree. Completely fine. We need to accelerate, intensify, and replenish our resources to campaign for that. The sweet F-16, which we've put out here, continues to be in the eyes of people, and we just need to force this out further. And you're absolutely right. Please, in the United States of America, and the only remaining free country in the world which is willing to defend everybody other than Britain, please, please, please reach out to your elected officials, because that's the only thing that matters. If it doesn't come out of the White House, it doesn't bloody count. And yes, please get rid of this. Can somebody please give Sullivan the gig he wants? Play in Asia, do his big Asia pivot. Can we just form something like a subset of NATO and Sullivan can run it?
Patricia.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I agree that whether we love the word or hate the word, at any rate, the concept is there, and we could use another word, whatever, like it's an outrage. I noticed. So I spend a lot of time each day sort of checking out what I can find of interviews with various decision makers in this. And I see that the press has really grasped the thing that, okay, every outrage sparked another step up. First there didn't know about the javelins, etc. The steps they step up the ladder, whatever. And so they've all grasped it, and now it's F-16s. Everybody from the most right wing to, well, I don't look at the most right wing, certainly at any rate, that all the stuff that I can see in each country. And so they've got the message that now it's F-16s. They need to also understand it's F-16s and long range missiles. But at any rate, I think that it's good to also, well, people are doing it. Those of you who get to do interviews are pushing that. But yeah, I think that's working for us. And I think that means that our decision makers, to the extent they I just add my voice to that this is push on that or jump on that lever. And same as
Well
the
said,
Leopards.
Lexi. Well said. Sweet F-16. I'm with you. Please push it out. Let the Canadians know. Because the Canadians have a voice in this. Don't forget. They do have a voice.
That's about all they got, but yep, I'm applauding them, everybody. And the opposition's as useful as the government.
So, a little snippet of news. Russia has introduced fresh sanctions against 144 officials, journalists, members of parliament, and other public figures from the 3 Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. The Kremlin deems these countries to be the most hostile to Moscow. And has therefore sanctioned a number of public officials from the Baltic states. It's interesting the extent to which the Baltics lives rent free in the Russian head, isn't it? I mean, with these little scraps of land on the edge of Europe, nobody really cares about us except Moscow, apparently. I don't know. I guess there are kind of strategic reasons. You know, if you think about St. Petersburg is only a 4-hour drive away from Tallinn. It's about 7 hours in a tank. And there's only really one natural obstacle in the way. That's the Narva River. That's not particularly big. So perhaps that's what they're worried about. But anyway, fresh sanctions for Estonian officials and journalists. Thank you, Vlad. I'm sure that's ruined a few holiday plans. Let's go to George.
Yeah, just for the public officials and those entities, if you're not on that sanction list, you need to step up your game, bro. Like seriously, if you're not on
Tim,
that
he's
sanction,
complaining about us. Yeah.
what's that?
I said, Tim, he is complaining about us, that Greek man.
No, seriously, hey, Axel, we're not on that list. You know, we got to get MriyaReport on that list. I don't know how we do it, but we need to get that done.
Our friend Alex Bacchus is sanctioned, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, of course. He's the co-founder of MriyaAid, and therefore he was sanctioned early on, absolutely. But then again, he has been an outspoken critic of Mordor for many, many years in public. And other people are just blacklisted from entering Russia. So welcome to the club.
I'm on that list. I'm on that list.
Yeah, me
I can't
too.
get into Russia.
Well, I'm on that list, but it has nothing to do with this with the last year. I'm on it from something from years ago. So anyway,
what did you do, George? What did you do? Did you get naked and fight a military officer?
I can't talk about that. It was Moscow, 1992. I can't talk about it. Anyway, yeah, but we need to get MriyaReport on the list. And no, but in all seriousness, if you're a politician and you're not on that list and you're pro-Ukraine, you need to step up your game, bro. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys need to step up your game. You all should be on that list. You should be joining the likes of your Baltic allies. You know, if you're United States, you need to get on that list. If you're in Congress or a Senate, you need to get on there, guys. Make things happen. Oh, and I wanted to. Did you see, Tim?
the Russians, made a pretty much a threat to the Georgians, saying that these protests, if they lead to like a Maidan type event, they said pretty much referenced look what's going on now in Ukraine, pretty much as a threat to the Georgians. So I don't know if you saw that, but quite comical.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, George. But
It's quite comical because I want what is going on right now is the second army of the world has gotten their absolute ass kicked.
And that's a fact.
And that's a fact. And everybody's gotten sick of Putin and his bluster and his threats are falling on deaf ears. So, yeah, the Georgians need to move on and ask for early elections and get rid of the trash. They need to declare a Russian-free Georgia, and whatever that takes. Just do it. Including Abkhazia and Ossetia. Now's the time. The Russians won't be able to react to that. They're done, and that's the easiest way. And the Moldovans need to find their cojones too, and take out Transnistria. Russians won't be able to. They can't do anything. All their shit is in Ukraine getting blown up. So.
The only thing they can do is pour in some more people, and that's all they do.
Kill innocent civilians. That's about it.
Yes, that's what they do, because they can't defeat the Ukrainian army on another way. So they want to pressure the people as they did many times.
And as I understand it, the previous Russian invasion of Georgia was more of a Georgian defeat than it was a Russian victory. Right? It wasn't a stunningly successful military operation from a Russian perspective. It was largely down to some incompetence and bad luck on the Georgian side that they succeeded at all.
Yeah, that was you're right, Tim. Because once again, we were talking about a country at the time that was beset with corruption. They had antiquated stuff left over from the Soviet era. Their tactics were Soviet, so yeah, it would be a different story now, considering that they have been having NATO training more modern weapons, including javelins and NLAWs. So the Georgians would have their own javelin and NLAW fest, which would be nice.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. So we have a new speaker coming up. Panel, the Duke of URL. Welcome, Your Grace.
Well, thank you. Hi, my name is Luc, and I'm from the Netherlands and live in a town called Weesp, close to.
Hey, hello, Weesp.
Thank you. I have a question. I see that a lot in media, and they're very pleased with that. And they're wondering, why isn't that happening in Russia?
Well, a simple answer is that most of the Russians who are in Russia, and if we talk about the Russians, we talk about the Moscovites, and they are all, well, totally brainwashed. And they really believe Putin, and they have a culture of they are being the saviors of the World War II and all of that. That's why I don't know if you know how Russia works. If you go there with a blank paper and try to protest, you'll be gone in seconds, because they're gonna pick you up and put you in jail.
I saw the reports of that also on television. But yeah, I think a lot of media folks or people from newspapers say that normal Russians, when they're sitting by themselves at their own kitchen table, then they talk differently as in public, because that's too dangerous, like the old style iron wall period. Do you think that's true?
No, I don't think that is true. And you talk about normal Russians. Well, they aren't normal, for my opinion. So there is no normal Russian. Every Russian who supports this war, this genocide, and they aren't really right in their heads, as I may say. But yes, that's so. I don't think they have other talks about the politics in their country, because basically they don't care. That's a fact. They really don't care, because as long as they get their food and have a roof on their head, they won't say anything.
It's also mainly vodka, I think, because by the words of Putin.
Exactly, that's also a problem. They are mainly using vodka at the kitchen table, and then yeah, we know what vodka is.
You could say the same thing about people who drink Geneva.
No, but it's by the word.
Yeah, but
joking.
there are many people who drink Geneva, as there are many people in Russia who drink vodka. And if we drink Geneva, we drink it
Sorry,
with
joking
care.
around here. Yeah, I'm not joking around here. These are the words of Mr. Putin himself in a statement on television 2 years ago, when asked, "What is your greatest enemy?" He said, "Vodka." And now,
yeah, because he likes it too much.
And now he proves he's right, you know. And that's really
Mr. Putin says many things, and that's fine. I mean, it's evidently true that the abuse of drugs in Russia over hundreds of years has not necessarily helped the overall cultural, shall we say, development.
No. I've met people from Kiev and from Russia in 1990, 91 and 92. They came to Holland, to our place, to play theater. They were from the group called Planeta. And together there came a guy from the Russian Red Cross. And the wall was just fallen. So there was no use, or no, the people were not used to freedom. So when they come to Holland in those days, we guide them to the town from kijk, see shops, nice, but they couldn't understand the concept of shops, and that not, for instance, everybody could buy anything when he wants, because they weren't used to think the way we are used in the West. We can think for ourselves. Do I want this? Do I want that? And also in business, and the state provided always everything. So they haven't thought how to think for themselves, it seems.
Dependency is a long-term trend in Russian culture, and the Soviet state simply aggravated it. That's certainly true. Let's go to Nick.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for doing this.
Dankjewel.
Dankjewel voor je vraag.
Ja.
Goedemiddag, Duke. Goedemiddag, Duke of Earl. I just have an anecdote on this of in the mid 80s or early 80s, and I had a Polish colleague. I was working computer stuff at the time. A Polish colleague who had got away from Poland because Greece one year in the early 80s elected a very left-wing government, and it was deemed sufficiently socialist that Poland let people go there on holiday. Obviously, not with their wives, but every little helps. And a lot of people got there and got on the first boat over to Italy. And so this Polish guy who was actually getting divorced from his wife got away. And we were walking around the Lijnbaan shopping center in Rotterdam. Is it still going, the Lijnbaan,
Lijnbaan, as I know, it's still operating. So
it's still operating. And we were looking at, and he said in Poland, and I mean this is Poland, not yet Russia. He said in Poland they told us that if we ever went to the West, we would be shown these kind of Potemkin shopping centers. And he said, you'll be taken around by your Western guides who will tell you that anyone can go into these shops and buy stuff, but it's all a lie. And these shopping centers are put up by the capitalists to make you think that there's all these consumer goods on sale, but in fact the people are, eating gruel and living in the gutter. And he said he never believed that. He said he knew plenty of people he did, and they weren't even, party members. And so just generally, as I say, even in Poland, where there was some, folk memory of a democracy, he said it was very easy for these messages to go through. So if you imagine the country that not only has never really been a proper democracy, but also invented the Potemkin village, you can see how it would take, it would not be difficult to have a very large percentage of the population believing that kind of thing. In fact, I wonder what the cultural shock must have been for at least the residents of the suburbs of Moscow and St. Petersburg when Western brands arrived and they realized that actually they had existed all along. And didn't Gorbachev do a commercial for Pizza Hut? I mean, that must have been. So I can imagine actually if you've been living for all your life believing it's fake, then when the actual thing turns up, it must have been cognitive dissonance on steroids. So yeah.
Albeit that this is a long time ago, of course. And to give you an example, which may actually help you more in identifying as to where we are now, in the recent 15 years, one of the mainstays of Russian television, other than all the propaganda, of course, and the likes, was "Hello, dogs, yeah, come here," was a slew of DIY, home improvement, anecdotal storytelling shows, where people were improving their apartments, dachas, houses, and the likes, and where the shows would help them do it. Classic American concept. You have this both in the US as well as on Stop It Dogs. Also on Canadian television, there's various offsprings in the West everywhere. Russians copied the concept and showcased all the wonderful equipment and all the appliances the West has to offer. Bosch, Siemens, Miele. In recent years, they added some Chinese kit like Haier, the air conditioning firm run out of China. And that's it. And they made it all look so nice. And Knauf, remember the name, Knauf, the German Gyprock company, which is invested both in Ukraine as well as in Russia. And if you look at the images from Bryce Wilson and our friend Guillaume Pitac from Solidar, if you remember when they called in last year, this is let me think, is that in May or in June? Somebody find that out, please. Maybe somebody remembers. But in Solidar, when the attacks happened, Russian artillery approached and shot into the Knauf factory in Solidar, famously, and destroyed that one. Now, Knauf was always used to hail because nobody in Russia could create that quality of prefabricated, nicely cut, pre-packaged, suitably good gyprock for different purposes, whether it's the green one which you use if you build out a wet room and the likes, or the others. All of this did not exist. The quality did not exist. But in recent 15 years, this was all over Russian television. Now, just imagine people see this on telly, and then they come as a raiding, looting, pillaging army to Ukraine. and see that Ukraine has this all, which they only saw on television for what is the improvement of the higher echelons of society in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And it is ubiquitous in Ukraine. The envy, the jealousy, the hatred, all of this. And the expression of all of this you can find in the atrocities, the violence, and the looting committed. There you go.
George.
Sorry, may I speak some more? Or? This is the Duke.
Carry on.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to thank him for his explanation, and I totally can agree. I want to just give a little example. By the trip to Holland, there came two people along, as I said, from Red Cross. They skipped two children out of the bus so that their parents could come. And when they got to Germany, Berlin, they got out and bought a new car and went back to Russia because the wall was down. And he tried to blackmail us in Holland and threaten us. And I almost tried to kill him. Some women stopped me, luckily. But 2 days later, he offers me a job in Kiev as a photographer in a beautiful building on the square, what's in a curve. He said, I can get you an apartment and a job. You work for me. And 2 days prior, I tried to kill him. Yeah, I thought, who's crazy? I don't get it. So but I can't blame him totally, but as I can see from resistance, Second World War, and what happened to my family, and family all of army people and officers. So yeah, I don't know. There is a moment that you have to retaliate, seems to me. I hope it comes soon. Thank you.
Oh, I bet it will. It will. Just have patience. It will. Let's go to George.
Yeah, just on Axel's point. Axel, remember, you know, a lot of the reports we got from the people that survived their pain in Bucha was the Russians saying, "Who told you you could live like this?" That was the Russian soldiers telling the Ukrainians, "Who told you you could live like this?" They were shocked at the living conditions that they found. There was other idiots that didn't understand that you can have a toilet inside the house, and a bathroom with running water and a shower and things of that nature. So yeah, but what's the fix for their shitty living conditions? Invade under other countries, because that always fixes things at home.
May I speak, or sorry?
Was that you, Abdullah?
No, that's Simon. I think I put my hand up a long time ago. Corona.
Oh, yes,
Zero.
of course. Corona Zero, you've got your hand up. Yes, of course.
Yeah, thank you. Just because, thank you very much. So my name's Simon. Slava Ukraini first. So I speak fluent Russian. I'm Swiss, but I was a foreign exchange student in Russia in 1999-2000, and I can maybe nuance the picture a bit. First, most people in Russia do have indoor plumbing, indoor toilets, and not just, I was 20 years ago, I was in very poor areas of the town, and they had indoor plumbing. I think I'm very much in Russian opposition spaces on Clubhouse, and I think it's important there is a second front. And it's important to not fall into stereotyping too much. Russia is a vast country with a vast population, And so I now have some friends in Moscow that are obviously they've always hated Putin. They're upper middle class. So that's the ones that would have also fled, some of them. But I even know people, so I lived in a smaller town, a medium-sized town called Yaroslavl. So, and even there I know people who were before very pro-Putin, but I know them very well. So I can speak to them quite openly because I've known them for 20 years. And I do see chinks in the armor. Like because the thing you have to remember is that Ukraine, they're very close to Ukraine. It's not as though when Russia attacked Afghanistan or the US attacked Vietnam, that's very far. It's very easy to utter that. And some people, the propaganda fully works. But I do think there is a large part of the population that is discontent. Of course, they're very afraid because remember, these people, some of them, they grew up in the Soviet Union. As some people say that there was not a long period of freedom. I was there at the end of it in '99. I saw the switch between Yeltsin and then to Putin. I was there on the Sylvester, so the New Year's Eve when that happened. So I saw the switch. I've always been back again. So I think it's very important to see that if you want to win the war, it's also good to have the second front of the Russian opposition. And that's a very wide area. And I think there's sort of a middle of the society that now is, apathetic, but the longer it goes on, the more they see that something is not well. And again, a lot of people, even 15 years ago, I was in a poorer part of town, a foreign exchange student, that's part of the exchange program. They send you to not Moscow, not St. Petersburg. And 20 years ago, it was very poor. But then about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it got better for a lot of people. So they did have like Western appliances and stuff. So I think it's just very important.
That's very nice that you say this, but you are now extrapolating from very large cities. And I know that Yaroslavl is not large. I've been there a long time ago in 1998. It's fine. We can differentiate, and this space here differentiates very clearly between the different population centers and areas. So let's try to keep it on the straight and narrow. We do understand the country rather well. We have a lot of people who speak both Russian and Ukrainian here in the space. We do understand this. We're not shaving them all with the same.
Well, somebody just said they have no indoor toilets. I mean, if you want to win this war, there's also the home.
Not somebody just said. Sorry, can you please, Corona, listen to me clearly, okay? I'm just trying to help you here. George highlighted that because he was referring back to the troops which were actually in Borodyanka and in Bucha. And if you do know where these troops were coming from, which station they had, and then you can actually highlight that they were specifically selected, most of these troops, not all of them. There was one parachute element which had been stationed, by the way, in Pskov, and we know exactly where they're from. There was a shock troop element, and there were people, by the way, the main guy who was dishing out the atrocities there is an SVR type who had been placed in as a political officer with the parachute troops and the infantry regiment. His name is Vitebsk. The GUR is looking for him. The SBU are looking for him. They'll find him. They'll find all the other 7 guys who are part of that, element. What we're trying to highlight is if and when the Russian forces, and in this case, the command has allocated people from minority regions to go into, and specifically troops collected and collated from regions of the minorities, there is a multi-purpose agenda behind it. You can elevate and aggravate the jealousy. You can elevate and aggravate the suppressed minority depression in terms of economic aspirations and availability. And therefore, you can essentially intensify the hatred and the capacity in such environments. They have a different tolerance for violence in these areas, and that is what the Russian command made use of. That is what George is alluding to. That the reverse effect that we're discussing this here is then being abused by Russian propaganda, that we were maligning them fine, fair enough, I can take that. But we have the evidence, and the evidence actually is at hand also within the prosecution teams in Ukraine. By the way, Russians are not denying this. The Russians are not denying that they do this on purpose. They even stipulate this as part of their doctrine. And the orders do exist. So let's differentiate the point. And yes, they have not been recruiting as many, although they have started to do so since especially September, October. They're not recruiting as many from the lower and other middle classes from the main centers of population quite yet. Are they all living in shambles? No, of course not. Nobody said this. But if you go 50, 60 kilometers east of Moscow, you do find situations which in Switzerland, I'm sorry, you would not accept anywhere in the countryside.
Hey, Axel, yeah, thank you. That's what I was trying to say. And look, and I'm just quoting figures from international organizations that in Russia, you know, somewhere in the vicinity of 60% of the country doesn't have access to reliable indoor plumbing and sewage facilities. That's not my numbers. Those are international organizations that make those statements. So
based, by the way, in this case, on reporting of the Russian government itself, even
exactly. They're admitting to it. It's like it's not like we're making stuff up here. Like we're admitting it. And remember, what people forget. This is what goads me to no extent. There are people in Ukraine that had family and friends. Remember, this was the Soviet Union. All right, our grandmother in Ukraine, and my wife's mother had friends and family, coworkers they lived that they worked with, and over the years, people have moved. Some moved back to Russia when the USSR dissolved, vice versa. So they have friends and connections across the borders. So they talked throughout the years. It's not like we're Ukrainians are living in a bubble that don't know what's going on in Russia, and that we don't have access to people that actually live in Russia to speak to them. And so when we're on this space, when we have Ukrainians that sit there and say, "Hey, I was talking to a friend of mine for 20, 30 years," and they don't believe what the hell's, they don't believe the reality. They're telling us, they're telling me that, Ukrainians are Nazis and things like that. That's what we're on here discussing that. It's not like we're pulling this out of, out of our tuchus.
Can I just quickly, I'm going to go after, so I have to quickly say, the only thing is I'm fighting for these also opposition Russians. And I'm just saying there are people like that, and I do believe there's a potential for more opposition. I see this as a second front. I'm very, very much rooting for Ukraine, but I'm really hoping that there can be more of the opposition movement. And I do see a possibility. Of course, there's lots of brainwashed people. I know very brainwashed people in Russia. I'm not denying that, but I'm just saying there is still a gamut, and there is still a chance of the opposition rising afterwards. That's all I'm saying.
We also have to be careful when we're talking about opposition, because if I hear the word Navalny, it makes my skin crawl. Because if you've seen what some of the statements he's made throughout his life regarding Ukraine, him and Putin are cut from the same cloth. So we also have to keep that in mind. And
he's a nationalist. He's terrible.
Well, he's a lunatic. Mm-hmm. And for Ukrainians, no, the statements he's made on Ukraine are crazy. And for Ukrainians, when they hear his name, their skin crawls.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. He's made deeply dehumanizing statements on the Ukrainian people. He has also affirmed many of Russia's imperial claims on Ukrainian territory, particularly Crimea. He has flip-flopped around on these issues a little, but there is a general consensus among Ukrainians, and I would say probably most supporters of Ukraine as well, that he doesn't provide any answers. And I think that this is, it's the old Putin's war trope. It's the idea that Putin is the problem rather than a symptom. He is just the latest in a leaders that Russia organically produces. Right? Russia has only had 2 normal governments in its history, or something approaching normal. Those were Stolypin and Yeltsin in the 90s, if you count that one. Right? It's not. This is not an issue that has been caused by Putin. Putin, as the saying goes in Russia, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. This is a symptom of Russia being Russia. And it always has been like this, and it probably always will be like this. And the only way the West can, the only way that the civilized countries, never mind the West, can react to this is to isolate Russia as much as possible, protect the countries that border Russia with collective security agreements, and hope that Russia changes from the inside, as Corona Zero suggested that it could. What do you
The
think,
names
Colonel Jess?
change. The names change, but the song stays the same.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Abdullah, you've had your hand up for a long time. Abdullah?
Hello. Thank you. Sorry, I was away from the phone. Yeah, speaking of proper sewage system, I think it's important that we don't even have to use Western statistics. We can just use what the nationalists that Alexei Navalny was telling us about, how Russia doesn't have even proper sewage system for their own people when he was attacking the new dacha, the Putin's $1 billion dacha in Krabi, I think. Yeah. So, but I just wanted to say, my father, he spent 10 years in Russia, and he has taken the Trans-Siberian. He has seen the real Russia, the Russia that doesn't enjoy the Kremlin, the wealth the country generates. And my father has seen so many cities with no proper sewage system, people living in destitute. So to say that to see Russia from only the West, from Petersburg and all this, the central, the power, where the power elites live, it's not fair. It's not doing justice. You have to go. You have to take the Trans-Siberian. It's a bit sad that they want more land. Breathing. It's a bit sad that they want more land. Breathing space. What a crap. Yeah. So. Yeah, and I also wanted to say earlier, George was talking about Peskov, Putin's mouthpiece, the guy who said Russia has never invaded anyone in their history. Today he said that if it wasn't for the Americans, the Georgians would want to be with the Russians. That's quote unquote. That's what he said. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the spin Russia, the Soviet Union before them, and now Russia have managed to put on this issue of aggression is very, very interesting, and of course total nonsense. One of the more successful lines they've taken is, of course, in newly independent African countries, where they managed to set themselves up as the anti-imperialist versus the US and UK and Western Europe's imperialist position. Which is absolutely extraordinary. Whilst it's true that Russia never succeeded in carving out an empire in Africa, that wasn't for want of trying. They did actually attempt to colonize Ethiopia in the late 19th century, but they were so crap at it that they failed. Imagine failing where the Italians succeeded. That really takes some doing. Anyway, let's go to Daniel.
Okay, I just feed the cat. So I like what the man, I don't know how his name. Let me see. COVID fella, something like that. COVID zero.
COVID zero, yeah. We've reached the conclusion that he wasn't exactly on our side of the fence.
Okay. What I want to tell you. First, I will be proud and I will tell you a lot of Romanians live without running water and modern toilets, especially in villages, especially how much isolated or far from any big city or significant town, people live in very, very bad conditions, which drive them a lot to leave Romania and live in Spain or Italy and send money home to make new homes. And because we are in European Union and European Union is a very, very nice place, we get money to put this, plumbing, modern toilets, all the things you need to have a good life. So I understand George's point of view, and I am agree. In Tuva, is not nice. But his argument about rational position strike me, and I will try to explain why. I'm very pro to say any big moves in Russia politically, but also I'm realist enough to know first is not an elective authoritarian state, is now almost full dictatorship. So to imagine we can support a fifth colony in Russia is a bit of fantasy. And I was more optimistic in March, April, May last year because people reacted negatively what Putin does in Ukraine. But now almost everybody agrees. He has all full support of Russians. And this is not an accident. And I think from the fear, you cannot get good judgment. Before, let's think about is normal in any country, let's say Ba'athist Iraq, to rally against the aggressor. Yeah, the Shia minority in the south and the Kurdish minority in the north. I don't feel because they are Moscovites or from St. Pete, they are becoming, I don't know, traitors in the eyes of Russians. I know there are people with conscience there. Maybe they are not close to our open society, but they are different than most of the Russians. But let's not forget how many seats of mayor Russian opposition, any opposition, win in Russia past 10 years? None. Okay? None. So if I want to bet on something, I will bet on a winning horse. And Russian opposition is not even close to that. The last call was Navalny, who built his political career over 10 years. And now he's in a labor camp and he can exercise probably zero political power. For me, relevance are the Nazis, you know, that mad guys who are in foreign legion in army of Ukraine, who are Russians. They are opposition, clear opposition to Putin. Yes, they are not nice people. They are partisans in Russia, the guys who are burning the switch arts. There are some students, some professors who really, really now are silent, but probably try something, maybe insignificant, maybe they pass some locations, maybe call some relative in Kharkiv, for example. But these layers of opposition in Russia is very, very small. And political opposition is not a winning bet. And I will say another thing. They needed a total defeat in Kharkiv, in Kherson, to hear again from Russians, not from exile, because I look at Georgia, I look at Armenia, I look at Uzbekistan, and even in your country, Tim, yeah, in Estonia, you don't have only the Russian minority, you have Russian citizens who come in Estonia past year. And I don't see their public statements, you know, I want to take care of my mother so FSB don't come to our house. I don't think so. Because if it's a mass organized thing on Signal or Telegram, and everybody go, I don't know, they love Instagram, right? They like it to post their food and their hotels and say, Putin huilo, yeah, freedom to Russia. Then I can tell you about Russian opposition. But when I see middle-aged men and women, and even younger, conscripted age people, going in free places, in places where they cannot be prosecuted because they are in huge numbers. In Kazakhstan, for example, nobody can touch you in Kazakhstan, even in Uzbekistan. But let's say in Europe, when I see them still against Ukraine, still, Putin is bad, but glory to Russia, Slava Russia. When I see scenes in, you know, French towns, wine, champagne, you know, the happiness of billionaires, because all these crappy oligarchs, all the leaders of Russia are in France, are in Spain, are in Italy, in Germany, enjoying our decadent society. And I don't see too much condemn our country against sovereign Ukraine. It is the litmus test which every Ukrainian will tell you. Who deserve to have Crimea? And most of them fail badly at this test. I like it. I wanted to see Russian opposition. Believe me, I want from all my heart to see people rise and say, I'm not afraid of bullets. I was ashamed by children in Iran who face hanging in public places on the cranes. And I am a 30 years old someone with some money, with some relations. I live in a nice apartment in Moscow. Or maybe no, I live badly in Tver or Yaroslav. We talked about Yaroslav. And I want this to stop. I don't want to die in Ukraine. I don't want my friends, my father, my brother to die in Ukraine. I don't want to be pushed like sheep by Chechens and killers of Prigozhin. Shoot me in the back because I don't assault with enough heart at Bakhmut. I want to see them putting their hands on stones and broken every glass of mayors, of FSB, of police, everything. They didn't even try something like this. There are so few who try to, you know, sabotage railroads, which is tremendous and horrible and hard to do. And they are alone. They don't have the guts of Belarusians. Belarusians defy the regime, even if it's a crushing regime, more harder than Russia. Even Belarusians are better than Russians. Not only Ukrainians, even Belarusians are better, more courageous. There are regiments of Belarusian killing Russians for the glory of Ukraine. So Russian oppositions, no testicular mass. Sorry, guys.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I mean, I think to my observation, there seems to be this kind of have your cake and eat it attitude among Russians, especially Russians of certain class, where they want to remain stuck in this kind of imperial mindset, in this kind of 19th century great power mindset, and yet they want to enjoy the trappings of civilization as well. Hence, it's very important that they get to go abroad and upload pictures to their Instagram of them hanging out in, the Hotel Bristol and the Landmark and all of those places. But they also want, the kind of exceptionalism. They want to retreat to their kind of zone of psychological security. Daniel.
Because you love your empire, your British empire, with all the irony which British can give. This is, I think, as a certain point, is something very, very interesting, because you have the same history of imperialism. If you ask an Indian now, he will blame all the problems in India now to the British Empire. They were British fault, like all African countries, though. But I think this is essential. Russians don't want to be equal. They don't believe in equality, in equity. They want to be special. Their culture is great. It is an argument like Dostoevsky is better than Dickens, for example, It's something like that. Our ballet is better than New York Ballet. Hermitage is better than Louvre. Moscow is a bigger city, the biggest city in Europe. Things like that. We have the best metro stations. Arguments like this, and was not war in Ukraine, not even Crimea annex. But I remember I write a text when I said something like this: how is possible to build the biggest nuclear subs full of ICBMs and don't make a decent car? How is possible to say you are a great civilization, wonderful culture, and you cannot make a decent stereo or VCR? Things like that. How is possible to tell you, I'm proud I'm Russians, but I wear Adidas? Because, Adidas is the mark of ethnic Gotnik. How is possible this? Why is not a Russian mark? I never heard about, Russian apparels. What they give to us, if you say something like this, is an empire. All the empires have a heritage. Even American empire has a heritage.
So, but Daniel, what's your point? We know this. We've
My
agreed
point,
on this. What's the point for today? What do we
the
learn
point
from
is,
today?
Trust Ukrainians, don't trust Russians.
Perfect. Well said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Lexicon.
Yeah, I kind of hate to interrupt the flow of the outrage. I'm with you there, but I just, because somebody talked about the statistics, the indicators, and how there's no data to trust from Russia. And I think it's very true. I really always talk about the Yale School of Management project that Jeffrey Sonnenfeld, professor with a whole gang of 3-4 dozen students working on this. So yes, data being released or not released or massaged by Rosstats right now is completely made up and unreliable and withheld. But I wanted to say about a lot of social indicators and development indicators, there are a lot that are credible, at least by looking at, changes over decades and so on, because those are not done by the Russian state in the sense that, of course they're sanctioned, but you may, or probably haven't ever heard of the was the Millennium Development Goals adopted by all the UN countries at the time of the turn of the millennium. Right now they talk about Sustainable Development Goals. So there are a whole lot of indicators, over 250. And among them are a couple of important indicators. Percentage of the population with reliable access to safe drinkable water. Doesn't matter if it's from a well or not, doesn't have to be piped into your kitchen. And those with access to safe sanitation. So those are done, they come out of studies that are done for multi-purposes. And the Russian department, let's say the health department, will work in conjunction with UNICEF, the Children's Fund of the UN. And they do this, and let's say others on health indicators are done in cooperation with the technical section of the World Health Organization. UN Fund for Population is one half of their work is this kind of stuff. What happens is that enumerators from the government, paid by the government, but supported by the UN agencies or multiple donors, will conduct a survey, and in those they'll do things. They'll multiply, they'll do surveying of a certain portion of the population directly with them. There are lots of things to worry about in many countries, from Russia to Azerbaijan. I've seen them, but so maybe currently Russia will be in a fit of pique and not allowing anybody else to work on those. I just wanted to say, though, that the countries do agree to work with UN agencies who succeed in looking fairly neutral, because at the same time they get certain kinds of aid, technical assistance, also food aid. So even North Korea had multiple, the Children's and Mothers Health Survey. They didn't release it to the Korean population, but I was able to see it. You can find it online. So those indicators are quite good. So you can take a look at the access to safe water and access to sanitation, i.e. toilets, or what have you. And you can look them up and you can follow them over the years. See, World Bank banks a lot of them, but also the UN Department of Economic and Social aid, DESA. Anyway, Stats Department is under them. So you can look up things like, you can just Google health indicators, or you can look at SDG, Sustainable Development Goal indicators, and you can track them over some time. So when we say that this many Russians don't have access to decent sanitation or healthful, or to safe drinking water, those are relatively good numbers, and the change in them is also a good indicator. It's worth looking up. Questions welcome.
Thank you very much, Patricia. If anybody has any follow-up, please do whack your hand up, come up to the panel. I'd also like to welcome my new co-host, Nick Brown. I believe you're also Dr. Nick.
I am indeed, but I'm the I'm the 129.95 any operation type of doctor. Have we had the story about Turkey blocking parallel imports?
No, we haven't. Do tell us more. Nick, I think your mic is muted.
Sorry, I've just put it in the nest. Well, you see, you try and avoid a hot mic, and then what happens? I found it in Duke of Earl's timeline. So thank you for that, Duke of Earl. You could move to Friesland, and then you could be Duke of Urk. It's a story from the Moscow Times, which I think is an independent outlet, saying that up until now, Turkey has been allowing all kinds of notionally sanctioned goods to come through without asking too many questions, as long as the sort of delivery address was okay, and that they have now cracked down on that, possibly as a result of a stiff phone call from the United States. So have a look at that when it finally creeps its way up into the nest. I've clicked on it twice. Yep. Oh, okay. I did. So what do we say? Sanctions loophole closed. Turkish customs officials have suddenly stopped permitting the transit of sanctioned goods bound for Russia through Turkish territory. Now, you would have kind of hoped that they'd have been doing that up till now, but okay. There is more joy in heaven over one sinner who repenteth, etc. Turkey has been a key hub for Russian sanctions busting efforts. Okay, so Russia had something called the parallel import scheme that allowed, was it sanctioned goods that were originally intended for foreign markets to be allowed into Russia without approval from trademark owners and exempted from import duties. I must confess I don't understand what would be needed at the Russian end for that. But yeah, as of today, Turkey's system for processing transit and export systems to Russia, shipments to Russia, isn't working, which I think we can all get behind. So I'm slightly surprised to find that it, well, am I surprised? I'm surprised to find there was anything as official as that at the Turkish level. So that's apparently no longer working officially. We hope that that situation will continue. Obviously, there will surely be illegal bypassing of sanctions, because there always is, but it's always better when your opponent has to rely on illegal bypassing of the sanctions rather than some coach and horses that rides through on a legal loophole. So I commend that article, and I think probably some further background reading on that would be useful.
I mean, it does surprise me that this loophole ever existed. I mean, I've not been following Turkey and sanctions. I mean, have they, given that they are in a customs union with the EU, you'd think they would be forced to be quite closely aligned with European policy on this.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where the customs union would come in, because the customs union without the single market is, if you remember,
it has no influence on those regulations.
Yeah, it's what the EEC used to be, and in any case, so, but it's more that you learn something by the fact that it stopped, and I am slightly surprised, but also I don't understand what this is. The Turkey's making hubs. It's President Vladimir Putin signed Russia's parallel import scheme into law, so I'd have to go and find out sort of what that is, and I mean why Putin even had to do it, legally.
I see we've got a couple of hands, so let's go to Abdullah, please. Abdullah.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, Nick, Dr. Nick, I was just gonna say, I don't know if you remember that New York Times article, a traffic jam in Georgia, all this banned goods going into Russia, all this. So I think with this
I didn't see it. Abdullah, can you stand a little closer to your phone or microphone? You're a little bit hard to hear. I think you said something about a New York. Still not great.
Yeah, it was a New York Times article.
Yeah.
I think it was about a month ago or so. They were referencing to this massive traffic jam in Georgia of all these goods going into Russia. And a lot of these goods were coming through Turkey. So if the Turks are going to implement these sanctioned items from now on, I think it's going to have a domino effect in Georgia as well, which is a good thing. Thank you.
I hadn't seen that article, but I will go and look it up. Western goods reaching Russia through Georgia. Some of the headlines. I don't know if it was last month or perhaps a little bit further back. There was, of course, the other day, 2 or 3 days ago, a claim that there were major traffic jams as Russians tried to get back to Russia because of the unrest in Georgia. But I wasn't sure quite how seriously to take those, because all I could see were pictures of cars being driven along a snowy road, and the people promoting those tweets appeared to be principally pro-Russian, although I see that Visegrad 24 also said something about that now. So, I mean, basically, life as a Russian now, it appears that your life consists of a series of runnings away and fleeing from this and then that, and constantly having to weigh up, which country you're less likely to get killed in. It doesn't strike me as a particularly exotic or luxury lifestyle.
The Duke of Earl. The Duke of Earl.
Yes, hello. Well, I've like to comment on the Moscow Times, the new Moscow Times. That's a newspaper that was independent and it has to flee when the war started, and they're now operating from the Netherlands. And he had a great publishing company, and but all his journalists had to flee to Holland and other countries to save their life. So that's about my source. And how I come to see it is that people in Turkey, they order goods from profile companies, for instance, Adidas or Nike or clothing or whatever, and they sell it to somebody else because they can get a good price if they do so. But those companies are bound by the restrictions of trade because of the war. So indirectly, that treaty gets violated, and the companies start complaining from, hey, indirectly we're violating the rules, so this got to stop. And Turkey finally applied to do so. But I'm also, I don't know how you people see that, but I'm a little bit putting strain on the grain deal. He's trying to get China not making a choice between Russia and himself, keeping the difference between America and China up because that's good for him. And he was trying to go to Georgia. I'm glad that failed so far, because officially it is not yet voted down by the government. But we have to see if that will appear. But yeah, he's trying, if he could get past Bakhmut, then he wants to talk peace and say from, okay, ceasefire, and then linger and stay for many years in the Donbass and Crimea and talk fake peace deals.
Yeah, fortunately, that may be his scenario, but it's not happening. As in Georgia, the current government, it's not a good situation yet, but the second reading of law has already seen it being rescinded. This is by far from over. We said it earlier. Of the students and the population to bring down the government and the audience. They'll try to find a way to survive. The Georgians need to keep the momentum up. We'll see how this goes. But Bakhmut he hasn't taken. It actually looks likely that he won't at the moment, given the fact that the Ukrainians have solidified and reconstituted and resupplied. So it's looking relatively bad for him. Western aid and Western military aid is arriving in contacts, and the Chinese are not quite playing the game he wants to. So at the moment, none of his tactics, none of his strategies, none of his attack vectors are really working. So this is how we can address that concern for the moment.
Thank you, Axel. We have a Georgian on the panel, Boris Goginova, who has just joined us and has his hand up. Boris, welcome to the MriyaReport.
Hello, Tim. This is not the first time, basically, I'm with MriyaReport. Hello,
Oh, I do beg
Axel.
your
How's
pardon.
your
I've
day
not seen
going?
you about before.
Well, basically, the topic, what's Georgia doing, the situation that we have over here. I'm one of the activists. I was working with NGOs these days. We were a bit preoccupied because we had to rally all of our supporters. We had to go into universities. We had to take out people in the streets because the situation that's going on in Georgia right now is next. The opinion of the population about the government is divided, and they worked really hard to divide the population. For example, like when it was Maidan times, I have a few friends over in Ukraine right now who were one of those protesters during the Maidan, and they were telling us that when it was 2014, the Ukraine was divided as well. Some of people were pro-Russian, some of the people were pro-Ukraine. But when the riots began, everyone came up to the same conclusion. Everyone was on the same page, and basically that's what's happening right now over here. The government, our government, the Georgian Dream, that's their name, basically hide behind a mask. They don't say openly that they support Russia because it's took huge bites on our lands. 20% of my country is occupied by them, and they had some kind of a mask. They tried to work it out with the soft power. The Russia was implementing soft power in Georgia, but eventually that soft power had to do some legislations, and that was the exact foreign agents law. And I'm going to explain what that foreign agents law means. It means that all of the Western supplied non-government organizations, uh, televisions, who had more than 20% of funding from overseas needed to be needed to be like needed to show who gave them money, which country gave them money, who was their sponsor, and if the government didn't like this, for example, the Mria Aid is working with some kind of NGO in Tbilisi, and our government doesn't like it, he can say that they are foreign agents, and the law says that if there's an agent working on opposition for the government, it's like a treason, and they can just send
Boris,
to.
that's a very good point. Can you highlight to the audience from abroad, because you are talking like you did when you were on BBC, you're talking to a global audience. Tell people how many years would you get into prison? What would be your legal standing if you were found to be a government, say, a foreign agent, and therefore be charged with treason?
Mhm. Thank you, Axel, for the question. So basically, for the treason, the penalty in the jail would be colossal. You might get locked up for your entire life. And for example, the main thing that government was doing with this law was that they couldn't jail anyone for providing funds to any of the NGOs, right? With this law, they would have access of jailing everyone that they would like. Like for example, you provide funds, Axel, to me, to my NGO, and I do opposition protests, right? And the government doesn't like it. He can either put me in jail, or if you will visit Georgia, he can put you in jail as well. So it's some kind of it's a thing that can refrain. It was
Why
mocking
is
the.
that, Boris? Tell people why this is so important for Georgia, which has a vast diaspora, has worldwide networking. Maybe you can describe to people why this is so especially important for Georgia, that the NGOs, which work there hard, can have access to the international community.
So basically, right now, Georgia is quite a poor country. We're ex-Soviet, and we're the only country uh, alongside with Ukraine and Moldova, who are stuck into this situation with the Russia, where they are not letting us go. For example, the NGOs. For example, the biggest supporter would be USAID, right? USAID provides books to the schools. When children go to school in Georgia, they don't pay for books because USAID pays for it. For example, if my government doesn't like what USAID is doing, he can refrain them. And there goes the corruption thing. There need to, for example, there's a school, right? That school needs to gather money for the books. When the when the school gathers money for the books from the population, there comes the money which isn't taxed. When money isn't taxed, we all know that that's like safe haven for corruption. And when the government wanted to ban that law, when the government wanted to silence those NGOs, and most of the youth are right now working with those NGOs, because working in the government structures right now is very hard because there's very large amount of nepotism and corruption, as I've already said. And
Could you,
people,
Boris, could you or anyone like you, could you get a job? You come out of university, you apply for a job. Would you get a job without a political litmus test? Would you have to be a party member? Would you have to abide by their rules to get a job in that government?
yes, 100%. For example, you might not be a part of the ruling party, but if you say something bad about the ruling party, you'll probably end up without a job and even get harassed by the like same as the SBU that's working in Georgia. It's called SUS. SUS in English would be uh, government special forces, that like FSB, CIA, and those guys for Georgian style. And
Can
they
you
were
tell
working
people
really
how
hard.
SUS behaves when they take people in?
Mhm.
They-
Sure, sure. For example, the me personally, I know a lot of people from SUS, and they might be even listening right now, to be honest, because for my appearance right now, I think I got a car downstairs that's watching me. It's quite hard over here right now. And for example, if uh, if SUS during the last government, during Saakashvili was very pro-West, but he had his own mistakes and led here in the population. So we exchanged him. And the new government that we put right now, it's the same government. It's the Ivanishvili government, and he's an oligarch. He's owner of 2% of Gazprom, I think, and it's a very big percentage because most of the Putin's henchmen have 0.01% of the Gazprom. So
well,
speaking
and you
about the
can't become a
SUS,
shareholder. You can't become a private shareholder in Gazprom without Putin and Alexei Miller liking it, right?
indeed, 100%, Axel. And for example, with the SUS behavior, they are monitoring everything. Uh, they aren't. I cannot say that they're not patriots, because they indeed love their country. But it's the command. It's the party. You understand? Like, they have their orders and they do their orders. They do it good, but the government isn't behaving good. Right now, the Georgian people didn't understand that the government was pro Russia. Maybe like 40, 30% of the population didn't understand that. But right now, most of the people see what they really are. Uh, and we are quite impulsive people, very impulsive people, to speak like that, because uh,
What?
5 days
Sorry,
ago,
Boris, really? Are you telling us that Georgians are more emotional than Finns?
well, I don't know about the things, to be honest. but when we get angry, that's really bad, because 5 days ago, maybe I didn't like the government. I really hated them, and I don't know if someone remembers my previous speeches. I was always anti ruling party, but nowadays most of the people are anti party. They're trying their best to avoid any kind of revolution, because the next the next forgot the word. The parliament is going to be changed in 24. Next elections are coming
The
in
next
20.
election, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming in 2024, and we don't know how we're gonna keep up until 2024 because people are really mad, like ultra mad. And the thing is that the new generation came. New generation right now, the Gen Z is already 20, 21, 23, 24, and we've got some steam. We want to blow that steam off. We don't want anything to do with the Russians, like any single thing. Someone was speaking about the Russian tourists that we have in Tbilisi right now. And I would say that most of the country is very, very anti-Russian. Very anti-Russian. They don't like them at all. They might be some kind of like people who are trying to say that they're anti-war. They don't like what's going on over there or something like that. But we all hate them, to be honest. And those guys who are running right now from the country, they should run because people are mad. And they don't care if that guy supports the war or doesn't support the war. He might end up getting beaten. And that's not going to be good because we all know
Can you,
how Russia mocks like that.
Boris,
Yes,
we have
Axel?
a couple of couple of questions. We've been reporting here on MriyaReport in the past couple of days, very closely following what happened in Georgia, and obviously you will have heard already that you have a very, shall we say, pro-Georgian and pro-freedom environment here.
Yes, of course.
The law itself is essentially a carbon copy of the Russian law, as we understand it.
Yes.
Transliterated into Georgian. When the law went into the first reading, what happened? People knew that this was coming, right? And this is not something which came right out of the blue. But in the first reading, what happened in Parliament? Can you maybe describe what happened in the process and how the opposition then reacted to it?
So the main problem that the Georgians right now have is we don't have good opposition. We don't have anyone else to give the government to. That's our main problem. Because if we had someone who has the competition, who can indeed rule a country, this government would have already been thrown out. But we don't have anyone. The opposition that we have is on the payroll of the government itself. There's quite a huge corruption going on right now because I don't know if everyone knows, but our last president is in jail right now with very bad health issues. The European Union is telling us to let that man free, but the ruling party is still dragging into it. Basically, with the parliament thing, this is what we had. So when the law went into the listening into the parliament, protests hit. When the protests hit, our prime minister, who is member of the ruling party, said that he wouldn't apply the law without the commission of the commission, the Venice Commission, without implementing it into the Venice Commission, and without asking them if the law is good, if the law is bad, or will it work, will it not work. Basically,
did the prime minister? Sorry, as to the commission, the prime minister highlight that essentially the law, by its effect, not by its letter, but by its effect, would mean that the accession criteria to the European Union could not be fulfilled, and that a clear warning had been issued by NATO member states, including the United States, that this law would be considered to be a very, very far step back and incompatible with a future NATO accession. Did he highlight that this would obviously therefore be unconstitutional under Article 78 of your constitution?
No, there was no highlights about the constitution. The main thing was to calm down the riots. when the prime minister when the prime minister went into the briefing, he was in Berlin at that moment. There was some kind of a commission of arts and science and something like that, and he spoke from Berlin. He told the people that he wouldn't implement the law without the reconsideration of the Venice committee. But after 1 or 2 hours, as much as I believe, there was a hearing in the parliament, and it was like an ASAP hearing. There was no notes about that hearing. They just applied the law, and when they applied the law, that's when all the hell went loose. Like, people went into the streets, uh, students, mostly youth, and mostly people of elite, to be honest, because I saw a lot of faces who have some good power in the people. We've hit the streets, and when the special forces came, it was a matter of time before there would be some kind of riot going on. And that was the first day of the rioting. They dispersed us, but the next day from the morning, we were in the parliament. The parliament got hit really bad. We didn't went inside, but the windows were broken. Some of the policemen really beaten up, and they did arrest a lot of protesters as well. But they freed the protesters by now. And essentially, when the government saw that we were not backing down, today was the hearing, and it's a matter of time, because I don't think that the Russian soft power implementation wouldn't have some kind of a plan B. Okay, plan A was to apply the law, maybe get some 1 day riots or something, but they saw what we can do. But there's got to be some kind of a plan B that the Russians gonna do it, because they're not gonna let us go. As you were saying, before this topic, there were mentioned that there were a lot of cars going back forth to Russia and avoiding some sanctions, right? Basically, right now, the Georgian market is very dependent on Russia. When you go into a market, you see a lot of Russian stuff. There may be sunflower seeds, maybe some soda, maybe some types of food. There are a lot of Russian products getting sold in Georgia, and there's a lot of Georgian stuff being sold in Russia as well. There was a business deal maybe 3 4 months ago, and they wanted tons of Georgian wine into the Russia, straight into Moscow. So they're not gonna let us go that easy. I don't think so. This is just the beginning, if you ask me.
How do you see the campaign of the opposition now? Do you think that they will intensify and use the momentum, or will they think that they lose support in the West? Because there seems to be an interaction between the Western support and the diaspora support of Georgia, be it all across Europe or be it in North America, with very strong support for what seems to be mostly pro-Western Georgians. But do you think that Georgians over the weekend will keep up the demonstrations to force the government to call early elections?
Um, I cannot give you like an exact answer on that, but this is what I can say about the opposition forces. Every time on the protests, I'm speaking hand on the microphone, the people wouldn't let him. None of the people that were gathered in front of the parliament wanted to listen to any of the opposition. We were there because there's something going on. We don't want any kind of Russian soft power, hard power, anything going on in our country. We hate them from the bottom of their feet to the last hair drop. But with the opposition, the people don't have trust in them. I don't know what's it gonna be, if there's gonna be someone who can get the faith of us, the people. But right now, I don't see anything. Like, it's quite grim with the leaders over here, even in position and opposition.
Okay, that's the opposition leadership, and you're not the first Georgian to remind us that there is, shall we say, if this were baseball, then you would say that the bench is thin. But having said this, don't you think that out of the current, say, rather young, momentous group of people, there would be a few people who could rise and, say, become the voice of that movement?
We are trying. That's what we are trying, Axel. And I'm one of those
what would you and your colleagues need at the moment? What do you need from us outside in the West, other than continued support, keeping the flame going? And what would Georgians need from the West? What signs, what support, what do you think is necessary for the Georgian population to feel comfortable, to keep the momentum going?
Safety.
Good.
Safety. The Russians are like 10 kilometers from Tbilisi. We don't have any guns. We don't have any tanks. We don't have anything. They're gonna march straight into the city. And there's like nothing that NATO can do. There's nothing that United States can do. And people know that. That's the main thing that most of the people are really afraid. I can take a gun in my hand and I can go into the street. I can fight them, but there won't be no sense in it. I'm gonna get shot by some Russian trained guy. So we need safety measures. Turkey won't defend us. Turkey wants some part of us as well. They really like Batumi, and
we
they
all know. We
yeah
all know.
yeah. So we're in a really bad position, to be honest, Axel. There's nothing that we can do about that situation because we won't be able to access NATO. There's no Americans coming down from the planes to save us or defend us. So we are in a tight situation. Even right now, this things that are going on in the streets right now. You can see, like I've shared this post of Russian MFA in Crimea. Protests against foreign agents bill erupted in Tbilisi, resulting in demands for the resignation of the government. We recommend to Georgian people to recall a similar situation in Ukraine in 2014 and what it finally led to. Think twice, hashtag. Of course, I'm sorry for my French, but they can go suck a dick. But if they go nuts, and they are already nuts, look what they're doing in Ukraine, right? They're doing genocide over there. But the thing is that Ukraine is a 60 million people country population. It's only 3 million of us. There won't be even enough people to defend ourselves if we even had that much guns and tanks and most efficient, like, I don't know, Israeli armor and Israeli guns and toys. Like, there's no solution right now for us. We are in a dead end.
So you need to keep the momentum, and the West needs to become very serious about creating a threat posture towards Russia.
Yes, that's gonna be the only savior for us. But what exactly are you thinking? Like, do you see anything realistic that can save us for, like, it will need somewhere around 2, 3, 4, 5 years at least to implement such changes to a country, right?
Ukraine had to go through it for many, many years. They did two revolutions. They voted for their independence in 1991. They had to fight through the 90s and internal strife and constant suppression by Russia, corruption, oligarchy, everything. They had to
Yes,
go through
Axel,
the
we've
Orange
been
Revolution. You know this. It is
yes, we
hard.
know
It
that,
takes
but
time.
we've been through that. We've been through those roads as well.
I remember.
89 we broke up from the USSR. 91 we had a civil war in Tbilisi. 92 they took Abkhazia. Then comes 2014, they took another bite from us. Then comes 2008 with the Tskhinvali. Then comes the Georgian Dream with the hidden agent of Ivanishvili, who is a pro-Russian motherfucker who tries to, like, give the whole country back where we've been trying to came out from. It's a dire situation, Axel.
All right, let me move on further to Alex,
Yes, Alex
a fellow Georgian.
43, Boris. Yeah, I am following or trying to follow all these events. Actually, before coming here, I was in kind of debate with a couple of Russian trolls on Twitter. They're already there, you know, trying to see the fear, uncertainty, doubt. It's clearly problem of leadership. Ukraine was not in a better situation under Yanukovych, because Yanukovych was doing exactly the same thing Georgian Dream is doing today in Georgia. Well, I should really stop using Georgian Dream because this is really Russian Dream. I do believe, like you mentioned, there is a Georgian third president is still in prison. If he is still in good mind, and Georgian people has problem of leadership, well, why don't pay him a visit, you know, and ask some advice? He used to be able to mobilize people and you know, mobilize in a very good way around reforms, around joining NATO, around joining EU, all those things that Georgians are still dreaming about. I do understand that at this point there is no trust. I mean, legislative body is something that people, at least in democracies, should trust. If you cannot trust them, if you believe that they are waiting for a good moment to backstab all your dreams and all your aspirations, that parliament cannot sit there anymore. It's just, you know, this is common sense. This is foundation of democracy. We need elections. We need people to elect those whom they trust, you know, to bring laws and fulfill national aspirations. I do not believe that, like, I do understand that there is a strong sentiment against Russians, but protests are still peaceful, and we should keep it peaceful as long as possible. I do not want to create an image that, you know, Russians are fleeing because they do not feel secure in Georgia. It's not about Russians. It's about Russian dreams sitting in the parliament, and I think it should stay that way. So yeah, crisis of leadership, understandable. Again, there are, you know, in these situations, well, maybe he can give a couple of good advice if he is still in good mental health, which I do not know to what extent that can be kind of validated, but yeah, it happens, you know, but that is no excuse for having no elections and leaving these guys whom nobody trusts anymore, like, in power. They can still do a lot of damage, and that's all they've been doing. It just became evident these days. But yeah, basically their own mandate is to not irritate Russia. And guys, with Georgian people, they do know, and Georgian so-called Georgian dream, again, Russian dream in Georgia, was propagating these ideas that, you know, Russians are staying just in a couple of miles. Well, the truth is Putin doesn't have troops anymore. He does not have enough troops to send to Bakhmut. They cannot take for like a year now. All his army is in Ukraine, dying there. Then nobody will come back. This is the moment, because if Russia gets back its army from Ukraine, guess where they will go? Wherever there is fear, wherever they are still kind of believed to be a superpower, like Georgia is inviting trouble, you know, by showing lack of resolve. We should end Russian rule and as soon as possible. And this is for our own security. Again, this whole thing is a result of, let's call it, frozen conflict. And this was an agreement years ago that, will frozen conflict. But Russia never stopped hybrid war against Georgia. It's in Tbilisi. And they still have occupied regions. But like I said, they do not have enough troops to send to Bakhmut. How do you think they're gonna, Georgia has army. It took Russia a decade to fight in Chechnya, and they got whatever they get is close to nothing. I do not believe Russia is in a position to do. Maybe they will send a few rockets. That's why they are advertising this Kinjal and something they still have. They have whole 6 of them. Like all this Iskander attached to airframe. But listen, Georgia needs to stay together, united. At times of war in 2008, Russia never dared, bombing Tbilisi. It's again, this is paper tiger, guys. It's and I understand. Like, I'm talking from Canada, I should probably, it's really something that Georgians need to do. Georgians in Georgia, I mean. But I would not overestimate Russia's ability to do. Time to act is now. And for starter, like I said, these are peaceful protests. There is no reason whatsoever freaking ever for Russia to send troops they don't have to do whatever in Tbilisi. Right now, there is some police forces Russian Dream in Georgia has, but even those ranks are not very solid. I do not believe that when it comes to this, Georgian police is not Russian police. They did not have enough time to turn them into a really oppressive, apparatus. And then there is Georgian army, which I do not believe will support any of this, standoff against nation. So again, Putin is not in a position to do anything. He may project something, and those who fear, they don't need too many excuses to keep fearing. But at some point, we should stop fearing these zombies in closets, and basically, for starter, have the legislative body we can trust. Problem of leadership, okay, I understand that, but again, let's elections are universal tools to find leaders. Zelensky was not a leader like 10 years ago. Nobody knew him. A lot of people did not trust him. It's events that, and just, Ukraine was not in a better position. If anything, Ukraine was looking at Georgia, Georgia, an example of reforms, of progress, of accession to NATO and the EU. And we almost got there in 2008. Now, okay, it did not work first time, but there is no reason to give up, because there is no alternative. And if people believe that we can return into the past, this is not possible anymore. Russia itself is different. It's not even Russia from 5 years ago. It's North Korea. Putin is going to be Kim Jong-il. People will be extremely poor. There will be Iron Curtain. You won't get any visa to go anywhere else except for Russia and China. Russia itself is going to become like Chinese satellite.
But Alex, that is not a problem, is it? I mean, this is containment. Now the question is, how can what happens in Ukraine at the moment? Ukraine's war of liberation against Russia will continue. This may take as long as unless we get lucky, and Ukraine gets lucky, that the fragility, the attrition, the degradation, the industrial as well as military degradation of Russia accelerates even further, and Ukraine can push through the lines and attrit them quick, and make exceptional gutting punches later in the year.
I agree, Axel.
Unless
Putin's
that
army
happens,
will
it will take
collapse.
another. Yeah, but
Russian
unless
army will
even then,
collapse in Ukraine. I
but
cannot
even then it will
predict
take
that.
time. And trying to thread the needle to Georgia, Alex, give me 1 second to develop this, and you tell me
Okay.
where I'm wrong. So if this continues and freedom to Crimea is brought as a consequence of this, and essentially this war ends sometime later next year, ends in whatever kind of ceasefire that exists when Ukraine has managed to finally push out the Russians. The war still in itself continues because you still have to repatriate all those who have been taken. This is not an easy one. This will continue at that time. The suppression by Russia continues on Georgia. The suppressive efforts in view of Kazakhstan continue. So this is an ongoing conflict. It will remain very, very hot, if not kinetic. And when Boris said, we need safety, we need help to be able to defend us, it will take some time until the Georgian Legion can return to Georgia, right?
Yes, for sure. And for now, Georgian Legion is they are doing way more important job in Ukraine, because again, this is where this is the grave for Russian army, and let it remain so. Again, let them all die in Bakhmut. Yeah, I understand there are risks, but at some point, and you are right, even when last Russian invader leaves Ukrainian territory, there is still some stuff that Georgians need to do by themselves. Nobody will do it for them. Like, for starter, a legislative body they can trust that can represent people and not Russian empire, so to speak. That's something for up to Georgians to do. So we do need elections, because they can still do a lot of damage, like a lot. These Russian dreams in Georgia.
Okay, then Alex, let us cut back to Boris for a second, because he's obviously he is on site. Boris, you spoke about this before, and we talked about the momentum. You said you weren't sure as to what will happen in the coming days, whether the so to say, the street, the people, the young people who have been demonstrating can still keep that momentum up. What is happening today? What is happening today in Tbilisi?
Thank you, Alex, for the word. Well, basically, Axel, on your question, the momentum will. So right now, the situation is that most of the youth, most of the people over here understand that we have a pro-Russian government. We all understand the situation that we are right now in terms of our beloved neighbor as well. Because if we start to make some kind of revolution, we know that we can give Russians a free road with tanks. They're gonna go into the public, they're gonna go to the European Union, they're gonna say that there's a revolution in my neighbor country, they need my help, and they can approve themselves. They can, they're liars, right? And world politics works in a matter of lies. So right now, if we act inappropriately, if there's going to be bloodshed in Tbilisi, it is going to be even better for the Russians. It's gonna pour water onto their windmill. So right now,
Boris, if I may,
excuse me, UN, internet, UN.
Okay, yeah, but the UN. Yeah, the UN is irrelevant anyway. Basically, is it not? I mean, what are they got?
Yes,
Russia.
Like for example, right now the UN is telling Russians that they're doing bad.
The General Assembly is the General Assembly is the Security Council, isn't? But if they go into Georgia, it's just kind of one extra notch on the stick. It isn't going to Yeah, I mean, yeah, Russia would stand up in front of its 4 or 5 allies at the UN and say that, but I don't think anyone would be fooled. I don't think it's sort of, yeah, well, you mentioned European Union, but okay, if you misspoke, but the UN is irrelevant, surely.
Yes, but the main thing that I wanted to say about it, that the Russia the Russia needs to give something to its people, right? Right now they're losing in Ukraine. Putin needs to deliver some kind of victory to its empire, right? And indeed, Alex said that uh, we have faith in our military. We do have an army, but the government really worked hard on demoralizing our army. It's indeed demoralized. Most of the people who knew how to fight in Georgia right now are in Ukraine, and we're left without defense. And I can say like 100% right now that maybe 3-4 battalions would be enough for Georgia right now. They're gonna walk straight into the capital, and it's done. If they take the capital, our forces are split into two groups. One of them is defending west, the seashore, and one of them is located near the capital. And the ones that located near the capital, God knows if those tanks still run, because the government was working really hard about the military as well. They were writing on Facebook, they were doing some commercials that we were buying new javelins, we were buying some new M16, we were buying some new M2 machine guns, but nothing is done right now. Maybe like a half year ago, when the war began, uh, United States had a training over here. I think it was a cavalry regiment that was here, and they told us that they would leave their Abramses in exchange for the T-72s that we had, and we would send them to Ukraine. But guess what? Our government did nothing, of course. Well, they didn't get the new Abramses. They even told us that we have an air park of Me-24s. They would give us Apaches with the training and with the Hellfires in exchange for the Me-24s. They didn't give them. We have, like, the defense. If war starts in Tbilisi right now, the defense is us, population, and even for us there won't be enough guns. We're gonna throw rocks at tanks. So basically we're in a status quo right now, and the Russia needs to give his civilians, needs to give his population some kind of a victory, and Georgia is going to be that victory. And they really like to come down here, eat our khinkali, maybe rest on our seashore, go on the beaches, sky in our mountains. They like our relief, but they're imperialists. It's an empire. So basically, if something goes sideways right now in the upcoming riots, and it leads us to a conflict with Russia, we are done for. I don't want to sound like a coward or something. No, friends, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to die for this country. But that is the harsh truth that we are up against, because the government has been, the ruling party has been here for 11 years right now, and for 11 years they've been silently doing Russian job. They've been silently jeopardizing our defenses, our union. They've been giving the elite, the corrupted ones, more and more money. For example, on the listening of the parliament, there were 78 deputies who voted yes on that Russian law, and those 78 deputies have so much money in their pockets right now that maybe 1 million Georgian does not have. It's a very bad balance right now, and people see that and people are fed up with it. And that's why we hit the streets. That's why we are protesting. But we also understand that we are walking on a very, very, very small line. It's like if something goes sideways, I repeat myself, the capital's going to be taken, and God knows what's going to happen to the people if there's going to be Russians running around in BTRs on the streets. And there won't be anyone here to save us. Not United States, not NATO, not Turkey. No one's going to care about us.
I don't think so. I think, Boris, a lot of people care about Georgia. We just need to figure out how to do it quick.
Yes, time is as if essence, indeed. But the clock's ticking as well.
I think there are a number of plans at hand. The question is whether they can be executed in time.
I really hope so, indeed.
Nick, Tim, back to you.
Thank you very much, Axel. Alex, I see you've got your hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I clearly see there is crisis of leadership, but I do think that, like, one way or other, people are still finding their way, because they didn't buy this bait that this law will be repealed. They know who are they dealing with. They have some experience, and even though physically not many people can be there, but I think they do have like at least intellectual leadership. I think the momentum is there. We need to keep that momentum. We need to try not to turn it against like random Russians that are in country. Like, of course, unless they are start to go into their, usual habits of really, but for as far as we can, we should keep these protests peaceful. They already backed down. I mean, this Russian dream has already backed down. They had no reason to back down. They thought they would shove it into throats of people. It didn't work. And now they fear. They're shitting in their boots. And the momentum is clearly there. I mean, if you let now this momentum go and dissipate, nobody knows what they will do in next month. So we need to keep pressure. They need to adopt a legislation about elections, because the fundamental problem is this legislative body does not represent will of people. I have no idea whose will they represent. I have my ideas, but I will keep it for myself, because their actions speak louder than their words. On words, they are accessing NATO and the EU, but in reality, they are basically undermining Georgian independence. That's what they are doing. I think at least on that level, we all agree. And again, they are already backing down. And we should keep pressure. We should ask for elections. We need elections. It's fundamental of democracy to have a legislative bodies that can represent people. That's the bottom line. So I think we should continue, and there is nothing wrong about asking for elections. No, absolutely nothing. Democracy. So, and I would not worry right now about Russian army. Like, there is no reason for Russian army to enter Tbilisi. And even if they enter Tbilisi, guys, Tbilisi was under Russian control for 200 years. Like, what happened? We are really watching the TV, and like, this is called paralysis by analysis. Again, we need a legislative body. The peaceful protests are peaceful. We should keep it that way. But we do need legislative bodies that people can trust. That's the bottom line. It's very simple. Thank you.
I think it is perhaps difficult to have a legislative body that people trust when Russian soldiers are walking up and down 100 meters from the Parliament building in front of the security guards.
It's not 100 meters, no, Tim. It's not 100 meters. And anyway, like who will come? Who will come and take them out? I don't think they are right now as Georgian police against Georgian will of
No,
Georgia.
I was talking about Boris's scenario of the Russians rolling in. Okay, I in fact wanted to make it since we're 10 minutes away. So in 10 minutes time, we will be having Inna Sovsun here, who is a Ukrainian parliamentarian, a member of the Energy Committee, and there is earlier on we put up what we call a card, the picture of the speaker and some times on it, and those times were all an hour early. So there is a tweet which now has the correct time, which is 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock Pacific time in the morning, 1500 UTC, 1600 Prague, Paris, and Berlin, and 1700 Kiev time. So in 10 minutes from now, Inna Sovsun will be here. So I think we want to wind this conversation down with Lexicon and Abdullah and get ready for our guest. Lexicon.
Thank you. Really interesting to listen to you, Alex, and others. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, well, first of all, the setting in which you are doing this, maintaining this movement, is, of course, Russia's war on Ukraine and the approaching falling to pieces of the Russian Empire, and even the approach of a chaotic period in Russia. And when that, and you know, all your people know that's your context. So, and you know, you have a wonderful legion that's busy helping Ukraine. I think that when Ukraine begins to show, when Russians comprehend that Ukraine is really threatening their hold on Crimea, this is when we will begin to see Putin's name actually pronounced in articles that start showing up here and there. When that starts to happen, and we'll start to for opposition movements, liberation movements like Georgia, I think the important you know, the important thing. Anyway, I agree that maintaining the cohesiveness of your your revolution movement is really essential. Your people need to rest, and you don't have to be at the same fever pitch all this time. I think this time is coming within the year. I think that preserving your strength, but maintaining your conversation together, what you are doing is really good demands, which, as Alex says, are very democratic and legitimate. There's nothing wrong. Demands like elections, also all kinds of other things, laws you wish to. Yeah, elections now, soon, laws which you consider unjust and hampering your liberty of expression. A lot of things you know much better than any of us outside. So, but those kinds of demands and manifestations, demonstrations from time to time to consolidate them, but also your back room and you're talking to the press, those are really vital things so that you survive this interim period. And then, as other people are saying, when that movement in the street rises up again, even more and more fiercely, there's very little strength. There will be even less strength in Russia to confront you or to back up your police. The last thing I want to say is, we saw in Maidan, which like you, came after successive waves of demonstrations before, from 89, 91 on, that there will be efforts by the opposition parties to get the help from various European official agencies, diplomats, to help them. And you will be the people in the streets and whatever real people's parties you might have to express your own will. That is, the effort to buy you off is going to be huge, as it was in Ukraine. So the street, or your movement, developing a mind of its own, an ability as you already can do, ability to see through the efforts to, to give you pablum instead of what you want. That would be the real battle. And so building that third way movement is what you're doing. And I applaud you and congratulate you. I think it's fantastic. And I think the time is coming sooner than years and years, because Russia is going to go into a period of chaos and weakness soon.
Thank you, Lexicon. Abdullah, you have about 2 minutes before Ina gets here.
Hey, thank you so much, Nick. Yeah, I just wanted to tell Boris that he has our full support. I have a colleague of ours. He's older than me. He's from Georgia. He's a microbiologist, and he shares stories from Georgia and how the Russians really do not think that Georgia should be an independent state, and he believes that they have plans, as Boris was saying, to take over the whole country. And yesterday I was watching, about half an hour, I watched the RT Arabic, and the way they were talking about Georgia, really, what stuff that Boris was saying is really true. They were just talking Georgia about, it's just a place that needs to be subdued. Just, that literally the stuff they're saying about Ukraine. So I just wish that you guys can get the help you need from the West. I see that. I can't believe that such a party is still in power after 11 years. So there must be something wrong with the.
Thank you.
With the
Thank
system.
you.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, let me try to make sure that we can cycle Ina up in a minute or two.
I've sent her an invitation, if that gets through.
That's very
and
kind.
I think okay. And are you going to be sliding into Tim's seat?
I'll be hopping and bopping around. Tim sits there nice and pretty, as I can see, and Nick, you're there too, so we can do it the way we are. Otherwise, if we now do a switcheroo on audio, who knows what happens?
All right, that's true. It's like a lot of these things, isn't it? It's like you don't touch it in case. Yeah, it's never a good time.
Never touch a running system.
Oh yeah, the other day I needed to do something with my uninterruptible power supply, which meant that I actually had to unplug my router for the first time in about a year. And that's always, you always learn something interesting when you reboot your router after a year. I assume you'll be
updates later.
Yeah. Well, it's the firmware update you did and then didn't save to NVRAM. So, Axel, I presume you'll be leading the discussion, with Ina, or at least the.
We'll have a conversation with her, and
yeah.
Given the fact that Ina is, as you may remember, and she was here before with us, she is a very staunch supporter of the integration of Ukraine into Europe. She has been very active in this field. Sofsuna has been, for example, the youngest ever deputy minister at age 29 in Ukraine's history. And she's a very well-educated, a well-spoken person, and she has done exceptional things building bridges between Europe and Ukraine, so, as well as obviously transatlantically, and which is why we wanted to have her here as quickly as possible. She couldn't join us on the day when we had the marathon, but a good friend of hers was on, and therefore we thought it's a good idea that we follow up. And fortunately, the events in recent weeks, where she's been yet again doing Lord's work, quite literally, in Ukraine, in order
if she's actually simultaneously a member of the parliament and a government minister, because
not anymore. No. She is
okay. Different.
Member of the parliament. No.
You can't be both, I imagine, in Ukraine. It's fairly unique sort of. Well, I don't know. In Britain, you pretty much have to be a member of the parliament, either the Commons or the Lords, to be a minister. In most countries, you absolutely can't be both. But somebody told me once that in Germany, the ministers are sort of members of parliament. Is that the case?
That's a good question. I think we have a couple of ministers who actually don't have a mandate in parliament. I'll have to check. I think
In France, for example, what happens is you have the election. The party leaders all run for a constituency, but they run in France. You always have a replacement, and for most people, being a replacement won't amount to anything. But if there's a parliamentary assembly and a parliamentary election, and the current prime minister will run for a seat, but basically assuming that her party gets elected again and she continues as prime minister or becomes some other minister, then it will be the suppléant, the replacement, who will actually become the MP. So it's a little bit of musical chairs, but constitutionally, because the French historically have had a big problem, and they've sorted it out in the last 15, 20 years, but they had a big problem whereby people would be mayor and MP and all kinds of stuff going on at once. But the one thing you could never be was a member of the lower house and a minister, because that was considered constitutionally incompatible. I see a request to speak, and that is okay.
No, that's G-Man. So we'll have to wait. I think Victoria is trying to get hold of her. She was, was initially supposed to be at 4 p.m. Kiev time, but then things came in between. So we'll try to get her up. Let's move it along whilst Victoria and I try to get hold of her.
Okay. G-Man, I hope you will forgive me. We're never 100% sure how many slots are free, and I would be a little bit tragic if you took the last one. So if you can, yes, excellent. Oh, you're there. Are you there?
Sorry, I just let him up, Nick.
Okay, no problem. I'm sure that won't happen. But I know occasionally Alan has this problem that he sees a full speaker panel. There's actually about 5 slots, but I imagine that the reverse can also happen. So welcome up, G-Man. We're waiting for our speaker, for our special guest. I will take ATV and then G-Man, but be aware that if our special guest appears, you will be cut off somewhat brutally. So ATV, go ahead.
Very happy to be cut off brutally. I was hoping to just continue the Georgia discussion briefly, if that's okay.
Again, yes, subject to the guillotine condition.
Of course, yeah. No, I mean, it was fantastic to hear from Boris and the discussion between Boris and Alex. I was just curious for the panel's understanding or thoughts on the military situation and the comments from Boris that a small handful, 3 battalions, are not far from Tbilisi and could effectively walk in pretty quickly. My very rudimentary understanding was that Georgia actually performed quite well against the Russian invasion, and since then, the military has been materially strengthened. Some insight on that. Thank you. And how could 3 battalions take a city besides Tbilisi as well, for that matter? Thank you.
I'm going to ask the people to park the answer to that question because our guest is here.
Great pleasure, friend of the space, and a very reputable, bridge builder between Ukraine and the European Union, as well as transatlantic, the youngest ever Deputy Minister of Ukraine, a well-known parliamentarian, humanitarian, and speaker for freedom. Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
You need to press the microphone.
Yes,
the pink microphone.
That makes much more sense. Hello there. Thank you for inviting us for the kind introduction.
That's the least I can do. Everybody is proud to have you back on with us. We're very glad. How are you today in Ukraine? How have you seen the week, and how you survived yet another round of attacks before we go to anything else?
Well, I overslept the air raid alert at night. So it's probably good because then I would have spent the whole night worrying about the attack. But I literally woke up at 5:52 hearing a loud explosion in Kiev, which is not a very nice way to wake up. But yeah. Ukrainian terms, that was pretty safe, if you can say so. And then also I know that about a third of people in Kyiv do not have electricity, or they have problems with the heating. My home is fine. So again, I think I'm the lucky one. Again, our standards subpar at the moment, but yeah, I guess I'm okay. I'm very sad by many things happening. And then, of course, today is the day we were paying respects to the fallen hero, Metro Kutsubailo, known by his call name Da Vinci. So that was a sad day for all of us. But we're still standing. So that's the good part of that, I guess.
Absolutely, and our space and people associated with us have tried to pay their respects remotely in that regard. Evidently, as one of the younger, if not the youngest, commander and fighting since 2014, he has been one of the many young leaders and one of the many young and important people who unfortunately had to sacrifice their lives for freedom of Ukraine.
Yes, yes, unfortunately so. So that was, yeah, he is a hero, and I feel for his family, for those who loved him, who knew him. I didn't know him personally, but I know people who know him personally. So yes, it's the sad part of his story is that he basically spent his whole adult life fighting in this war. He joined the army when he was 18, and 9 years after that he died, and he's been at war all this time. I think his life story is just a reminder to the world that it's not 1 year of the war, it's actually 9 years of the war, and there are people who have spent a great deal of their lives fighting this war that for 8 years the world chose to ignore until the big war happened. So just think about that. There is a guy who spent, when he was 18, he joined the army and spent all his life at war, and then was killed at war. I think that is a very, very tragic story, and yeah, I think we all are very saddened by this. We lost a great Ukrainian and a great warrior on Tuesday when he was killed.
Slava Ukraine.
Героям слава.
Now, at the same time, civil society in Ukraine throughout the whole war since 2014, but especially so since it became excessively kinetic last year in February, Ukrainian civil society has shown exceptional resilience. From an outside perspective, and many of us have traveled into Ukraine, worked in Ukraine. Tim has been in Ukraine for about a month recently. But still, the takeaway is always the same. Ukrainians simply focus on getting the job done. Alexander Kamishin was here with us various times, and in interviews with us, he always stressed the fact that the 230,000 people of the Iron Army, nobody really takes pride in that per se. Everybody says, we just need to get it done. Can you talk a little bit as to the resilience and the calm persistence of the Ukrainian society?
Well, that's a good question that you pointed out it as a trend, because that is actually how I feel. But I never thought about it as a clear trend in Ukrainians' psyche, so to speak. But yeah, that does make sense. We are not very military people. We are not aggressive people. Definitely, we never searched the war. But once the war came to us, just like in previous centuries, that is when we got ourselves together and we fight. So I think that is part of Ukraine's spirit overall. It's like we do not get involved, but if somebody is trying to affect us, is trying to do something about us, is trying to do some damage, that is when we get involved. And it's not because we are very, just the right word, militaristic or something. That is not part of our national identity. No, we are not, but we fight when we have to. And I think that is how we survived this 9 years of war, but particularly the last year of the full-scale invasion. None of us enjoyed living through this year. It was very tough. It was very difficult at times. Sometimes you just feel like you can fall apart, but then you just realize, well, falling apart doesn't help because that doesn't solve the problem. I remember from one of the first week of the big invasion, it was March 1st. I woke up early in the morning at around 6 or something because we didn't sleep much at that time. Neither we do now, but anyways, then it was particularly difficult. And I saw the video of a missile hitting the Kharkiv regional administration building. And I'm from Kharkiv, so that is the building that I know very well. It was literally 10 minutes walk from my school, so that was very difficult to watch. And I felt like crying, but I thought that, yeah, I can't cry right now because I have an interview to do. And then I saw my brother, who's a grown-up man. He's a bit younger than me, but still, he's 32 was. He was 32, I guess, yeah, 34 last year. And I saw him crying, like with tears in his eyes. And he said, Ina, they will turn Kharkiv into Aleppo. And I could feel how he felt at that point. And I also felt like I can cry. It was on the verge of falling apart, crying. But then I thought, no, that's not going to help. What I need to do is to do the interview for foreign media and to tell what Russians are actually doing to my country and my people, because that will get the job done. That is something that will actually be changing things. So that is what we do. Complaining and crying doesn't help. But when everybody is doing what he or she can, that is when things change.
My friend and colleague and co-founder here also of the MriyaReport and our operation, which started with a ragtag bunch of people during the night of the attack and in the days thereafter. She always highlights, and I mean, she is from the area around Cherkasy but lives in Kyiv. She said that, why would I complain? It's not productive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. It's indeed it's not productive. I mean, can we still complain sometimes? Yes, because we are humans, right? We have feelings, we have emotions. I feel when I start thinking about that, I feel very much angry. I feel rage about the fact that basically my life as it was, that I was building it, as I was working on it, that it was taken away from me. It's different life compared to what I was planning for myself, for my son, for my family. So it's basically the whole year of my life has been stolen from me, and I'm never getting it back. I'm never gonna live through that year again. So do I feel rage? Yes, but just spending time complaining about this does nothing. So I think that's what the spirit we try to keep here.
And Ukraine and the Ukrainians have achieved outside fighting the war, and of course, garnering support and building more support lines with their partners in the coalition of the willing. Ukrainians have achieved a lot. I'm not trying to flatter you overly. You know exactly what you and your countrymen have done. And most of us here have seen it in quite some detail. But the Verkhovna Rada has not stopped working. The people are engaged in the political process. Yes, there are limitations on what happens, and yes, certain discussions have been suspended, but you're still active, are you not?
Oh yes, very much so. And actually, particularly the last couple of months, we pretty much got back to the, well, if you can call it regular legislative process as much as possible. So of course it's not the same as it was before, but it is pretty intense. And I think the first couple of months of the war, we were mainly dealing with issues that have to do something with the military, just helping the army one way or another. But the situation has started to change for I guess, two major reasons why the parliament is now working on other legislation, not just the one related to the war effort directly. And reason number one is that of the European integration. you know that that is the official governmental position that is upheld by the whole parliament and the absolute majority of the society. They want Ukraine to be an EU member state, and that does require quite lots of work on the side of the legislature. So we actually do have lots of legislature that is getting passed, that is that we are working on, because it is part of the European integration process. So that is issue number one. And once we get our agenda for the day, we always have like a EU flag next to some pieces of legislation that we are to vote on. That means that this is the piece of legislation we need to get done in order to meet some criteria to be EU member state. And those pieces of legislation are always passed with absolute majority of the parliament. So that is reason number one. And reason number two is a bit more simple, being that life goes on. No matter what Putin wants, but and despite the fact that so much effort and so much focus of the society is around the war, but people still society. So we as a party need it, just because life goes on, and we cannot for a whole year only be working on military-related areas. So is that the primary focus? Yes, absolutely. Is that even in case there is some legislative, change that is needed for the army? Do we focus on that? Yes, that is always number one. But still, there are many other issues that that need to be addressed that we are working on. And one piece of legislation I will mention that I have been working on for truly over 9 months, but I introduced to the parliament this week, is the same-sex partnerships, which has been a big, not that big a discussion, but it was part of what the government was planning to do before. But never prepared the legislation. But it became particularly important now, with many LGBT people serving in the military not being able to register their partnership with their loved ones. That creates problems for them, and we will try to fix it. So that is what the parliament looks like now. Is we have to continue our working. First of all, because the society needs that. Secondly, added bonus, because that also annoys Putin very much.
Thank you for highlighting this. I think this is one of the key elements, that the fact that you do things which are considered to be completely bog standard and normal by now, fortunately, in what I would call free societies, but at the same time that you fulfill the criteria for the accession to the EU. Can you walk us through, because all of this, what you just said, including the most recent version of the law you proposed, and which we will all hope have safe passage soon, because it helps the people who actually are in such partnerships in Ukraine and do serve in the military. And I think you highlighted this quite well. This has been a topic which has been brought up in the space as well. But can you walk us through what kind of steps Ukraine has undertaken, and where are things which are still missing in fulfilling the criteria of the EU?
So EU is a very complex thing. Let's start there. And being EU member state, or trying to become EU member states, requires multiple work. It's often very technical. You know that everybody's complaining about how bureaucratic EU is, and so on and so forth. And we're not complaining. We like EU, want to be the members, and then we can try to fix it if needed. But it requires so much changes in legislature, and of course there are several big issues that EU has officially declared. Those are the criteria that Ukraine needs to fulfill in order to open negotiations about accession, and majority of those criteria are already met in terms of legislatory change. There are debates. The Prime Minister says that all criteria are met. I believe that the EU side will look slightly different at that. There are some debates about to what extent the new, for instance, national minorities law fully meets the expectations of the EU side, because there are some countries, particularly Hungary and slightly less Romania, who are not very happy about this law. But those official criteria that have been voiced out by the EU side have mainly been addressed in Ukraine's legislature. The implementation is another element. It's a much more complex one, particularly when we talk about judicial reform and anti-corruption reform. There is still lots of progress that needs to be made in terms of implementation. So those are challenges. I believe that those are probably the biggest challenges, truth be told, in order to change the country. But there are also lots of.
Can I interject just briefly, because biggest challenges? Can you just maybe highlight? There were discussions about the selection and appointments of, for example, NABU, and as well as the Constitutional Court. Could you just highlight for our audience where this comes from, how it has been addressed, and where we stand on those matters?
So the selection of the new head of NABU has indeed raised concerns. I'm hearing different positions from different people about Mr. Krivonos, who was chosen to lead the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. The fact that there are, I'm going to put it this way, the fact that there are at least some people in the civil society who are not happy with this choice is troublesome, because we need to have absolute trust in this crucially important institution. And the fact that there are some quite significant organizations and individual experts who are saying that we are not sure he's the best person to lead the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, that raises concern on my side. Again, I don't want to say, out loud that this is the bad choice and we need to sack him. What I am saying is that we have to. I think it would have been better to have a person who has absolute trust on the side of the civil society. And unfortunately, the person who has been selected does not meet those criteria. I cannot say anything about his qualifications. I have not met him, but the trust issue is very important here. And if he doesn't have the trust of the civil society, if there is at least the slightest reason for not trusting him completely, that can undermine the whole anti-corruption infrastructure, which is extremely dangerous. It's a very fragile system. It's a relatively newborn system, and it needs.
It makes his work harder, doesn't it?
Yes.
Imagine he does all the right things. It just makes his work harder.
Yeah, exactly. So that is where reputation matters. Reputation is important, and the fact that there are concerns about his reputation that kind of extends beyond his own personality, because that can raise concerns about the whole bureau and even the whole anti-corruption infrastructure, which is something that we didn't want to see, because the NABU and other anti-corruption bodies just started to show real results in truly catching people, or truly arresting people who are engaged in big corruption, something that has truly never happened before in Ukraine. And it would have been good to keep this dynamic afloat. And now having people say that he might not be the right person to do that, that is disheartening. So I hope, we don't really have much to do now. We just have to wait and see how he will act on his position. But yes, trust is very important when you build anti-corruption infrastructure, and lack of trust is a very significant factor that can undermine it.
Okay. Quick question then, as to the Constitutional Court, just very briefly, the selection of candidates, that there was a lot of hay to be made in media about it. Can you speak to that?
Well, the Constitutional Court is again a very important institution. So just for our listeners to understand, the Constitutional Court is the institution that can overrule the legislation that has been made by the parliament or any other governmental decisions. And we did have cases. Overall, they can voice opinions on the legislation. So the fact that there is debate about the procedure, how to select the constitutional court, because indeed it's very powerful. Its decisions are final, and there has been debates about the right procedure and how to do this. And unfortunately, there were well, let's put it this way: we are not very happy with how this process has been arranged so far, and with the selection that took place so far. I think we should set very clear criteria, very clear process for selecting the judges of Constitutional Court, and make sure that we get the right people there. So to put it shortly, we are not happy with that process now, and I think that is what, again, if we talk about EU accession and then these things happen, this definitely doesn't help.
Yeah, it is a cumbersome and sometimes meandering stream, isn't it?
Indeed, yes, yes, it is. You know, the fact that this is something that the EU is paying attention to gives me hope that maybe things will be fixed. We did have some pieces of legislation which were overrun because the EU voiced negative opinions about that. So I think that this general political agreement that we do want to integrate into European Union very often it's a very powerful tool that helps us kind of keep the reform process on track. And if we didn't have that, things would have been much, much more difficult. So not always political elites have the same approaches as majority of civil society. And I'm typically side with the civil society on those decisions. So the fact that we are, this became the big national idea that we want to be EU member state, that is actually helping. I just wish it were a little bit easier.
It's interesting to see that essentially that the EU as a projection, just like we see it now with the European flag, even if it's the old flag, but the European flag being held up by protesters in Georgia.
Yes.
Against water cannons. It reminded, I think, everybody here on the space, and we were live on space, as we always are. You know, we don't go away. But we were reporting on it when it was live on our screens in Georgia and Tbilisi. And we spoke about this. It reminded everybody here of both the Orange Revolution, and then, of course, thereafter, the Revolution of Dignity. And the Maidan, and the people fighting because they simply didn't want to give up the possibility of showcasing and being part of exactly that, the projection of Europe as a safe harbor for freedom.
Yes, and I think it's interesting. I recently met 4 German members of parliament who came here to Kiev. They were from the younger generation of German parliamentarians from 4 major democratic political parties in Germany.
Marcus among them?
Marcus was not there. Marcus came a bit before, but he did. There was a colleague from FDP with them, but they told me literally given our lives for the idea of going back to Europe. That reminded them that Europe is not just a bureaucracy, it's not just a set of regulations. It is initially the idea about specific values that people chose to uphold. So, you know, I think Ukraine and Georgia within the last couple of weeks are reminding the European Union about why it was created. It was not created to make the perfect regulations. It was created because it's indeed, as you said, a safe harbor for freedom, liberty, respect for human rights, respect for human dignity. So those very basic ideals that probably many inside the EU have started taking for granted. we shouldn't, because they are very important, and it's easy to forget that they are not a given. They are the result of the fight. They're the result of the wars before, and the result of the decision of people to uphold those values. And seeing Ukrainians and Georgians doing that now is kind of a reminder to all the Europe about the reason, raison d'être, yes, why EU exists, to uphold those values. So if anything, that at least is happening. It's EU is reminding itself about why it was created and how it was created.
In English, you would call this the crucible, and essentially that we're being reforged in fire, unfortunately, but still. Now, Ukraine has already included, created and submitted a recovery plan. Everybody knows and looks forward to actually old Europe being injected with a bit more fervor and momentum. Digitization, which in northeastern Europe has taken hold before, in the Baltic states, specifically Estonia, but then again, Ukraine has capitalized on digitization very effectively and to its, great benefit now, also in times of war. Ukraine will be able to leapfrog, just like many nations did right after the Second World War under the Marshall Plan. In reconstruction, Ukraine will be able to leapfrog across a number of otherwise existing difficulties. You see a lot of industry being destroyed. There are opportunities for the rebuilding. You see energy distribution and transmission systems being impaired. New resilient systems will have to be developed. There is a lot of work ahead, but there is excessive opportunity. How do you see the recovery of Ukraine when the war is won?
Well, I very much like the wording is to leapfrog some stages and just go straight forward towards the best and the newest. And I can definitely see the potential for that in the sector that I work a lot on, which is energy, because I serve in the energy committee, and I'm hearing lots of discussions about what do we do with our energy sector. And we did have a functioning energy sector, but it was often outdated, with a very outdated coal power plants, with a not very efficient market structures, and so on and so forth. And what is now being discussed is that, okay, Russia is destroying a big portion of our infrastructure in energy, right? They have damaged about 50% of our energy infrastructure, and they try to do more, as we have seen was it yesterday, with yesterday's attacks over the night, that they try to do more. So what do? Do we rebuild what we had, or do we build something new and better? And the general consensus is that we should build something new and better. There is the decision that the highly centralized electricity transmission system that we had is not going to work as long as Russia is our neighbor, which seems to be quite stuck with that for some time at least. And it will still be a danger for us even after the war is won. Having highly centralized system is a danger in itself. So we should move towards more decentralized grid, more towards small energy production, which is good for multiple reasons. So one is because it's safer, so for security reasons, because if the grid is decentralized, then it's much more difficult to affect it very, very much by single attack. Two is because the decentralized grid is typically built upon newer technologies, which are renewables, which are greener, which are safer for environment, and so on and so forth. And number three is because the decentralized grid also is a kind of precondition for ensuring that there are no more monopolies or at least oligopolies in the energy sector, right? So decentralized grid by definition means that operation. And that means that we can't have any more oligarchs in the sector. So it has all the three elements why it is good: safety, greener economy, de-oligarchization. All those things are something that are good and beneficial, and well, very weird question to ask is, would we have got to these discussions so soon if we didn't have the war and Russia's attacks on energy infrastructure? I'm not sure, truth be told. So at least something good comes out of it, is that we moved very fast in those discussions. And if anybody would have told me in January 2022 that Ukraine will embrace the idea of decentralized grid and decentralized energy production, I wouldn't believe that. But it is happening now, and it is something that is on the table, and it's something that will include it in the parliament, something that we are working on, changing legislation to make that happen.
And luckily, Ukraine still has 51% of its total electricity generation from nuclear power. And therefore, you do have the base load capacity, so you can afford to phase out, shall we say, less healthy, less sensible, centralized coal-fired plants. I mean, there is a benefit to this in that regard, if I may say.
Yes, of course. There is also a kind of sad benefit, being that we consume now much less compared to what we consumed, say, 18 months ago. The reason for that being that a big part of the industry stopped. And also, of course, many people left the country. So both the households and the industry, they all consume less. Because if we had to, well, in the current situation that we're in, with the damages that were inflicted, if we were consuming the same amount of energy as we did, say, 2 winters ago, that would not cover it. So yes, having the nuclear power plants still functioning, and well, those that are under our control, because of course Zaporizhzhia is not, and that has been about 10% of the overall generation in the country. But that's what. Okay. Anyways, so we consume less, and thus we have enough generation for this consumption that we have now. But thinking forward, after the war is won, people come back and industry gets back to functioning properly, or even if it's new industry, they will still increase the consumption of energy. We would actually need more generation, and there is potential in those areas. And I think even private businesses is starting to understand that there will be need in generation, and that makes it something that is probably worthwhile investing into. I'm in very early stages of that, but well, the general picture of with the current consumption situation in energy sector.
Absolutely. And it was very interesting because we spoke here on the space various times with Olga Korshavna, for example, and she also highlighted that there is capacity reserve in those nuclear power plants, but also that, for example, hydropower, the turbines which are being used in hydropower in Ukraine could definitely benefit from an upgrade and generate significantly more power than what is currently available. And if you have 27 and something % of the total energy primary energy generation in coal, there is an opportunity for solar, for example.
Yes, and the truth is that every single coal generation plant has been damaged, or very heavily damaged, or destroyed. So there is not a single one which has not been damaged in one way or another. And the big question now is do we get rid of them completely, or do we try to keep them running for another year, which can't be the choice because we would not be able to supplement them to use something else instead of them, because yes, we do have great potential for solar, but the problem with solar is, of course, that it only shines during the day, and there is
I know.
yeah, and there is more sun in some areas of Ukraine and then not in others, and then solar requires, of course, installing the storage capacity, which is again something that we're working on in the committee, and there are discussions about how to encourage installation of storage capacity so that we can have more renewables in the system, because renewables come with should come with the storage solutions. So that is definitely something that that is on the table, and we should move really fast on that. And again, my point being that we are moving much faster compared to what we would be moving if there were no full-scale invasion. So at least something good comes out of all of this.
And let me just one thing to add. Even countries such as Estonia and Finland are now moving forward on their nuclear power plant designs. Estonia, which never had any, and Finland, which has but needed to do it again. And but they're doing next generation, which might be an interesting setup also for a country as large and as industrialized as Ukraine.
Yes, that's a question that is being discussed in Ukraine right now. A short comment on EU countries now thinking about installing nuclear. An important element to that is make sure it's not in cooperation with Rosatom, because that is that can sound,
of course,
but the thing is that Hungary is installing a new nuclear power blocker in cooperation with Rosatom. And Rosatom, that's the Russian state company that has captured a whole nuclear power plant. Do you know that it's not under any EU sanctions at all? And it is still supplying nuclear fuel to Europe. About 25% of American fuel, of the fuel that is used in the US, is actually also coming from Russia. And there are unfortunately still no deep discussions about what to do about that. So one thing I can do is just to raise awareness about this issue, to point to this in this direction, that there are no sanctions against Russian nuclear energy sector, and there is no big plan about what to do with the fact that Russia is basically one of the key suppliers of nuclear fuel for the whole world.
Under existing contracts, I agree with you, but it's under existing contracts. Technically, we do not need them. It's just that we chose to use them.
Yes. Particularly many EU countries. So the data that I have seen says that many countries like the US chose to rely on, on Russian nuclear, but not only Russian, but on the outside nuclear fuel, just because it was cheaper. So they kind of suspended the functioning of their enrichment capacity because it was so much cheaper to buy it from Russia. France, that has quite a big enrichment capacity, but it only uses about 20% of it. Why? Because it's cheaper to buy it from Russia. And there needs to be an economic case, an economic decision by the government that we shut it down, and then we create economic conditions to invest for private businesses or maybe for public institutions to invest in developing enrichment capacity for uranium in those countries that need it. Because now it's much cheaper to buy enriched uranium in Russia.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And particularly, and another thing that you did mention about the newest technologies, with the small modular reactors being the hype of the day, everybody forgets that.
I disagree. That's a good point that you raise. Is we're not propagating this yet. Modular reactors, fine, but not small. It doesn't make any sense.
So not to get into this very technical discussion, but the biggest problem for me as a Ukrainian, the biggest problem with the small modular reactors is that they require high enriched uranium. And guess the name of the country which is the sole producer of high enriched uranium, because it's Russia. So
exactly.
So this is like again, there is so much hype about it, and then I ask a simple question: where will you get the high enriched uranium from? And there is no plan for that. So if countries choose to go there, again, not discussing now. It's going to take us another hour to discuss that, but we need to remember that the world needs to solve this problem on reliance on Russian nuclear fuel first.
Absolutely, and there are technical processes, fortunately, and by the way, which could be utilized in future also in Ukraine, where we can reprocess existing nuclear spent fuel and waste in order to utilize it for next generation reactors. And I think this is where this is all going, right?
It is possible.
Because
It's
currently
possible. Yes.
you do have a lot. You do have a lot of nuclear waste, which you still
nuclear waste facility is now under Russian control. We cannot put our nuclear waste there anymore. So that is another level of problems that we have, because it is close to Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So we need to get it back first. That's kind of a prerequisite for any other development activities in the nuclear sector, of course. Well, not just because of that, but for multiple other reasons. But that is just, adds complexity to this issue. It's not only nuclear generation that they have captured, it's also the waste facility, which is also problematic, of course.
lots of challenges ahead, but as I tend to believe, Ukraine will find with its partners a solution for this. Mindful of your time, and then Victoria informed me that also that you may have a cutoff. Would you mind if we go to questions from Tim? Or how much time do you have for us?
Well, 5 minutes. Would that be
perfect?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we'll take every minute of your time. Absolutely every.
Yeah.
Tim, please.
A great pleasure. Thank you for this fascinating interview and for appearing on the space. As Axel mentioned, I spent a month in Ukraine interviewing a number of people, including many of your political colleagues. It's very fascinating. One of the people I sat down with was Mr. Igor Smeliansky, the chief executive of Ukroposhta. And we talked about European integration. And one of the things he said that stuck with me was that obviously his wheelhouse is as Ukraine's most senior postman. He talked about the Ukrainian law on postal services, which is very, it owes a lot to the two European postal services directives, but it goes a lot further in terms of liberalization and competition. And he said, if anything, the European Union should be conforming to Ukrainian standards on postal services liberalization, not the other way around. What other areas of legislative success do you see from your position as a staunch advocate for European integration? We've talked a lot about the challenges, but where do you see the biggest successes?
Oh, that's we're so used to talking about challenges that I'm trying to think about the successes. So okay, that's gonna be an example from a completely different area, which is not related to business, and it's not even directly related to European integration. But one thing that amazes me when I kind of read the news about politics on the West is to what extent, and the problem that we don't have here in Ukraine is the discussion of abortion, because we have a Poland to the west of us, where of course abortion is illegal. There is the United States, where this is a huge political debate and politically divisive issue. And here in Ukraine, it's completely calm. It's not a political debate at all. It's not something that people even raise issue about. It's like, yeah, it's just a given right of a woman to make decisions about her own body. And there are that's a very strange example that just came to my mind, but that is something that always strikes me. And that people from the West come to Ukraine, and then we talk about the gender inequality and so on and so forth. And then they say, okay, do you need some help in preserving abortion rights in Ukraine? And I'm like, no, we don't. We are fine. We don't have this kind of problem. So I think that is a very completely different example, which is the first thing that did come to my mind. Are quite successful in some digital services. I was just talking to my assistant, and he told me, oh, I talked to a friend of mine who's now living in Brussels, and she explained to me how much effort it takes for her to transfer money from her bank account to another person's account, and here in Ukraine we do it in like 15 seconds on our phones. So that is something that we that is something that we got very much used to, and not really willing to give up, truly. So those are the things that Ukraine can be pretty proud of.
I would venture another example in the digital space, which is I used to work for a startup that had significant business in Ukraine, and one of the things we found that when it came to digital signing, particularly, and keyless signature infrastructure, Ukraine was just streets ahead of a great many European countries who are still in the process of implementing the eIDAS regulation.
Yes, we're quite good with that. We also use me as MP. I use electronic signature to submit legislation, and so that is something that we are very much used to. And I think it was sped up by the fact that because of COVID and then the big war, people had to learn to deal with each other electronically. So that kind of we had to make it much easier, because otherwise we would just so many processes would have stalled without it.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it back to Axel. Thank you, Ina.
Ina, thank you very much for joining us today. I'm mindful of your time. Very briefly, would you mind committing to coming back to us more quickly than since last time? Because it has been since August, if I'm not quite mistaken. And I think it would be very helpful if from time to time we could have you here to discuss as to the progress Ukraine is making. And I think it's very valuable for our audience to have a calm, clear voice telling us what the steps are the Ukrainian parliament is taking and how the reconstruction of the energy system is going.
I'll be happy to. Let's stay in touch and make it happen sooner.
And much appreciated. And please, everybody, give a big hand to Ina Safsun. And with that, Ina, I would hope that we'll see each other in a few weeks from now, and our friends and colleagues will be in Ukraine. So if there's a possibility that we can interview you directly in Kiev or in Kharkiv, we shall be pleased to do so.
In Kiev is more realistic. I'll be more than happy to meet you live then.
Excellent. Well, that will probably be towards the end of the month when we'll do the next stage of our documentary, and then we'll be on site. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Bye-bye.
Excellent. Bye-bye. All righty. Nick, that was delightful, wasn't it?
It was. I appear to have lost Tim. I see breaking, I think, international news of relevance, geopolitical news. Iran and Saudi Arabia have agreed to resume diplomatic relations. It's been announced in the last couple of hours.
Well then, now what would that possibly mean, Nick?
Israel next? I don't know. What do you reckon, Axel?
Well, I think Israel knows exactly what it wants to do and can do.
I was surprised. I'm surprised to read this. I'm not certain what to read into it. Sometimes you get these false dawns. North Korea and South Korea seem to have one every few years. But I'm not certain if there's going to be an agreement. Will it mean peace coming to Yemen? I don't know enough about the region to make anything of it. If Abdullah is here, it'd be handy if he'd stick his hand up, perhaps. But if we have any Middle Eastern experts,
I think this is it is historic in one regard, but at the same time, there is a danger in this, and we simply do not know to what extent that bodes ill for the policies protecting and preserving the Abraham Accords. Let's put it this way.
Duke of Earl, do you have something for us on this, or any other topic?
Yes, about deal from Saudi Arabia and Iran. I thought it had also to do with the enrichment problems of the uranium in Iran and the bad trip from Biden to Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia is still hated in a large parts of Europe for the murder of Khashoggi. But Turkey made a deal, at least Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan made a deal because he saw some benefits. So I don't know if there is a scheme going on, if they want to be stronger against America or the world. But yeah, it was a strange news item, and I consider it suspicious, so to speak. And what the dear madam said from the energy from Ukraine, I had a question. I've been a postman in the old section postman of Holland, and that was highly regulated and an easy job, almost. But later on the market said more companies had to deliver mail, and because of the marketing efforts of all the companies, the sales went down. And so, yeah, I don't know if the postal office now the first thing is that should be a market for competitive. How do you say it? Competitive.
Competitive.
It is actually.
Competitive.
It is already competitive.
Yeah.
Ukroposhta has competitors in Ukraine since many years, but still, even as a state-owned entity, has been able to defend its turf quite literally because they managed to do a good job. But if I may just highlight, we have Raphael joining us, and given the fact that we just touched upon the Saudi-Iran issue, I would like to call upon our friend Raphael. Raphael.
Yes, hi Axel, thank you. So, I mean, quite a weird piece of news, but I think the main, at least for me, the main story in this whole, Iran-Saudi, if there's indeed some sort of reconciliation there, the main story is the fact that China's doing it. Traditionally, especially in the Middle East, if it's not the US who's helping, bridge gaps, it would be Russia. But Russia doesn't have any influence anymore, doesn't have any power. And I think the big story here is that everyone recognizes that. Now, it's not good for the US, I think, to have China stepping into this role. It's definitely not good for Israel. But, it was something I was thinking about the past few days about Georgia. Because the way Georgia handles what's going on at the moment, what happens in Georgia, I think is quite important also for Ukraine and for the world. Because I think, if Georgia's able to sort of shake off the Russian influence in a relatively peaceful way, and, I guess I mean without a full-scale war, if they're able to do it by themselves, then that really shows that the Russian, geopolitical power around the world in places where traditionally it would have had some say, and that applies to Georgia and to the Middle East. If that's waning and we see that actually countries are able to, or at least in Georgia's case, shake off the Russian influence in a peaceful way, I think that's very, very good news for Ukraine, because that will show people that actually a weakening Russia is not as bad of a thing. It's not going to end in total catastrophe, and actually it could probably end quite well for lots of places in the world. In terms of the Middle East, all I'd say is I think that the US needs to be taking that, filling that void, and not China when it comes to, Russian influence. It's going to disappear, basically. That's all I had for now. Thanks, Axel.
Okay,
Yeah.
Pauli, sorry.
So no, I was just throwing one thing in, Rafa. The idea that if there is, so to say, another power vacuum, that would be that's colloquialism, but still, if there is a soft spot in terms of power, that China would try to dip into this is clear. But the fact is that Saudi Arabia, which now sees itself seemingly on a different path than just collaborating with an energy-hungry and petrol-hungry, say, West and the United States, that's evidently exactly what people were concerned about. But then again, it's no surprise there
And that has to be the fact, because China is supporting Iran. If there's one party who could bring the slightly death-bound mullahs to the table, it is the Chinese. They wouldn't be listening to anybody else.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I mean, to be honest, I've seen the news today. I haven't had a huge amount of time to think about it in depth, but I do also think that this is probably a developing story. I doubt that the United States have been taken by surprise, and this just came out of the blue. They probably knew this was happening. And I also don't really think that there's any point trying to bring the mullahs to the table at this point. Don't think they want that at all. They're not interested. They're just going to do what they're going to do. And it's going to come down to the West to stop them.
Nothing new under the sun. Nick, back to you. Nothing new under the sun. Nick, back to you.
Raphael, do you think Israel is not capable of stopping the Iranian nuclear program on their own?
Well, I mean, nobody really knows, do they? I thought it should have been done 10 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, in terms of, I mean, I've said this, I've thought this for a while as well, but I think that if something does happen, you're going to see the United States involved, maybe other NATO countries. So it won't be just Israel by itself. That's on purpose, and there's good reason for that. Can it be done? Who knows? No one in the space knows, that's for sure.
Who was there? Is it Yogi Berra, the coach, who had something about it's always difficult to make predictions, especially about the future? Pauli.
Yeah, good day, Nick and Axel. On the previous topic or the previous guest, just want to give some, not flash news, but maybe some further like backing comments to the reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine and the support. Our Prime Minister is currently visiting Kyiv and Zelensky, and visiting the funeral of Da Vinci, the fallen hero. And our Prime Minister, well, maybe the most important comments were that Finland is going to support Ukraine as long as it's needed. And then another comment was that the war criminals will be brought to justice, in front of justice, and justice will be delivered. And I think that's a good how to say, comments. And just to give some background, we're gonna have parliamentary elections in 3 weeks. So of course, yet again, well, bringing more, how to say, the war and the war criminals to public. I think it was a positive thing for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. G-Man.
Good afternoon. Hi, how are you? Just on the topic of just support for Ukraine, and just interestingly that the Prime Minister of Finland is in Kiev. I was listening to the Telegraph podcast yesterday, and Dominic Nichols, who's the Telegraph's defense correspondent and former British Army, was talking about Jeff, which I hadn't really been aware of, but it's the UK Joint Expeditionary Force. It's a subset of NATO. Denmark, Finland, Estonia, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Norway, and the UK. 8 of those countries are NATO, and then Finland and Sweden are outside of it, but there's ratification. It's going to happen eventually. And he was talking about, as a sort of, those countries are thinking about Ukraine having membership of Jeff before they have membership of NATO, and I thought it was interesting. I just threw that out there. I didn't expect to totally silence the conversation, but anyway.
I'm sorry, I was just changing the title of the space, and I got halfway through it. And when you're doing that, it's one of the very few moments when you don't have a microphone button. So I had to I had to get to the point where the title was at least serviceable before I returned.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should... yeah.
You mentioned the NATO ratification. Does anybody know where we are? We're still waiting for Turkey and Hungary to decide that they've had their pound of flesh on this issue. But I saw a suggestion that Hungary was maybe moving towards putting it to the vote in Parliament. If anyone knows.
Oh, something about that.
Nick, it's going to be a long road. A long road. These Swedes and Finns, these Finns and Swedes, they don't respect the fundamental rights. These pagan or Hexen states, they don't really follow the rules. So it's going to be a long road. Maybe until Vilnius.
I presume you're being a little bit ironic there, Parley. But I mean, do we know what the position is in terms of Axel? Do you have something?
I was just about to say, Paulie can walk through this. Given the fact that he is a Finnish legal witch doctor, I'm sure he could run through that, because the process in Hungary is so arcane by now. They seem to be shifting and shunting it through every single potential committee there is. The only thing which is missing thus far is, I think, is the culture committee. Paulie, tell us.
Yeah, I think we should invent a new word for this Hungarian procedure. This is on whole another level, and I think the latest news is that they're gonna confirm everything by March. But we have seen this. I think beginning from December, they have moved the goal posts further and further. So I won't bet any dollars on that. And I think with Turkey, as soon as they have had their presidential elections, I guess Erdogan has the presidential elections, if I'm right, coming up this spring, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, maybe Turkey could realize that, all right, maybe now it's time, go time.
For Axel or George, perhaps, if you know, but in terms of, okay, so Sweden and Finland are not currently legally members of NATO, but can we assume that large parts of their military and defense capability and organizations are already acting pretty much as if they are in NATO? Would they need any domestic legislation that would have to follow, or can they basically, is it reasonable for me to assume, for example, that they are close observers of exercises, that they're already being shown, documents about procurement and various? Can we assume that the fact that the formal ratification hasn't happened yet isn't actually particularly slowing down the sort of rate at which the two of them are getting on?
It isn't, but please, Paul, you want to go? Sorry, Paul, you want to go first, or should
I was going to say.
I said Axel or George, so I mean, I guess I invited George if he has a.
Yeah, I apologize.
Please, George, I was going to say, the U.S. is right now, just now, is finishing up joint exercises with the Finnish army. So there's that, and I'm sure there's a lot of things that they're discussing that. That's not going to be made public because, there's certain things they don't want to rile up the wrong people. But when you see Finnish and U.S. soldiers having a joint exercise in Finland, you have U.S. soldiers in Finland doing an exercise, winter training. That's a significant step. But I don't know about their political, like maybe Paulie does, but I don't know about the political situation, like how if we would need certain laws to be passed in the interim. But right now, I think the fact that they're doing
I can
exercises is
speak
huge.
to the regulation.
Go ahead.
The exercises are one part, but I can speak to the process, and then Paulie can maybe round it off if that's okay with you, Paulie. Otherwise, interrupt me whenever you feel it suitable. When the discussion came up, and when it was clear that Finland is applying for NATO membership, meetings were held both in Finland as well as in Estonia between NATO and our Finnish colleagues. And a friend of mine who's been attending to this, and don't forget, this is not just Americans. On the contrary, this is, if you look at the multinational structure which we have here in the Baltics of NATO's presence, Germans, Canadians, Brits, all mixed together in various command structures, pretty much in every country, whilst there's a lead nation in one and the others follow in the other. But there is, in the overall multinational command structure, there is a significant mix-up between the various nations. And those who've been meeting with the Finns mentioned that they had never imagined and they had never seen anyone as prepared down to the very granular level as the Finnish armed forces representatives who came to the respective conferences with boatloads of data, manuals prepared, run through, translated, all available in English, not just in Finnish, because Finnish, as you all know, is one of the most well-read, well understood global languages. So for some people, it's very difficult. But well, Paulie can quote one famous Finnish ice hockey commentator in that regard in a minute. And the Finnish troops were exceptionally well prepared, down to the legal nitty-gritty presentation, force structure, force design. There are differences as to how the Finnish armed forces have constituted the armed forces, but that is due to both their history as well as the territory in which they fight. And NATO is extremely flexible when it comes to its adaptability to terrain, whilst force structures and force designs often for purposes of interoperability are very close to each other. There is substantial flexibility. Now, the Finns are very well set up. It's, miles ahead of everybody else who's been a candidate in recent 30 years. Paulie.
Thank you, Axel. Yeah, so we've been working on, our generals and officers have been working towards the NATO application for the last, I would say, 15 to 17 years. Although they have never stated that, all right, our aim is to go to NATO, but all the officers know that this is the aim we have, and every procurement, I would say from 2005 onwards, they have justified the procurement, or how to say, they have made the justifications in a way that they could get NATO compatible gear, and that's what we have done. I would say, of course, this is my subjective analysis, but I would say that we are quite prepared. Of course, regarding administration and these kind of structures, there will be something to be done, of course, and once we get to NATO. But regarding our legislation, I think it was it last week or the beginning of this week, I'm not sure, but we passed the law on ratifying the NATO membership in our parliament. So that's already done. I think there was 7 negative votes against it, but about 180 or so basically saying that yes, we're gonna go to NATO. So that's already done. So once we get the approvals from Hungary and Turkey, we are on. And thank you for the kind comments and compliments. I would tie this subject into.
These were just facts, Paulie. Trust me. Guys were so surprised.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I would tie this subject into Ukraine in a way that, although our countries are not like identical, I would say that regarding the capability and the how to say professionalism that the Ukrainian people have, I'm quite confident that they will be also ready for NATO within the next years. So that's a good thing, and I'll listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauli. G-Man.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to that, I was reading down, having mentioned the Jeff concept, I just read down some stuff about it. It was set up in 2012. In 2019, Sweden and Finland, sorry, 2017, Sweden and Finland both joined. And then in 2021, Iceland also joined. So it's very much it's under the NATO. It is actually a NATO sub-unit, even though two countries that are currently members aren't yet members of NATO. But there is a lot of force structure goes on. And then one of the main things it does is has the exercise in the Baltics, so Baltops. And then other countries obviously join that aren't formally part of JEF, but they are NATO. So it's a bit strange. But I think the comment on the podcast was that maybe this is somewhere where Ukraine can look at joining, because it's obviously a smaller group than 30 members of NATO having to approve. But this might be something that could be useful for Ukraine as a halfway house before joining NATO, or before having the ability to join NATO. I might not have them.
What's the exact name of the group you're talking about? Is that the MB8?
No, JEF, JEF. It's joint UK. It's actually UK Joint Expeditionary Force, but JEF, the UK bit gets dropped in the acronym. It's UK led Expeditionary Force. Sorry. So it's interesting. It's worth looking up, and yeah, I'll go mute again.
And for the spectators, nothing about being a member of NATO prevents you from having any other military alliances and any other agreements in place that you want. I imagine, as long as it doesn't involve giving secrets to hostile countries. So within the European Union, for example, it's a country can't go off and have a free trade agreement within either with a subset of the EU or with countries outside the EU, because the EU owns the trade policy of its member states. But within NATO, there's nothing to stop the UK and the NATO Baltic countries and the NATO Nordic countries setting up any form of collaboration they want with non-NATO countries. So it's not legally difficult, or there's no particular controversy over this kind of operation being done. Do you know when that was set up, G-Man, for the first time? If G-Man has gone, or if he's struggling to unlock his keyboard. All right, Axel, any news from the front today?
I have been absolutely unable in ascertaining that, but I will give it a go in a few minutes.
I did see that power has been restored completely in Kyiv. The lights are on. I don't know if that's still the case in every corner of Ukraine. You have a look at the air raid map. For those interested it's alerts.in.ua. So .ua is Ukraine, alerts. So it's it's air raid alerts in Ukraine, alerts.in.ua. It's a very well designed map. If you can keep it open, if you have a spare screen or a spare corner of your screen, and it will tell you in real time when an alert happens, air raid alert happens in Ukraine. There are 3 regions that seem to be permanently on. 2 of which I kind of understand because they're Crimea and Luhansk, which are pretty much entirely under the control of the Russians. But the other one that is on a lot of the time, not at the moment, but a lot of the time, is Nikopol. It's a town on the border between the Zaporizhia and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, and I think it's just across the river from the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Does anyone, Axel, or anyone else, do you know why that? Do you know why that city would have its air raid alert on quite so often?
Nikopol is an area which has been of particular fascination for the Russians for a long time, apart from it being, say, an area where there is a lot of anti-missile defense, and Nikopol itself has a strong military footprint.
It's the absolute outer limit of the Russians' occupation of that oblast, I think. So they must be. I presume they are kind of squared off. Ukraine is squared off against the Russians occupying the power plant. But it's just noticeable because you see this this map will tell you how many areas are coloured red, and you see the 2 big ones, Luhansk and Crimea, and then you look very carefully, and there's a tiny little bit, and it's the area around Nikopol. Alex, welcome up.
Thank you. Yeah, I just read, you know, there is one of Russian propagandons. She's a female, Margarita Simonian. She just wrote, and it's interesting now, like she tries to make a couple of points. First, that Georgia is trying to open second front, which like, it's interesting, like who is copying whom? Is it like Russian dream in Georgia, kind of using the same word, but first she revealed that indeed Russian one. But more interestingly, what she says is nobody will be sending troops to Georgia. Well, I'm not surprised. They don't have troops anymore. But they will just send a few rockets, right? Yeah, they have what, 6 Kinzhals? I mean, so the same empty, like certainly they can send a bomb, but like we are talking about city of 2 million population. I do not know, like really, I mean, nobody wants, you know, city to be bombed. But honestly, while bombing Ukraine, I don't think Russia has achieved anything. And like, it will just, you know, increase number of those who believe this war needs to be ended in Moscow, Red Square. You can already see that currently they are in Ukraine, but there are some Russian nationalists fighting Putin's regime. They are liberal Russians trying to fight, like they are probably very weak right now, but they did some, currently what they are doing is they are entering Russian territory and basically spreading out footage that these troops exist, they are armed, and they are willing to fight Putin's regime. Like exactly, yeah, those are their words. So they recently did a raid in Bryansk and a few days ago in Kursk. So, and you know, one thing they are. I listened to an interview with one of those. He by the way, he's calling himself Russian nationalist. Um, and one of their demand is basically they want to finish Russian Empire and have like normal Russian state, which means really letting loose places like Chechnya and other captive nations. But what he says is he was you know, discussing. You can see all those, you know, footages where mobilized Russians are saying they hold arms, but then they're saying, "Oh, we don't have this, we don't get that, we are not treated with respect. We are being sent to fight." You know, um, all those things. But this guy asks them, "Folks, you have a weapon. What the hell else do you need for mutiny? Like, this regime doesn't give a damn about you." And there will be more mutiny going forward. You know, it's um, again, I don't know, within a week or within 10 weeks or within 12 months, but Putin does not have resources to go on it. Like, he cannot expand this many people for this long. Yes.
Can a guy with a Kalashnikov, you know, really mutiny? I know when I smile when I see Second Amendment supporters in the US say that they're going to use their guns to defend themselves from the government. And somebody points out that when the government comes around, you know, if it's actually interested in taking over, they'll have tanks and ATGMs and stuff like that. So I'm not certain what form. Well, if the US government, if it wanted to come around to your house and, you know, do whatever it is that some of these people seem to think the government's going to do, they won't be sending people around with revolvers. So my point is, I wonder how much in today's military you can mutiny with semi-automatic rifles.
Okay.
I wonder how you get. I wonder how you get that mutiny going.
There is a path because, like, you know, until recently, I was thinking, you know, those all could be all stories, you know, made up stories. But these folks exist. How to do the mutiny? Well, you have commander, right? You can shoot your commander and, you know, surrender into prison, or just declare that you want to fight, or just, you know, sit in the as prisoner of war. Is certainly better than sitting in a trench.
I'm not sure. We'll see about the practicalities. Ioana, please.
Oh, I raised my hand to talk a little bit about NATO because you asked before. So I can give you a quick review on what is all about. Let's say Turkey. Turkey, in principle, is agreeing with Finland accession into NATO, but they have a problem with Sweden. Is the problem we know with the Kurdish diaspora that is welcomed in Sweden, and they seem to think that this is a bad thing. I'm not getting into this, it's complicated. Anyway, so they are agreeing with Finland, not so well with Sweden. And basically they are waiting. People seem to think that they are waiting for the elections. About Hungary, so Hungary should have voted on 6th of March, but on the accession of Sweden and Finland into NATO, but they postponed it to 20th March. A delegation from Hungary went to Sweden, and in principle they are okay with Sweden entering NATO. And of course there is the issue of Finland. Apparently the party of Erdogan is okay with it, but I think that they will just like to talk a little bit and maybe get something from European Union in exchange. So at one moment there was a fear that Turkey will block Finland, Sweden, while Hungary will block Finland. It is interesting. It may hint to Russian influence there in order to stop the process of accession. Other thing that it is interesting about Finland is that the Parliament of Finland already ratified the act of accession into NATO. So when Turkey and Hungary will vote for, basically Finland will be already in NATO. Usually this is done, this is the last step, but they seem to think that it's better to do it now, just to accelerate a little bit the process. That's all.
Does Sweden have a similar consideration? Do they have to ratify it as well? Or, I mean, I imagine it takes about half an hour once they get the last signature in. But
Yeah, so this is the process. After all the countries in the NATO agree to the accession of a new member, and usually this is done by a vote in Parliament. The last thing is a vote in the Parliament of the country that is concerned. And yes, Sweden will do that probably. They didn't do it yet because, as I said, for Finland it is a little bit unusual that they did it before obtaining the ratifying decisions from Hungary and Turkey.
thank you, Anna. Lexicon.
Coming. Yeah, I just was going back.
We hear you.
I was just going back to when forget who was talking about the JEF that joined whatever it is expeditionary force. I wanted diplomatic solutions. Fiona Hill, I was talking about. We can't just have no strategy except pouring more weapons into Ukraine. Of course we can, but anyway, she named among other ideas. I'm out of breath from my chores. Joining the JEF, which doesn't, preclude NATO and so on. She was among diplomatic initiatives. She was also talking about other military initiatives and other ways to achieve security guarantees. Now, I'm of the opinion that even the NATO security guarantee is questionable if you're too small or too something. But at any rate, I think it's a bit of a warning. Maybe it's got positive elements, but it's also like all these people who are trying to find less than, any solution less than taking Crimea, frankly, is what sticks in their throats. But I think it's worth pursuing some of these ideas that these folks are floating, and JEF is one of them. That's all.
Thanks, Joanna. Do you have a point to add to that?
No, not to that. I have other subjects.
Carry on.
Yes, it was a question that we wanted to ask you. Domon, in fact, wanted to ask you that. So on 1st of April, and it's not a joke, Russia will take the presidency of the United Nations Security Council.
Yeah.
And we know that many voices opposed to the presence of Russia in the Security Council. So what do you think about it? It was a question just for you.
I mean, I don't think it'll make much difference. The veto system is such that being president of the Security Council for a month, I suppose, particularly for the rotating, for the non-permanent members, is a sort of 1 month in which your foreign minister gets to sit in the big chair and look statesmanlike. But I don't think it will be of any great practical significance. The Security Council is irrelevant, except for those rare occasions when Russia and America aren't particularly committed to a particular policy. So that part of the UN is just moribund, I think.
Yes, so it's a normal rotation mechanism. We should mention this is in alphabetical order. So it was Russia's turn to be the president of the Security Council. And what I wanted to ask you is, how are there scheduled meetings, like one per week, so, or exceptional meetings? What will happen during this month? And for example, can people just boycott it and not go there because of this presidency of Russia to the Security Council? Because okay, it's normal because Russia is in the council and has the veto right and so on, but at a symbolic level, to represent the United Nations Security Council, it's kind of difficult to understand, to not say more.
I don't know how the UN Security Council works, but here on the UN website, we have the program of work of the UN Security Council. We can see what's programmed for this month to get an idea. I mean, maybe there are topics they discuss that aren't relevant to UK. There's something on the agenda. There's something on the agenda quite a lot of days. Quite a lot of days. Various committees, which will go on the whole time. There are plenty of members of those committees that are not members of that are not Russia. The current president is Mozambique. They sit in the chair. They talk about longer term things. Maybe some of these things are useful. I mean, I don't think it's an 80-year-old, nearly 80-year-old bureaucracy. The UN. It will have a great many things that are done by clockwork, by rote, come hell or high water. There'll probably be subcommittees that don't have Russia in them, even of the 15. I don't know how it works, but I can guess. How in my experience of international organizations, how they work like that. There will be all kinds of business that goes on and has gone on for the last 50, 60 years with the Soviet Union and Communist China on the Security Council. So to the extent that that work is useful, which I think is, let's say, needs to be examined in each case, but to the extent that such work is useful, it'll probably continue. There hasn't been a sort of suspension of. The atmosphere must be, tenser than usual when the Russians are sitting there, but maybe they're made to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, it's one of those embarrassing things, isn't it? It's like Lavrov saying, Ukraine started the war. It's sort of, okay, he said it. Okay, I don't know what will happen because I don't know. But yes, there debates. 30th of March, peace and security in Africa. The impact of development policies in the implementation of the silencing of the guns, which I think is a report. That people will make some speeches. Will any minds be changed? I doubt it very much. But you have to have these fora so that the public can come and visit and tour and say, "Oh, the UN is looking after our future collectively." I have become a great skeptic of the UN because I don't think you can have an organization based on everybody being a good faith member in the world that we live in. It's bad enough trying to get everybody to be a good faith member of NATO or the European Union right now. So, if the only qualification for being a member of the UN is you are an independent country, I think they probably have more experience actually than we do of dealing with terrible countries. At least within the EU and NATO, most countries are something approaching a functioning democracy. For the UN, so I think we're coming to the end, I think, of the era in which we could all sort of ignore the many elephants in the room at the UN. And I think this latest war has just shown even for people like myself who like to believe in the kumbaya aspects, I think it's shown a lot of us that this just isn't possible.
Yeah, so it's frustrating, isn't it? For example, what is happening now with NATO, with Sweden and Finland, and also with the EU, with Hungary opposing almost every every package of sanctions. And this thing with the Security Council, I guess if there were, I don't know, other common organizations in the future, or maybe it is a project on a long time, I think provisions should be made in order to prevent the bad actors to have such an influence and to oppose the decisions of, I don't know, 30 countries, 27 countries, and 180, or how many countries are in the UN. It's really
Yeah, I mean, but you know, Stalin was one of the founders of the UN, so you know, it wasn't off to a great start really. But I agree, and I think I don't know what NATO can do really, but the EU revises its treaties every 15 years or so, and I can imagine that in the next revision, strengthening the democracy and the robustness of the EU itself to bad actors will be a consideration, and that all they have to do is make sure that Hungary isn't in the room when they vote those through. It's a real problem, you know. It's we are back to a sort of a national level version of Karl Popper's discussion of whether you can tolerate intolerance and what is the level of intolerance that you can tolerate. I think we should tolerate most things, but that, you know, but you know, what do you do when people vote? You know, I'm sure Fidesz bends elections, but it's indisputable that a very large number of Hungarians are quite happy to vote for them, regardless of what other influence may be there. And I don't think I don't think our institutions, and I think quite rightly, particularly the EU is based on the idea that we all want to get along and be peaceful and be friendly, etc., and that any minor things around the edge can be sorted out. And I don't think the founders considered the possibility of, you know, basically a majority legitimately and democratically electing a government that was opposed to those ideas. I think it was just, and if you had talked about that, it would have been difficult to even politically talk about it. So we're going to have those kind of grown-up conversations that in the past people have shied away from because they were a bit icky. But then that was also true, I think, of defense spending. You know, certainly for the last 30 years, it's been not something we wanted to talk about because all that nasty war stuff had gone away. And, you know, even Rupert Smith told us that. Is it Rupert Smith, the author of, help me out, Axel, the book about how there's not going to be any more industrial war. Axel's away. So yeah, you know, some realities are being revealed, and hopefully we will be sufficiently agile to react to them, and the institutions will start to think about putting in place those kind of robust mechanisms.
The utility of force.
That's the one. That's the one. Is it Rupert Smith?
Yes, it is him.
It's Rupert somebody. So, some Rupert, as I believe
Sir Rupert Anthony Smith.
No, I don't know if he's a sir. I said some Rupert. I believe
he is
that
a sir. He is.
Oh, okay. I believe that in the British Army, the name Rupert is a kind of generic term, generic, somewhat derogatory term for an officer. G-Man, do you know any Ruperts, or do you have any other input on this?
I have known a few in my time, yes. And yes, there were officers in the British Army. So, yeah, Ruperts. We'll stay no more. Yeah, well, it was just on the sort of subject of NATO and how, I suppose, alternate history of the war in Ukraine. There's a very good book by General Sir Richard Sharif, War with Russia, 2017, basically, which I read at the start of around about a year ago, at the start of this full-scale invasion. And thankfully, you know, Ukraine has performed much better in this last year in this war than they did in that book, and also more important, probably because of that, NATO has performed much better than it in that book. You know, all of these big organizations have labyrinthine rules and I think, Nick, when you were talking about how does the UN Security Council work, I just sort of laughed and said, well, it doesn't. To myself, it should, but it doesn't. And I was on the website as well and looking at their resolutions of the Security Council in 2023, and there has been some, but just like, yeah, it's pro forma, just stuff that doesn't make any, meaningless, and that it's quite depressing, because we've seen the UN Security Council have some teeth at times, but only when the vested interests and there's the rogues in the room, China and Russia, don't veto something. Obviously, when they're the bad actors are actually causing the trouble, it's just not fit for purpose. And I can't hear anybody again.
Oh, I think Nick
Yeah,
had
he's dropped down.
yeah, he had a connection problem.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can answer to your question, but I can try if you repeat it or
Not
make
really
a summary.
or it's not really a question. It was just more a comment and following up on and something was said previously about the UN Security Council and how does it work, and my flippant response is it doesn't. So that's all.
Yes, apparently it doesn't. Does it?
All right. Apologies,
Recently we.
Apologies,
Yes.
everybody. My phone's charger was not plugged in as I thought it was, and all of a sudden it ran out of juice. But I see Ivana has been keeping order in the minute or two that I've been away. Again, apologies for that. Carry on, Ivana.
Oh, I didn't much. I didn't do much, and it was really quick. So congratulations for quick charging, finding the charger. It was really good.
It's an old phone, but it has very little on it, and it boots very quickly, which is one of the attractions of having it as my co-hosting phone.
Perils of being a co-host, you have to have a separate phone, or it helps.
Ivana, and then I've been sent an interesting topic, but Ivana, what's your point?
No, go ahead with your topic. I was just trying to bring in the subject about the lately shifts in the Russian propaganda. But if you have a topic, go ahead, because I still have to work. So it's okay. I just wanted to help.
Okay, so no, I've just been sent by an alert listener an article saying from Nexta TV saying Hungary prepares to reconsider relations with Russia because of geopolitical realities. Hungary needs to think hard about what kind of relations we can establish and maintain with Russia in foreign policy and economy in the next 10 to 15 years, Orban said at an economic forum in Budapest. So I'm not quite sure. I mean, that is a rather enigmatic thing to say, is it not? Does that mean he wants to get closer to Russia than he has been even closer than he has been in previous years? Or is he saying to Putin, look, there's only so far that I can apologize for you or be an apologist for you?
Well, I have seen that statement. I don't know. I would take it with a bit of salt. Orban has this thing that he sometimes adapts his discourse to the occasion, and being an economic forum, maybe he thought that he should stress upon the cooperation with the European Union and so on. So yeah, it seems that he's drifting away from Russia. But again, Orban did this kind of statements before, and nothing really significant happened. I don't know, maybe he's frustrated because, if I'm not mistaken, he's paying more for Russian gas right now than the market price, because his contract was previous to the drop in prices that is happening now. Maybe he's frustrating that he's not receiving from Russia the support that he expected. And of course, Russia has some problems of its own right now. So I don't know, maybe there is a little split between, the minds that think alike, or maybe not. Maybe it's just a facade. What do you think?
I don't know. Well, there's a lovely comment here from someone with a fella avatar, and he says, "All right, geopolitical reality." He said, "Yeah, the geopolitical reality being, I thought Putin would give me a bit of Ukraine, and I could switch sides to be president for life." Because of course, when we've seen some of the discussions about how Russia plays, I believe, a corner of Ukraine with a Hungarian-speaking minority. Now he's failed. I'm surrounded by countries that hate me, and I'll finally lose all those EU billions that I've been embezzling. Rather brutal, but not completely unfair summary of the situation, perhaps.
Yeah, I will make a little comment right now, but I don't have the figures in front of me, so please take it as it is. I will have to check about it. You know, the situation, the economical situation in Hungary is not perfect right now. And there was a report these days about, the economic growth of the countries in the region, and Romania is ahead of Hungary. And Hungary was way before us, like 10 years ago. So something is happening in Hungary, and it's not good, And yes, indeed, Romania had a very impressive growth in the last years, basically because of the service domain and because of the IT and some changes that were done and that were beneficial. But to be ahead of Hungary, like in a per capita thing or something like this, it's kind of strange, really.
I mean, something we know from Venezuela and other previous events is that when you start to interfere in the liberal, small L, liberal democratic order, things have a habit of getting out of control in unpredictable ways. You clamp down on, was it called Central European University, the university in Budapest, that Orban was clamping down on, and they've got a sociology department and how terrible. And then, but you start to create an atmosphere where people don't want to come to your country anymore. And, when you're a country with a language like Hungarian, people who immigrate to your country maybe are going to speak English for quite a lot of the time while they're there. And if you start becoming hostile to, American ideas, and then people get a bit upset, so you kind of go and subsidize bread or whatever. And I'm not saying Hungary is going to end up like Venezuela, but there's a little bit of Venezuela waiting to get out in all countries that go round trying to micromanage liberalism. And
so
this is what's happening to Hungary and Turkey.
Yeah, so I can attest to that because, there were some European and even American investments in the region, and most of them used to go to Hungary. But in the last, let's say, 10 years, the regions in the Western Romania, we call them Judece. It's like an oblast in Ukraine. So the regions there had adopted some measures. And for example, in Cluj, in Timișoara, in Oradea, there are some benefits for the investors, and they created industrial parks and a lot of good measures for the IT industry and so on. And we collected a lot of investments in the last, let's say, 5 years maybe. A lot of those could have gone to Hungary. So maybe that's it too. I don't know.
G-Man, do you want to chime in on this?
Hi. Yeah, I just dropped into the nest an article I read when we were talking about NATO ratification, that Hungary has made it clear that it favours NATO accession for Sweden and Finland. That it has now clearly placed itself in the Western camp, though it still remains unclear as to whether or when parliamentarians will vote on the matter. So that may be, we know you mentioned the latest being like Orban calling for a recalculation or a reset in Hungary's relationship with Russia, but that was interesting as well. So seems to be perhaps they're waking up and smelling the coffee. Let's hope.
There really isn't a great deal of joy to be had by wearing your "I Love Russia" badge at international gatherings these days, and I suspect he'll be getting the feedback from that from his diplomats as well. And what has Putin got to offer him? As I say, this a corner of Ukraine. Well, that's not going to happen. And Russia's a long way away. And the Hungarians, as a group, I don't think have ever been terribly fond of the Russians. My own anecdote: the first time I went to Budapest in 1993, and the head of our office there, I was driving around with her, and I said, when did the Russians finally leave? And she said, well, what happened was, there was the end of the Warsaw Pact and the agreement that the Russians would leave. And then the Russians said, but of course, it's going to take a long time because we don't have the transport. And she said, so every taxi driver in Hungary offered a free lift to the border for any Russian troops who wanted one. They may have a problem with right-wing populism, but I mean, Poland has a right-wing populist government as well, and they're not. There's right-wing populism, and there's having any illusions about what being involved with Russia means. So perhaps also Orban himself is learning. Maybe even his own base is saying, well, we like the EU money, we like our social conservatism, we like bashing the gays, but the rapes and the air raids and the attacks on civilians, maybe getting a bit hard to justify. If so, more power to them. More power to them. So if anyone has any more information about this speech that he gave at an economic forum, hopefully not the World Economic Forum, because they're the baddies in conspiracy land, but at an economic forum, then let me know. Alex.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment about some geopolitical reality. Like, one of these realities is for Hungary, the only way to get Russian gas and oil is through Ukraine. So he'd better choose his words carefully before visiting Ukraine. And yes, he will have to think going forward, probably think harder. One thing that I'm still, he's again trying to probably again project more power than he has by blocking NATO accession to countries that have overwhelming support. I hope it will not come to that, but the the very fact that he is trying to blackmail is, yeah, I would think twice. Actually, go through the list of all the benefits to Hungary, but exactly to the Orban regime, because like it, one thing is to promise everybody everything. The other thing are geopolitical realities of what you can deliver, especially biting, feeding hands. So, yeah, I think we'll see more in near future, but I believe big portion of damage has already been done by Orban, and the reckoning day will come too.
I remember round about last April or May, Zelensky was addressing, I don't know whether he was actually online to them or whether he was talking about them. I think he was actually online to a meeting of the European Council, so the 27 heads of government of all the EU countries, and he addressed them all by first name. You know, Emmanuel, thank you this, and Olaf this, and you know, I must admit I don't know off by heart the name of the first name of the Prime Minister of Luxembourg, but he got a mention. And then at one point he came along and said, Vic, and he was basically positive about all of them. You know, positive, upbeat, and then like a school teacher who was very disappointed in the, you know, the child, the student who had let himself down, you know, let everyone down. I have a joke. Did you hear about the inflatable boy who took his the inflatable boy who took a needle with him to the inflatable school, and he had an accident, and the teacher said, "Oh, Johnny, you've let yourself down, you've let me down, you've let the school down." Right, end of terrible joke. The teacher was inflatable too. I'm not very good at telling these things. Yeah, yeah. He was really kind of. It was this. He chose to do it in this sort of disappointed. I'm so disappointed. I had so much better hopes from you, which of course I don't think he did. But it was a wonderful way to do it, because obviously it's very embarrassing for all concerned if you actually start calling the guy out as, you know, in Putin's pocket when he's sitting there in that meeting. So again, and as we've seen, we've had a year and a month now of just perfectly judged communication about what line to take, about not even sometimes disguised. When Zelensky at one point he was just condemning the Russian actions, and he said, you know, they used to say see Paris and die, and now the Russians say steal toilet and die. And that was the end of the broadcast, and he was still looking serious, and you just knew that as soon as the camera cut, he was going to absolutely crack up, and that whoever in his team had pitched that line, there would have been 10 minutes of laughter and, can we do that? Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Remember to keep a straight face while I am a trained actor. It was absolutely wonderful. So yeah, Ukraine will continue, I think, to communicate well about that, and Orban is going to have to find a way. I think we've all in our lives had situations where we've done something we shouldn't have, and we've had to find a way to kind of take a gulp and go back and somehow try and obtain forgiveness. I don't think Orban is going to ask for forgiveness, but when he wakes up and, as someone said, smells the coffee, I think he's going to have to find a way to come back from this. And maybe this is the start. Maybe this is a turning point today. So if anyone has any, you know, more information about that, then please let us know. I'm trying to find from this link that I clicked, since there is a war on. The news, so I'm looking at a tweet saying that there is a British intelligence Ukraine war map, and here we are. News about Bakhmut. But when I click on it, there isn't really a great deal of news. So if anyone has any more news from Bakhmut, that's something we've been talking about most days on the space, then please put your hand up. In addition, I'm also always interested to hear from people, either by putting your hand up or by direct message, if you have any really basic questions about the war. We did this the other evening, and we had 2 or 3 really interesting questions that went less far than many of the military discussions we have. We had why are submarines painted black? We had what is a semi-automatic or an automatic weapon? Are not military experts, and it's great when we get really into the nitty-gritty of the various missiles and the various technology and what's faster than this other thing. But sometimes we leave people behind on those kind of questions, and there are people here who can answer that for you if you've been afraid to ask a question. So no question too silly. DM me or put your hand up. And G-Man has put his hand up. I hope he's got a question that isn't too silly.
Not so much a question, just something on. It's not Bakhmut, but I just went on to my Ukraine Twitter list, and Glasnost Gone has just posted a minute ago. In occupied Ukraine, medieval Russia is now kicking women out of hospitals to make room for its growing military wounded. Specifically, they're now kicking women out of its gynecological wards. Well, that's medieval for sure. And then he's posted the Facebook page for the General Staff Ukraine. I'm just reading down this to see what they've said, because I presume that this news came from there, but I haven't read it yet.
That's dreadful news for the women concerned. I guess it's also not necessarily fantastic news for the presumably mostly male soldiers who will be getting experts. I remember during COVID, someone saying it was a psychiatrist, and he said, please people, keep your distance, wash your hands, wear a mask, all that, because I'm a psychiatrist and you don't want me intubating you. So in occupied Ukraine, I don't know whether something similar is happening back in Russia proper.
Yeah,
but
it is. It also and I can't find in the Facebook post from the general staff of the armed forces, which was posted 29 minutes ago. I can't find the reference to the hospital thing, but it does mention on Bakhmut that, oh goodness, in the Bakhmut direction, the enemy does not stop storming actions. Our defenders repelled numerous attacks in the areas of Ivanovsky and Bakhmut. Enemy shelling suffered in particular. So I think that means that there was, this is translation, so I don't, the automatic translation maybe a little bit old, but I suspect what it's saying is there's counter battery fire hitting enemy artillery posts, I think.
Just on that topic with automatic translation, we're learning that it takes a lot of text to train these automatic translators, and they're getting better, but the quality, I had to have some stuff automatically translated to and from Turkish a couple of years ago, and it was horrible. Turkish is hard, but the Russian and Ukrainian are also, it seems, quite hard. My favorite translator for reading Ukrainian and Russian text is a site, which is also an app called DeepL, DEEPL, like deep learning, I guess. And last February they had Russian, I think, but they didn't have Ukrainian. Now they have Ukrainian. And not only is it a website, but it's also a phone app. There's also a desktop app which has browser integration. So if you don't want to use Edge or Google's built-in translation, which is Bing for Edge and Google for Chrome, if you want to use Firefox, the DeepL app, if you install the desktop app, will install a one-click little button, which enables you to rapidly translate any piece of text that you can select from any application, not just a browser, using their translation technology. And it's not bad. As I say, it's better for things like English and Spanish, into German and Spanish into English, where it is frankly very, very good indeed. From Ukrainian, it doesn't always get all the idiom, but it's always better than, or almost always better than Google and Bing.
Yeah, I'm just reading.
I have no affiliation with this company other than as a satisfied, non-paying user of their products. But it really is a qualitative step ahead. So if you're not using DeepL to read your Ukrainian and help you with reading Ukrainian and Russian texts, I recommend it. If anyone else has any other recommendations for translation systems and software, then I would also like to hear about them.
I think this is probably one of the areas, a byproduct of in technology, where Ukraine, the war in Ukraine will really give a step forward. I've seen a lot of translation on subtitles or videos with text and machine learning translation of those to give put in I think that's obviously it's very difficult to be able to verify that sort of thing, but if you at least get thing.
Another thing that can help, sometimes the text that you see is in the form of an image, for example, an image that's been pasted into a tweet. If you can either save the image or take a screenshot and then use the Google Lens app, which is also available from the website. Google Lens can either extract the original text from an image or translate the text, which I presume is a two-stage process where it extracts it and then sticks it into Google Translate. So you can either highlight the text or take a picture of the text and say, I want to see this translated, but you can also say, I want to see this as the original text, which you can then copy and paste into, for example, DeepL. So there are lots of ways to do this. And Google Lens, because it used to be that you couldn't do a Google image search on your phone, and now with Google Lens, you can. So yeah, these technologies are available there to help you interpret this.
That Google Lens and the other sort of reverse image searches I've been using a lot, especially when I'm trying to, I posted something about Ukraine on an American group where there's a lot of Americans, and you start getting back the Russian propaganda photographs of Zelensky with the flag that has swastika on it or whatever, that you can go in and go, okay, I'm going to reply to you on this one, and here's the original photograph that didn't have that. So
yeah, there was one of Mrs. Zelensky sitting in a plane wearing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of silly designer gear, and of course it was actually an influencer sitting on the plane, and Mrs. Zelensky's face had been slapped on top of it, and that didn't take very long to debunk. So and in general, actually, it's if you're even slightly skeptical of a photo, it's worth putting it into Google image search, and it is surprising how often you come up with interesting things going on.
That's right. yeah, the other one that came up a lot was the last Christmas with Mrs. Zelensky in Paris spending an absolute clean fortune, and it wasn't her.
Was not her, because there was someone saying, "Oh, an employee at the store has reported," and of course, nobody actually found the employee of the store. But I wonder if there was perhaps a store where someone came in who was, Eastern European woman with blonde hair or something, and that became maybe the source of the story. Or I never found out whether it was that or whether the whole thing was just fabricated.
There was somebody in the store, I think, possibly. I'm going to look at this thing again. Randy had posted something, I think yesterday, basically refuting a lot of the propaganda, specifically about Zelensky or the Zelenskys. And it was a very good thread to go and look at, because obviously
I've had a question. Sorry, no, please finish.
Obviously Randy being American in Poland, but he's from the GOP side of things. He's on the Republican side of the divide there, the House, and so there's a lot of that constituency, I suppose, that are susceptible, let's say, to the Russian propaganda. So he's obviously getting a lot of stuff, so he's prepared a whole thread.
I've just had a question from a listener saying, do we have a connection, or have we had a speaker from the 80th Airborne Assault Brigade? I have no idea. Perhaps somebody in the MriyaReport office can tell me that. But that brought up a question that I thought of myself the other day, which is, do we know, we read about military operations, and it will be conducted by, let's say, the 30th separate airborne brigade. Is there an integrated airborne brigade? So if anyone here knows what separate means in the context of the Ukrainian and perhaps Russian military, please put your hand up or DM me, because that went past yesterday, and I thought I shall remember to ask that, and then I'd forgotten. So this question that I received has prompted me to think about that.
Hey, Nick, I'm here beside you. I don't know how much help I'm going to be able to be at the moment, but I'm going to approve some requests for you and hopefully get conversation going a little bit. And in case you have some technical difficulties, at least there's somebody in the co-host chair.
Them, and as you will know, Heather, when you're co-hosting on your own, you don't have a whole. I'll go and answer those for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. And I'm still sort of catching up on news that happened overnight. So let's see, Leeway, what do you got to ask for us this morning? How are you? Well, it's morning for me. I've barely been up for an hour.
I'm in your same time zone, enjoying the morning here. Hey, Nick is always very gracious about opening the floodgates on dumb guy questions. So I want to put one out there that I'm sure, it's an artillery question that anybody who's sat next to a cannon in the last 200 years could probably answer, but I've been wondering this for a long time. So here it is on artillery. Whether it's the smart stuff or the old-fashioned dumb cannons or anything in between, when they shoot around, the gun jumps. and I'm sure it doesn't come down in exactly the same place. So I don't understand the process of correction. Now, this doesn't really apply so much to the it doesn't apply at all to the modern guided kinds of artillery. But for my question, I guess, is for when they just shoot a 155 round or whatever, how, and they've got a drone or a man on a hill or whatever, giving them correcting instructions. How do they account for the fact that the gun isn't in the same place it was before the round was shot? Does that make sense as a question?
I mean, it's interesting. I suppose, I mean, the gun hasn't moved too far from its original coordinates. It hasn't kind of moved 15 meters down the street. But I can imagine, it's true when you see it, you know, the thing vibrates. And I can imagine that particularly if the ground is soft, maybe with that sort of jump, maybe the front wheels go down 3 millimeters more than the back wheels, at which point you've got to change the angle. You know, you've got to correct for the angle before you then correct for the info you get back from the drone. So, Janis, are you putting your hand up for this, or?
No, sorry, I have no ideas, but I eager to know or answer for this question as well.
Come up with the answer to this, or DM it to me. I will actually go and look at my DMs now, because sometimes these things sometimes come in. So yeah, how much of I guess we could put it another way. If you fired 2 identical shells in succession from the same gun, how far apart would they land? Not because of the circular error probability, but simply because the first shot caused the gun to move. I don't know. I imagine that you kind of didn't know that your first one was right either. So I think it may just be that it's just considered to be part of the random variation that you have to take into account, which also includes the fact that from one shell to the next, there's going to be a few grains more of propellant going into it, no matter how careful you are. So maybe this is just all part of the sort of overall circular error probability, and you try and minimize it by blocking putting chocks on the wheels, by firing from solid ground. I don't know. Live Sniper just came up. I don't see your hand. Yeah, Live Sniper, do you have? Can you help us here?
Well, I'm not an expert on this field, but I can say that if I would design like a gun then I would put in a bubble level. Then I would put in a bubble level.